Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 201 Super Divine Water and Senza Beans. Chapter 201 Super Divine Water and Magic Beans, Part 2. When Smith Doyle heard that the immortal Karen said that he could not grow magic beans, his heart skipped a beat, but he was relieved when he finally learned that he had no seeds. Before, he thought that one senza bean was not enough and that he had wasted an opportunity, but now he found that this senza bean was simply a treasure. Without it, Sage Kalen could not even grow senza beans. Smith Doyle immediately took out the senza beans and said, "I have a senza bean here, can I use it for planting?" Karen took the senza bean, examined it carefully, and then said, "Can. Growing senza beans requires super divine water, and they grow slowly, so the yield from one cultivation is also very low." Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "As long as you can plant it, it's fine. After the first planting, save 1 or 2 to save your life, and use the rest as seeds for further planting." Karen nodded, but still reminded, "Even so, I can't expand the scale much. After all, I can only synthesize a limited amount of super divine water." After hearing this, Smith Doyle also understood why the immortal Kalen had only saved that jar of magic beans for hundreds of years, and it was eventually harmed by Yajirobe. "The rest is up to you." The other side. It was also a confusing day for the people of New York. First, they saw the strange sight of broad daylight turning into night, and then they encountered an oppressive aura that made them feel like their hearts were about to explode. Many people called 911. While some citizens chose to contact their family doctors for physical examinations to ensure that there were no problems with their bodies. At this moment, Bruce Banner and Betty came all the way to Mr. Land's school. Seeing Stern walking out of the teaching building as the bell rang, Betty stepped forward and shouted, "Wait a minute, are you Dr. Stern?" Stern stopped and looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Yes." Betty said, "Excuse me, I'm Elizabeth Ross." Stern thought for a moment, then recognized the woman in front of him and said, "Oh, Dr. Ross." Betty said, "Someone wants to see you." Stern agreed, "No problem." At this time, Bruce Banner came over and stood in front of Stern and asked, "Are you Mr. Lon?" Stern looked the man in front of him up and down, and asked uncertainly, "Are you Mr. Green?" After confirming the other party's identity, Stern brought the two to his laboratory and said to Bruce, "I've always wondered if you really exist. If you existed, what would you look like? It's really shocking to me that someone with such a powerful energy can look so low-key. I even suspected you were Smith Doyle. After all, he also possesses terrifying energy. If he wasn't connected to the scientist who created the Universal Capsule Group for him and Tony Stark, I would have really suspected he was my online friend, Mr. Green." Hearing that the other party had suspected him of being Smith Doyle, Bruce Banner smiled and said nothing more. To be honest, he really envied Smith Doyle. The other party did not need to transform, nor did he need to lose control of his body. This was simply perfect in his opinion. Stern continued, "I just looked at your experimental data, but there is one thing I want to clarify. After all, there haven't been successful trials. If you choose to go in person, even if we use a computer to calculate the exact values, reasonable parameters, and the amount of blood replaced, we still can't be sure whether you will be 100% cured or just temporarily stable. You know what I mean? And once the dosage exceeds the standard, even a small amount will produce extremely high concentrations of toxins." Betty on the side quickly asked, "You mean, he might die because of this?" Dr. Stern nodded and said, "Yes, that's possible." However, Bruce Banner didn't care at all, but said, "You should know that if the dosage is insufficient, if there's a problem with the delivery, and Hulk shows up, you'll be in danger." Stern smiled and said, "Listen, I've always been more curious than cautious. If you're not worried, then I'll do my best to help you." The two of them hit it off immediately and, despite Betty's dissuasion, prepared to conduct the experiment. Bruce Banner was worried that if he continued to delay, General Ross would likely bring his men to his door, so he had to seize every second. And the other side. General Ross is mobilizing troops to Stern's laboratory, just as Bruce Banner expected. This time Ross was fully prepared and he was confident that he could defeat Bruce Banner completely before he transformed. Bruce Banner began treatment in Stern's laboratory. With the injection of the antidote, the transformed Hulk was suppressed and his body shape changed back from Hulk to Bruce Banner. Looking at the transformed Bruce Banner, Betty said excitedly, "You made it, you did it, Bruce." At this moment they didn't know that the military had surrounded the laboratory and the snipers were all in place. Bruce Banner learned through communication that Stern had used his blood sample to cultivate the test subjects. He even discovered a large amount of cloned blood in the laboratory, so much that it filled an entire room. At this moment, Bruce Banner was shocked. He didn't care about what the other party said, but called Stern to his front. "All these things must be destroyed." Stern wondered. "Wait, what are you going to destroy?" Bruce Banner said seriously. "All my blood samples must be destroyed tonight." Stern was puzzled. "The blood samples are all here. With this, we can win the Nobel Prize." Bruce Banner, knowing the appeal of the Nobel Prize to scientists, explained. "You have no idea how harmful this stuff is. It's too dangerous to control." Stern said, "But we have the antidote. This thing will no longer be a threat." Bruce Banner roared, "They don't want an antidote, they want to make the blood sample into a weapon. If we don't destroy it now, we won't have a chance later. You don't know how powerful this thing is." However, Stern did not care. "You hate the government too, but you're worrying a bit too much, don't you think?" At this moment, a sniper pulled the trigger and the anesthetic needle shot directly into Bruce Banner's back. The sudden change made Betty and Stern present open their eyes wide. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 202, The Birth of Hate. Chapter 202, The Birth of Hate, Part 3. Bruce Banner, who was injected with an anesthetic needle, fell to the ground in a few seconds and had no strength to resist. A large number of fully armed soldiers rushed into the laboratory, led by Bronsky. Bronsky rushed to Bruce Banner first and immediately checked to make sure that the other party had no ability to resist, was completely unconscious and could not transform. Bump! Bronsky smashed the butt of his gun directly on Bruce Banner's head, and when he saw that he still didn't react, he said, "It seems your normal form is your biggest weakness. Take away." Soon several soldiers tied up Bruce Banner, shackled his hands and feet, and took him out on a stretcher. Ross smiled with satisfaction as he looked at Bruce Banner, who was brought out without any reaction, while Betty followed the soldiers out. In Betty's eyes, Bruce Banner has solved his own flaws, and as long as his father knows this, Bruce Banner will be no longer in danger. However, Ross said in Bruce Banner's ear, "If you really destroy it, I will imprison you for life." Betty heard what Ross said and immediately said to her father, "I will never forgive you for doing this to him." Ross explained, "He's a fugitive." Apparently, Betty didn't buy it, and she said, "This is all your fault. You want to use this to cover up your shame and keep your job. I am no longer your daughter." Hearing that his daughter was going to break off relations with him because of a man, Ross said angrily, "If you weren't my daughter, you would have been arrested long ago." Betty glared at Ross, then turned and got into the car where Bruce Banner was imprisoned. At this moment in Stern's laboratory, several soldiers were interrogating him, including Bronsky. A female soldier asked, "You mean, you can make more giants like him?" Stern sat in his chair and explained, "No, not yet. I can only make a part, but not a complete Hulk yet." Stern didn't notice that Bronsky's eyes were shining because of his words. Having seen the Hulk, he knew how powerful such strength was. Even with the super soldier serum, which allowed his combat power to reach 50 points, making him a unique existence in the army, he was still hesitant after seeing the destructive power of the Hulk, the technological power of Iron Man, and the scene of Smith Doyle suppressing the Hulk. He was no longer satisfied with his own strength. He also hoped that he would have the power of Hulk or even Smith Doyle. He believed that with his willpower, he could definitely defeat the Hulk's violent thoughts and make himself a controllable existence. Stern continued to explain at this moment, "Bruce Banner is an unexpected product, and my goal is to make it better." The female soldier said, "So, Banner is the only one." Bronsky knew that if he wanted to inject the Hulk serum, he would have to go through a set of procedures, but it was difficult to determine whether he could pass. If he missed this opportunity, he would have no hope, so he knocked the female soldier unconscious. Stern was confused and asked in confusion, "Why did you knock her out?" Bronsky said, "This woman is so annoying." Then he pointed the gun at Stern and said, "I want to get what you extracted from Banner and inject it into me." Under Bronsky's coercion and Stern's desire to see his research, the two hit it off. Soon, the Hulk cell-level blood in Bruce Banner's body was directly injected into Bronsky's body. With the injection of Hulk's blood, Bronsky's body shape changed drastically in an instant, and he turned into Abomination, while Hulk's blood also dripped onto the forehead of Stern, who fell to the ground injured. Bronski, who had just transformed, had thoughts of destruction and violence in his mind. He originally thought that his willpower could suppress all of this, but he obviously underestimated it. Thoughts of destruction and annihilation continued to fill his brain. The noise caused by his transformation still attracted the attention of the army outside. The moment they saw Bronski, they mistook him for Hulk and shot him directly. Ding, ding, ding. The interference of the bullets made Bronski unable to suppress his rising desire and became a destroyer like Hulk. At this time, Ross was on a helicopter with his daughter and Bruce Banner, preparing to return to the military camp. At this time, a soldier holding a headset said to Ross, "General, you'd better listen." Ross came over and took the headset, and heard the voice coming from inside. "Hulk is in the streets. Repeat, Hulk is in the streets." Ross looked at Bruce Banner, who was sitting next to him, in surprise. There couldn't be another Hulk on his plane, so he said, "Impossible, calm down first. Where are you?" 121st Street, heading north along Broadway. Ross immediately spoke to the helicopter pilot. "Turn around immediately." Banner looked at the helicopter that suddenly turned around and asked in confusion, "Why should we go back?" Ross ignored Banner and said to the other side, "Give me the image." "Yes, sir." Soon, images from the street were transmitted to the fighter jets. At this time, the abomination that was bombarded by RPG seemed even more excited. It grabbed a car and threw it around, destroying the surroundings. Bronski knew he had to vent all his anger, to release all of his violent will. Only in this way could he regain control of this body. He immediately shouted, "Where the strong are, I need to fight. Hulk, Smith Doyle, Iron Man." After calling out the names of the three, Abomination began to destroy again, constantly attacking everything around him, even his former comrades. Bruce Banner, who was on the helicopter, immediately stood up and rushed forward, wanting to see the transmitted images. Several soldiers immediately tried to stop him, but Banner still saw the transmitted images. Looking at the scenes in the video, Ross looked at Banner in surprise, wondering in his heart what was going on. Bruce Banner looked at General Ross and asked, "Your experiment?" Betty also looked at her father in surprise. "Oh my God, what have you done?" Ross glanced at Banner and his daughter Betty, but didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the headset and notified his subordinates to retreat quickly. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 203 Killing the Hulk. Chapter 203 Killing the Hulk. First update, Smith Doyle was strolling on Broadway with Bulma at this time. With the end of the Dragon Ball battle, he would set aside 2 days to spend a happy weekend with Bulma. Bulma saw an ice cream truck on the side of the road and immediately ran over excitedly and bought 2 ice creams from the owner, 1 original flavor and 1 strawberry flavor. Bulma returned to Smith Doyle with 2 ice creams and handed the original flavor ice cream to Smith Doyle. "This is yours." Looking at the ice cream that Bulma handed over, Smith Doyle pinched Bulma's cheek and said with a smile, "Thanks for the ice cream." Smith Doyle took the original ice cream from Bulma's hand, took a bite and felt that it tasted good. Bulma held Smith Doyle's strong arm with one hand, and ate the ice cream in the other hand while walking. Bulma, dressed in girlish clothes, is full of youthfulness, which makes people unable to help but take a few more glances. When the passers-by around saw that it was the superhero Smith Doyle, they wanted to step forward to ask for autographs or business cards, but they were stopped by the members of the Assassin's League who suddenly appeared, and tried not to disturb the two people's stroll. However, it was Fox who arranged a team of werewolves to guard Bulma to ensure that she would not pose any threat. Bulma was not unhappy at all about the behavior of the werewolf team in the distance. She also hoped that there would not be too many irrelevant people coming to disturb her in Smith Doyle's world of two. At this time, Bulma was leaning on Smith and was about to say something, but she heard the sound of gunfire coming from a distance. As the sound came, the pedestrians on the street immediately panicked. Some of them accelerated to flee while others looked in the direction where the sound came from. Bulma frowned slightly and said, "Why is Broadway so chaotic? Can we only go out during the day? I wanted to have a quiet time but someone came to disturb me." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, the sound of an explosion was heard. It was obvious that the situation on the next street had become more serious. Boom. Smith Doyle frowned slightly as he watched the siren sound, then said, "It seems like something big has happened, but I don't know why." At this moment, a large number of police and military vehicles gathered at the intersection, and the sound of explosion was heard again. Looking at the rising flames, Smith Doyle frowned slightly and said, "It seems that the abomination has appeared." It was Smith Doyle who saw a huge figure in the flames. Considering that Bruce Banner and Betty had just left this morning, it was very likely that this was the time when Banner sought treatment from Dr. Blue, causing the abomination to appear. Bulma looked at the chaos at the intersection ahead, and the hatred of destruction everywhere, and said, "Smith, it seems that it's time for you to be a superhero." At this time, the abomination that was bombarded by RPG seemed even more excited. He grabbed a car and threw it casually. This time, it smashed straight towards the location where Smith and Bulma were. Looking at the flying car, two rays of light shot out from Smith Doyle's eyes. They were Piccolo's light eyes, which directly cut the car in half. The car was cut into two halves and fell on the roads on both sides, but no casualties were caused. A passerby on the side exclaimed when he saw this, "Superman. God." However, with the help of some of Piccolo's abilities, Smith Doyle looks more like Superman. He can even easily change himself into a cape like Superman's, or Piccolo's white one. At this moment, Abomination also saw Smith Doyle in the crowd, and then moved his eyes away from the military vehicle. "Smith." With a loud roar, Abomination rushed towards where Smith Doyle was, knocking away the cars along the way. Smith Doyle saw this and said to Bulma, "Bulma, keep yourself safe." The werewolf squad immediately surrounded Bulma and protected her in the middle, while Bulma took out a laser gun she developed and ran to the side under the cover of the werewolf squad. If anyone dared to take advantage of the situation at this time, Bulma would let the other party know how powerful her weapon was. Smith Doyle flew over and punched Abomination in midair. Boom! The powerful punch directly caused a sonic boom, and a white light radiated out with Smith Doyle's fist as the center. As for the abomination that Bronski transformed into, it flew backwards at a speed even faster than when it came. The abomination that was smashed out created a deep gully in the ground, and the cars that blocked its path were directly flattened. At this time, the soldiers and police looked at Smith Doyle, who appeared and exclaimed, "God! Good job, kill this Hulk." Smith Doyle saw this and said, "Everyone, I need you to evacuate the crowd and leave enough space for me and this big guy to fight." After hearing Smith Doyle's words, the police at the scene immediately took action. It was their job to evacuate the crowd. As for the soldiers, although they did not listen to Smith Doyle's words, they did not make things worse. The other side, Bruce looked at the mad monster in the video and said to General Ross, "Let me go, you must let me go." Betty said excitedly, "What are you saying? You think you can control it?" Banner looked at his girlfriend and quickly explained, "Not to control it, but to exploit it." Ross then said, "What if it doesn't work?" Banner looked at General Ross and said seriously, "We created this thing. All of us. Please." Listening to Banner's sincere tone, Ross pondered for a moment and then said, "Land near it." Bruce Banner refused. "No, stay aloft. Open the rear hatch." Looking at Banner with a determined face, Ross nodded to the soldier beside him. Soon the rear hatch opened and Banner was about to jump out. At this time, Betty grabbed Banner's arm and dissuaded him. "You have to think clearly. You don't know if you will transform. Maybe the Hulk has been destroyed. Don't do that, it's crazy." Looking at his tearful girlfriend, Banner said, "Betty, I have to give it a try. Sorry." After saying that, Banner suddenly kissed his girlfriend, then leaned back and jumped down. Watching the kiss suddenly break, Betty opened her eyes and reached out to grab her boyfriend, but she could only watch Banner get farther and farther away. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. 204211122. Chapter 204. You two come together. I want to fight two people at once. Part 2. The video that came in at this time showed Smith Doyle appearing and punching the abomination away. Seeing Smith Doyle appear to save the situation, Ross hurriedly shouted, "Banner, wait a minute." However, Ross's voice was still a step too late. Bruce Banner had already jumped out of the cabin and was in free fall. Ross felt helpless when he saw this scene, especially when he saw his daughter lying on the cabin door, and quickly ordered, "Pull her in." At this moment, a soldier stepped forward and took Betty's arm, saying, "Come in, miss." Seeing his daughter being pulled in and the cabin door closing, Ross quickly looked at the images uploaded on the computer. At this time, the abomination that was knocked away by Smith Doyle's punch got up from the ground, then roared to the sky, looking extremely excited. Roar! The hateful howl was like a sonic attack, causing ordinary people around to cover their ears in pain. Looking at the miserable crowd on Thursday, Smith Doyle frowned slightly. "Just be quiet." In the blink of an eye, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Abomination. Although his height of 182 centimeters was not short, he looked much smaller in front of Abomination's body. Snapped. Smith Doyle slapped Hateful in the face with such force that he turned his head to the side and stopped yelling. After being slapped in the face by Smith Doyle, hatred appeared on his face, and he swung his arm to hit Smith Doyle. Facing the attack of hatred, Smith Doyle dodged it with a flash of his body, and then punched the hatred. Boom! Smith Doyle's strength was so great that with one punch he turned the ground where the abomination was into a big hole. Roar! The abomination let out a wail. Obviously the force of the punch was causing it great pain. At this time, the computer on the plane sent real-time images, and Ross was surprised to see this scene. This newly appeared monster seems a little weak. Ross didn't know that Smith Doyle's strength had greatly increased. In his memory, Smith Doyle had to spend some effort to drive Hulk away not long ago, but facing this guy who looked like the Hulk, he was so casual, like an adult facing a child. It looks like another failed product developed by someone unknown. It's far worse than the Hulk. The other side, Banner, who was in free fall, crashed onto the street not far from Bulma with a thud, creating a deep hole in the ground. Looking at the man falling from the sky, Bulma said uncertainly, "Bruce?" Bulma knew this contestant well. Thinking of the other party's transformation, Bulma did not get closer, but ran farther away. As for the werewolf team, they were assigned by Bulma to evacuate the crowd. With a laser gun, she was not worried about her own safety. The following picture shows the laser gun made by young Bulma. At this moment, a huge fist burst out from the deep pit, knocking away the cement on the ground with one punch. Then Bruce Banner, who had transformed into Hulk, crawled out shaking his head. The police and soldiers at the scene were stunned and muttered, "Another Hulk." Hulk, who had just crawled out, immediately roared to the sky. Roar. Because of the end of the Dragon Ball contest, Hulk did not have any resistance to coming out this time, but was rather excited. Smith, who was on the other side of the street, also heard Hulk's roar and turned his head to look over, just in time to see Hulk roaring. Another noisemaker. At the moment Smith Doyle looked behind him, the abomination that had been knocked into the ground jumped out directly. Hearing the Hulk's roar, he shouted excitedly, "Hulk!" The hatred after coming out was suppressed a lot by Smith Doyle's two punches. He glanced at Smith Doyle in front of him and then at Hulk in the distance, and shouted, "Hulk, beat him up." As he spoke, Abomination launched a sneak attack on Smith Doyle and punched him hard. Because of the hateful words, Hulk's gaze fell on Smith Doyle who was flying in the air, and he instantly remembered the scene of being beaten by the other party before. Hulk fight. At the same time, he rushed towards Smith Doyle. Facing the hateful fist, Smith Doyle turned around and stretched out a finger to block it. Clang! Bronski saw that his full-strength punch was blocked by Smith Doyle's finger and immediately roared, "Impossible." Just as he was about to continue attacking, Smith Doyle grabbed the arm of Abomination and threw him behind him with an over-the-shoulder throw. Bump! Abomination was thrown directly at the running Hulk by Smith Doyle, and the two collided with each other and fell to the side. The two men were dizzy from the collision, then they got up from the ground and roared at Smith Doyle. Roar! With this roar, Smith Doyle discovered that Abomination had not changed, but Hulk's strength had increased. Seeing the two of them hating him together, Smith Doyle raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "You two come together. Today I'm going to fight 2-on-1. He once dared to challenge Hulk alone with a combat power of more than 200 points. Now that he has a full 1,240 points, he doesn't even take Abomination and Hulk seriously. He even hopes that Hulk can be stronger." Hulk and Abomination looked at each other. They both saw provocation in Smith Doyle's behavior, especially Bronski who felt more uncomfortable. The two men immediately ran towards Smith Doyle, and after getting close to each other, they punched Smith Doyle from both sides at the same time. If he was hit by the two men, even steel would turn into a pancake. Faced with the combined forces of Hulk and Abomination, Smith Doyle showed no panic at all. He stretched out his fists to meet the fists of both men, for fists collided. Boom! The three men's fists collided suddenly, causing a huge explosion that shattered the billboards and glass of the buildings on both sides of the road, and even spread to the next block. Some civilians who had not yet escaped from the battlefield and those who stayed behind to join in the fun were instantly blown away, curled up on the ground, covering their ears. The sonic boom even caused perforated eardrums in their ears. At this moment, everyone discovered that this battle was not the ordinary battle that God and Iron Man had appeared in before. As ordinary people, it was life-threatening for them to watch the battle. Now their only thought was to get compensation and treatment. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 205. Is this all the power you have? Chapter 205. Is this all the power you have? Part 3. At this time, the werewolf team was working hard to rescue the people. At this time, a black guy who ran over from the next block saw Bulma wearing gorgeous clothes and immediately became evil-minded, and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rob her. Bulma had just helped a passerby up and asked him to leave immediately when the black guy took out a dagger and blocked Bulma's way. Hand over everything valuable you have. Faced with the situation in front of him, Bulma looked at the black man with disgust without any concealment, and directly took out his laser gun and aimed at the other party. The black guy looked at the gun in Bulma's hand and then laughed. "Girl, do you think I'm afraid of your toys? Hand over everything you have that's valuable, or I'll cut your pretty face in half. Bulma pulled the trigger without hesitation. Baiu! A laser shot out, directly blasting the black dog in front of him into pieces. Looking at the effect of the laser gun, Bulma wondered, I remember turning it to minimum power. Bulma took it and took a look, and found that it was indeed the minimum power. The members of the werewolf team also noticed the situation here. Two of them immediately stopped evacuating the people and stayed by Bulma's side, even ignoring her when she asked them to help. Smith Doyle took on the attacks from Abomination and Hulk, a smile on his face as he said, very well, continue. Let me see your true strength. Then Smith Doyle kicked Hulk and Abomination one by one, and they flew out. The two of them knocked down the walls on both sides and fell into the shops inside. At this time, the two soldiers in the military jeep were not seriously injured by the shock wave because they were far away. They were just dizzy. One of the soldiers picked up the intercom in the car and shouted, General, God is here, he's pinning down two Hulks. At this time, Ross was on the helicopter, understanding the situation on the scene through the images transmitted by his soldiers. Seeing Smith Doyle suppressing two Hulks alone, he immediately frowned and said, has Smith Doyle become stronger? Betty looked at the video and explained, Bruce injected a large amount of inhibitors. Although he failed to kill Hulk, he should have suppressed a lot of his strength. In the lab at the time, Hulk was even suppressed by the inhibitor. Hearing Betty's words, Ross nodded. It made sense to fight one against two. Betty was wondering why Smith Doyle returned to New York so quickly. She just didn't know what wish Selena made in the end. She actually didn't care much about Bruce Banner not getting the Dragon Ball and making a wish to eliminate Banner. During the time when Bruce became the Hulk, she clearly realized that the Hulk was not as violent as she had imagined and that he cared about her safety. She believed that Bruce should accept the Hulk and that letting the two live in peace was also a good idea. And it is obvious that Dr. Lan's research failed, and even the appearance of this monster may have been caused by Dr. Lan. Seeing that Smith Doyle was able to suppress the two Hulks, Ross immediately ordered, retreat, maintain a safe distance, and record as much of the battle footage from both sides as possible. Ross, who had witnessed the battle between Smith Doyle and Hulk, knew that the destructive power of the battle would be beyond imagination, so he directly ordered the soldiers to retreat. Then, wanting to know the strength of this newly appeared Hulk, he ordered the pilot, lower altitude, I want to see the battle situation on the scene. At this moment, Ross had another idea, that is, Smith Doyle could keep both Hulks, and it would be best if they could be defeated and handed over to him, so that he could have an explanation for today's riot. After all, Broadway is not an uninhabited area directly in the campus forest, so it is not that easy to deal with it. Warzone. Hulk and Abomination, who were kicked away by Smith Doyle, rushed out again. Hulk tore off the remaining cloth on his body, then roared and rushed towards Smith Doyle, while Abomination also attacked Smith Doyle at the same time. Bump! Smith Doyle flashed and Hulk and Abomination bumped into each other. Both of them roared at each other angrily. Smith Doyle then sneered, is this all the power you have? You guys let me down so much. Although Smith Doyle's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by Hulk and Abomination. The angry Hulk immediately picked up two cars on the side of the road and used them as shields as he rushed towards Smith Doyle. Hulk used the car as a shield in one hand and smashed it down at Smith Doyle with the other hand. Looking at the car coming down towards him, Smith Doyle's eyes shot out lasers, which hit the car's fuel tank directly. Boom! With the use of the ray eye, the car in Hulk's hand exploded instantly, turning into a huge fireball that blew up Hulk. However, the power of the car explosion did not cause any harm to Hulk. The car, used as a shield, immediately hit Smith Doyle again. Boom! Smith Doyle used an air bomb to smash the car in Hulk's hand, but at this time a stone ball hit him. But he picked up the stone ball on the road and threw it towards Smith Doyle. The speed was so fast that it brought a loud sound of breaking through the air. Smith Doyle turned around and smashed the stone ball with a punch, while Hulk's sneak attack was seen by him, as if in slow motion. Boom! Before Hulk's fist arrived, Smith Doyle turned sideways and kicked Hulk in the chest. The enormous force directly broke Hulk's sternum on the spot, and the position of his chest was obviously sunken. The huge impact force kicked Hulk out of the block. After smashing the wall of the store, he rolled all the way to the next block and knocked down the third wall before stopping. All this happened in a flash. Abomination had only thrown one stone ball in his hand before he had time to throw away the other one. And you, too. Smith Doyle instantly appeared in front of the Abomination, picked up the opponent's stone ball, and blocked it directly on the Abomination's head. Boom! The stone ball shattered into pieces on the spot, and the Abomination was also knocked to the ground. It seemed that Smith Doyle had hit Abomination very hard, but there was no actual harm to him. How to say it, being confused did not hurt his brain. At this time, Hulk also climbed up, and the sunken part of his chest returned to normal. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 206, I Haven and 039T even tried hard yet, why did you fall down? Chapter 206, I haven't even tried hard yet, why did you fall down? First update, Ross frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He thought that 1 against 2 should be a fair fight, but now it seems that Smith Doyle is beating up 2 Hulks, and the scene is like an adult beating a child. Abomination was knocked to the ground and after recovering, he slapped Smith Doyle with his palm, trying to knock him away. However, due to the absolute power gap, Smith Doyle easily detected the disgusting movement and dodged the opponent's attack with a flash. The next second, Smith Doyle reappeared and punched Haight in the face. Boom! Smith Doyle was a little surprised that he didn't blow the other person off with 1 punch. Although Abomination wasn't as strong as Hulk, his ability to withstand beatings was not bad at all. The Abomination turned its head and spat out the teeth knocked out by Smith Doyle. At this moment, a hurricane came from behind and blew Smith Doyle out directly. It was Hulk who rushed over and clapped his hands violently, and a strong wind hit Smith Doyle. When Abomination saw that it was Hulk who came to help, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Bronski had already taken control of his body, and his violent thoughts that wanted to be vented were shattered by Smith Doyle's 3 punches. When Hulk saw Smith Doyle being blown away, an excited look appeared on his face. He clapped his hands violently, and hurricanes were slapped out between his hands. Seeing this, Abomination followed suit and immediately attacked Smith Doyle in the same way. At this time, in the Trident building of SHIELD, Nick Fury did not leave work because he had searched for information about Bruce Banner. He pushed open the door of Fury's office and walked in immediately. Nick Fury, there's an emergency. At this time, Hill was holding a tablet computer in his hand, which was playing the scene of Abomination wreaking havoc on the streets and Smith Doyle standing up. Nick Fury took the tablet, looked at the video, and immediately said, "This is where?" Hill replied, "Broadway." Hearing that it was this place, Nick Fury immediately said, "What's the situation now?" Hill quickly said, "We can't confirm for now that the monster that appeared isn't the Bruce Banner the military is looking for. However, there are military personnel at the scene, and there's General Ross's helicopter overhead, and it's confirmed he's there. Get General Ross to me immediately." At this time, the helicopter had just descended a little, and a signalman immediately spoke. "General, there's a signal coming from SHIELD. Seeing this, Ross didn't say much. He immediately took the signalman's headset and put it on his head. "General Ross, on Broadway." Before Nick Fury finished speaking, Ross interrupted him. "Everything here is taken over by the military. It is an internal military secret of the United States. You have no right to ask about it. If you have any questions, please contact me through the Pentagon." After saying that, Ross didn't give Nick Fury any chance to speak and immediately hung up the communication signal. Although the search for Bruce Banner utilized the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross did not want S.H.I.E.L.D. to get involved at this critical juncture, especially since once they knew there were 2 Hulks, they would definitely take one away. After hanging up the phone, Ross shouted to the soldiers beside him, "Urge the troops to assemble quickly. Also, check around to see if there are any members of the Assassin's League or the Universal Capsule Company. Smith Doyle wouldn't appear here for no reason. I need to have some communication with them." The soldier beside him said, "General, it may take a little while." Ross glanced at the soldier who spoke, then shifted his gaze to the surveillance video. The other side. Nick Fury heard the busy tone on the phone, threw the phone on the table, and cursed, fuck. Nick Fury has long been dissatisfied with the military's non-cooperation and even their frequent attacks on SHIELD. This time, such a big incident has occurred in public, and the military even dared to hang up his phone. After this, he will definitely teach Ross a lesson. I wonder if you can still sit firmly in that position under his butt. When Commander Hill saw his chief getting angry, he just watched and didn't say anything. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment and then said, "Hill, send agents to Broadway to investigate the situation there. We need to obtain first-hand information. Since Ross doesn't think S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help is needed, then don't let the agents get involved and record the damage they cause and the impact on the public. Since Ross, the old fox, wants to have it all to himself, let him bear all the consequences. By the way, let's check why Smith Doyle appeared there. Last time it was because of Tony's invitation. What's the reason this time?" After saying that, Nick Fury stood up first and walked outside. Hill immediately took out his phone, made some arrangements, and followed Nick Fury out of the office. At this time, the strong wind attack launched by Hulk and Abomination not only attacked Smith Doyle, but also caused great damage to the surroundings. All the cars and street lights in the hurricane's path were blown away, and even the road surface that was already beyond recognition became even more horrible. Smith Doyle stood in the strong wind, feeling the impact, and said with a smile, "It's not enough, it's still too weak. Can you use a little more strength? It's like a gentle breeze on my face. Is this all you have?" At this moment, Brunchy's hands were so angry that they were about to leave after images, but his strength did not increase. Instead, Hulk's strength became stronger under Smith Doyle's ridicule, and each time was faster than the last, and even the sonic attack from the clapping of his hands was added to the strong wind. Feeling the increase in Hulk's power, Smith Doyle was even more satisfied. Before, he didn't dare to let Hulk's anger and power increase infinitely, but now he wanted to see where Hulk's limit was. "That's it, make the storm come a little harder." Smith Doyle did not notice that the Sion's warlike genes were affecting him, and at this moment he hoped to have an enemy that he could fight without restraint. Bronsky saw that the two men were still making quite a noise, but had not caused any harm to Smith Doyle. He regained his senses and wanted to stop this meaningless fight, so he immediately stopped his actions. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 207, 3 Punches to Dispel the Tyrannical Aura. Chapter 207, 3 Punches to Dispel the Tyrannical Aura, Part 2. Smith Doyle frowned when he saw Abomination stopped attacking, then thought that the opponent's strength could not be improved like Hulk's, so he prepared to knock him out directly to avoid trouble later. Bronsky stopped attacking and watched Smith Doyle rushing towards him. A breath of death descended upon him, and he immediately shouted, "Mr. Smith, I'm Bronsky, one of us." At this moment, Smith Doyle's fist stopped in front of the hateful's head, and a gust of wind blew across the opponent's head. "Then change back and don't get in my way here." Smith Doyle glared at Abomination fiercely. After beating him for a long time, he now wanted to beg for mercy. Wasn't he very manic before? Hearing Smith Doyle's cold tone, Abomination even felt a little sweat sliding down his brain. At this moment, Bronsky was very helpless. He chose not to be a human being. As an ugly thing, he was not as strong as Hulk. He was beaten by Smith Doyle and regained his sanity. I'll try. This is my first transformation, and I haven't mastered it well yet." Bronsky began to control his body, and after some effort he retreated from the image of Abomination back to Bronsky's own appearance. Obviously, Bruce Banner's Hulk is different from Bronsky's. Abomination also has only one consciousness and his power is limited. But Bruce Banner has two consciousnesses, and Hulk's power will be strengthened as his anger increases. It can be said that Hulk is a unique existence. After Bronsky changed back into human form, he ran towards the military personnel, while Smith Doyle turned his gaze to Hulk and rushed towards him. Hulk looked at Smith Doyle who was rushing towards him and shouted angrily, "Hulk, fight!" Hulk was also very angry. He didn't have a good impression of this person. Every time he came out, the other party would beat him. This was the second time. Hulk swung his fist and punched Smith Doyle. The two fists collided and caused a terrible explosion, which continuously shattered the remaining glass. At this moment, no one dared to stay in the center of the battle. Even Bronsky ran out of Broadway. Bronsky ran to a military vehicle and shouted, "This is Bronsky, connect me to General Ross." The soldiers didn't know Abomination, but that didn't mean they didn't know Bronsky. When they saw him running towards them naked, they immediately threw a military uniform to Bronsky and connected to General Ross. On the plane, Ross saw the scene of Abomination turning back into Bronsky through the broadcast of his soldiers, so he immediately answered Bronsky's call request. "Bronsky, what's going on with you?" Bronsky immediately said, holding the intercom, "General, I succeeded. Besides Hulk, the other big guy just now was me. I injected Bruce's internal substances, and after the transformation, my will controls this body. However, the first time you transform, you'll have a violent will. As long as you vent it, there won't be any effects. In fact, as long as you have a strong will and no one to disturb you, you can suppress the violent thoughts and return to normal." Bronsky was not stupid. He knew that his previous actions had definitely caused trouble, especially in a place full of people on Broadway. If he did not immediately prove his worth to Ross, he would definitely be sent to a military court after the battle. Even if he doesn't die in this life, he will be imprisoned for life. He doesn't want to be locked in a cage after becoming strong. Ross's eyes lit up when he heard Bronsky's words. Sure enough, his guess was right. He immediately said, "Come to my plane. It seems we need to have a good talk about your unauthorized injection." Bronsky immediately saluted. "Yes, General." Seeing that Bronsky was still the soldier after returning to his normal form, Ross nodded with satisfaction, but he still needed to test whether he was still a qualified soldier after transforming into the Hulk. While attacking Hulk, Smith Doyle provoked Hulk's emotions with words, making him even more angry. At the same time, The force of his attacks became stronger and stronger, but he controlled the strength so as not to scare Hulk directly. Smith was also worried that if he went all out and beat Hulk directly back, it would be difficult for him to have such a training opponent. After all, his strength had just improved greatly. At this moment, Smith Doyle has used up 500 points of combat power, which is almost more than the Kamehameha wave he used in the last fight, while Hulk has broken through the inhibitors in his body and reached 450 points with the help of anger. Roar! Hulk roared angrily. Every time he felt that he was about to surpass the enemy in front of him, but after his anger, the opponent's strength increased again, which made Hulk even more angry. He didn't believe that he could not beat the opponent. Ding, ding, ding. After several punches collided, Hulk took a few steps back, and after his injuries recovered, he rushed forward again. Smith Doyle crossed his arms, kicked Hulk to the ground, and said provocatively, "Go on, let me see your true strength." Hulk slammed his fists into the ground and roared, "Hulk!" In an instant, Hulk's body seemed to have grown larger, and his combat power instantly broke through from 450 points to 600 points. At the same time, he violently charged towards Smith Doyle with his shoulder. Boom! Smith Doyle, who didn't have time to show more strength, was knocked out and went straight through a building. Seeing that he had successfully knocked Smith Doyle away, Hulk excitedly patted his chest with his hands like a gorilla. Hulk, the strongest. Smith Doyle, who was knocked away, showed no sign of anger. He stood up from the ruins and said excitedly, "Good, that's it." Boom! Smith Doyle got angry and directly increased his combat power to 780 points. He rushed over and beat Hulk again. At this time, Ross was watching the battle between Hulk and Smith Doyle, and the camera had to be slowed down to see it. If you only relied on the naked eye, you couldn't even see when Smith Doyle appeared or when he launched an attack. You could only hear the loud noise when the two sides were fighting. Betty watched Bruce being beaten by Smith Doyle in the video and said to Ross, "Father, please help Banner." Ross turned to look at Betty and said, "What's on your mind?" "Don't worry, Smith Doyle won't kill Bruce Banner. Can't you see that Smith Doyle is testing the Hulk's strength, and maybe even helping Bruce Banner regain his sanity, just like Bronski?" Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 208, The Wealthy Universal Capsule Group. Chapter 208, The Wealthy Universal Capsule Group, Part 3. At this time, a soldier came over and reported, "Sir, Bronski has arrived below, and our people have found Bulma, the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group, and are inviting him to come over." After hearing the soldier's report, Ross said, "Land and pick up 2 people." Soon a helicopter landed from the sky and saw Bronski following the soldiers and Bulma being guarded by several people. Ross used the combat power detector to find that the combat power of the people guarding Bulma had all reached about 20 points. He couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the Universal Capsule Group. As for Bronski, his combat power did not improve significantly without the transformation. "Ms. Bulma, my helicopter might be a bit crowded with your entire team." Bulma saw that there were already many soldiers in the helicopter, so she said, "You two follow me up, the others stay here." Yes. The other werewolves stayed behind at Bulma's command, and Bulma boarded General Ross's helicopter with 2 werewolf guards and Bronski. As the helicopter rose, Ross let Bronski rest aside, and then started talking to Bulma. "Thank you very much for your help and that of Smith Doyle. If you hadn't been here, I don't know how this would have ended today." In response to Ross's words, Bulma smiled and said, "Smith Doyle is a superhero who does it for fun. After all, when faced with something like this, he won't just stand by and watch." Ross smiled and nodded, then asked, "When will your 2nd-generation combat power detector be released? I can't wait to upgrade." After all, the dangers are becoming increasingly severe, and the upper limit of 150 points is no longer sufficient. Hearing Ross's words, Bronski, who was sitting next to her, also looked at her curiously. He didn't expect that the combat power detector was actually sold by this girl's company, and he was also very curious about his combat power after transforming into Abomination. Bulma thought for a moment and said, "We already have a sales plan, and I think we'll be holding a product launch conference soon. However, Tony seems to be thinking of co-hosting an expo with us, so it might take some time." When Ross heard that Tony Stark had the idea of cooperating with Smith Doyle to open an expo, he nodded. However, the Universal Capsule Group currently only has 1 product, and he didn't know whether there would be any new products on the market. "I really look forward to your cooperation. The military will definitely send people to participate when the time comes." Then he changed the subject and asked, "Ms. Boomer, do you know what's going on with Smith Doyle and Bruce Banner? I see he's been controlling the tempo of the fight and has no intention of ending it. If his destructive moves were used on Broadway, the impact would be huge. Ross also remembered the trick Smith Doyle used to drive Hulk away in the previous battle. If it was used on Broadway, the entire street and even the 3 nearby blocks would be completely destroyed. This was not the kind of destruction caused by physical combat, smashing streets, walls, street lights, and glass, but razing 3 blocks to the ground. If they were to use that trick, they would need to relocate all the residents within 3 blocks, and if Smith Doyle were to make compensation, the Universal Capsule Group would probably suffer heavy losses. At this moment, Betty also looked at Bulma curiously. She was still very worried about Bruce's situation. Bulma thought for a moment and said, "I don't know the specific situation. But after fighting for so long, Smith Doyle should have his own plans. In a place like Broadway, Kamehameha shouldn't be used, otherwise we really have to release new products as soon as possible." After hearing Bulma's words, Ross realized that the other party's financial strength was beyond his expectations. What does it mean to release new products as soon as possible? It means that the damage caused is acceptable to the other party. At this moment, Ross really wanted to blame all the losses on Smith Doyle, but he knew that today's incident was caused by his soldier Bronsky, and it was impossible for Smith Doyle to take the blame. Moreover, if Smith Doyle puts the blame on someone who dares to call himself a capitalist, he will definitely be furious, and this is not what Ross wants to see. Ross nodded and said, "Hopefully Smith Doyle can finish his battle with Hulk as soon as possible." Betty then said, "Father, if you would let me go down, I can comfort Bruce." Ross simply chose to ignore Betty's words. He couldn't let his daughter take this risk, and he wanted to collect more information about Hulk and Smith Doyle. This battle was the best place to collect it. "Brinsky, it's time for us to talk." Bronsky looked at Bulma, indicating that there was an outsider here, and Bulma also said, "Or I'll let you go first." Ross waved his hand at Bronsky and said, "Don't worry, I believe in Ms. Bulma's character. She is the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group and will not disclose our conversation this time." Bulma looked at the 2 werewolf guards and said, "Keep today's events confidential and do not disclose them to anyone." The 2 werewolf guards nodded and said, "Yes." Looking at the 2 bodyguards following Bulma and obeying orders, Ross nodded secretly in his heart. Seeing this, Brinsky also explained directly, "Sir, I got the injection from Dr. Scent. He said he had a lot of Hulk blood. Through his research, more Hulks can be created. I was tempted and wanted to test the truth of what he said, so I asked him to give me the injection. As you all saw, I successfully transformed into the abomination. I also retained my sanity and was not as uncontrollable as Bruce Banner. As for the difference in appearance, it could be due to the previous super serum, or it could be due to the injection of the substance used by Bruce Banner after he transformed into the Hulk, which is different from Bruce Banner's mutation." Betty on the side covered her mouth. She didn't expect that the hatred was caused by Dr. Ernst's research. It turned out that Bruce was right to want to destroy those things. Ross was very interested. If all the warriors created were controllable, as Bronsky said, it would be a force that could sweep the world. "Tell me about the destruction you caused when you first transformed." Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 209 Bronsky and 039's Self-Preservation. Chapter 209 Bronsky's Self-Preservation. 4th update. Bronsky didn't hide anything. He still needed Ross to protect him, so he spoke directly. "I don't know if it's because of the super serum or if it's just a natural effect of Hulk's blood, but after I transformed, I was filled with violent thoughts that I wanted to vent through fighting. Originally, I wanted to rely on my own willpower to suppress it, and I think the possibility of success is very high. But because the transformation made a loud noise, it startled the surrounding soldiers. They attacked me recklessly, causing me to fail in suppressing that thought. Fortunately, I was able to vent those thoughts during the battle with Mr. Smith Doyle. Now that I've transformed, I won't have that kind of situation again." After hearing Bronsky's story, Ross nodded and said, "After this matter is over, I need you to transform and test it to ensure that in your other state, you are still Soldier Bronsky and not a tyrannical abomination." Brinsky shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." On the battlefield, Smith Doyle was now firing at full power, his momentum completely unleashed. Under his guidance, Hulk's combat power has reached 800 points. It can be said that Hulk's combat power has increased 4 times compared to his previous school days. Looking at Hulk's infinite improvement, Smith Doyle began to doubt which version of Hulk he was. If it was the Savage Hulk, then he could accumulate anger and improve infinitely, and the origin was a laboratory explosion, which was an accidental product. If it's Green Death Hulk or Four-Armed Hulk, the potential for growth is also very high, but if it's Immortal Hulk, it has to be related to Under All Things /Oba. But no matter which version it is, as long as it is the movie universe version, it is the weakest existence. After all, after the complete fusion of Hulk and Bruce Banner, the weakening is not a little bit. With Bruce Banner's rationality, it is difficult for Hulk to be infinitely angry. But in other versions, with the support of Dragon Ball FighterZ, Smith Doyle had no fear at all, only infinite fighting spirit. Looking at the entire destroyed street, Smith Doyle was not ready to play anymore. He fought with all his strength for a while, and released the inflated feeling brought by his increased strength. Smith Doyle put his hands together at his waist and made Kamehameha wave movements. The moment Hulk saw Smith's action in the photo, he immediately stopped, turned around and ran away without looking back, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Hulk, who had been hit by the Kamehameha wave once, still retained the memory of that moment. After seeing this move, he instantly woke up and ran away on the spot. At this moment, Ross on the plane was also shocked by Smith Doyle's actions. He was about to ask the pilot to evacuate quickly. When Smith Doyle saw Hulk turn around and run, he was stunned for a moment, but he soon figured it out. Now his full Kamehameha has a combat power of more than 2,000, which can really scare Hulk, who has a combat power of 800. Seeing that Hulk wisely ran away, Smith Doyle also dispersed the Kamehameha wave in his hand. As Smith Doyle dispersed the attack, everyone on the helicopter breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the troops mobilized by Ross finally arrived, and even the tanks drove onto Broadway. Betty, who witnessed Hulk's escape, breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he ran away. He will be safe for the time being. This way, she would not be killed by the enemy, nor would she be captured by her father. In her eyes, this was the best option. Seeing that the battle was over, Ross ordered, "Fly over and prepare to land." At this time, a soldier reported, "General, our troops have arrived at Broadway." Ross's troops have surrounded Broadway, but the battle is over, and Hulk escapes with just a few jumps. At this time, the helicopter landed and General Ross walked out, followed by Bulma, Betty and Brinsky. Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to see Bulma appear on Ross's side. Ross came up to Smith Doyle and said with a smile, "Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Smith Doyle. If you hadn't come, I don't know how today would have ended." As he spoke, General Ross extended his hands in sincere gratitude. If it weren't for Bronsky's incident, he would have reaped a lot of rewards today, but Bronsky's transformation and the subsequent transformation of Bruce Banner would have made him pay a heavy price. However, the current result is much better than the worst situation previously expected. Smith Doyle looked at Ross's outstretched hand and shook hands with him without refusing. He said, "I also want to thank you for taking care of Bulma. She is my baby. I would be very heartbroken if anything went wrong." When Bulma heard Smith Doyle call her a baby, she was very happy. She immediately ran over and hugged Smith's arm, and said that a black man took advantage of the chaos to rob them, but she shot him dead. Bulma didn't say she was using a laser gun, and Rose thought it was an ordinary lady's pistol, so she spoke directly, "Don't worry, Ms. Bulma. You were acting in self-defense. Killing this scum of society is fine. It's also considered getting rid of harm to the people." Smith Doyle looked at Ross, and then his eyes lit up. This man, who would become the Secretary of State and then the President of the United States, was actually a very good political resource, so he said, "In fact, I think the punishment for acts like robbery and rape should be increased, and the law should impose strict penalties. Especially those black people who came here illegally, they should be deported. Their existence is a serious waste of taxpayers' money." Ross had read Smith Doyle's information and naturally knew that he hated black people, so he said, "What Mr. Smith said makes a lot of sense. I can contact some members of Parliament and propose laws and policies in this regard. We will also raise our concerns with the Immigration Department, as those factors are indeed destabilizing factors for society." Seeing that Ross agreed very readily, Smith Doyle looked at him in surprise. If he wanted to go into politics in the future, he might be able to help him. After all, political donations are completely legal here. Smith Doyle had a friendly communication with Ross, and then the matter of Broadway Street was handed over to Ross to deal with, while he returned to the base with Bulma and the werewolf team. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 210 Smith Doyle, the God of the World. Chapter 210 God on Earth Smith Doyle, 5th update. The other side. Nick Fury now knows the whole story of the Broadway battle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents seem to have filmed a large amount of information before the military arrived, and at the same time confirmed that Smith Doyle let Bruce Banner go, which might be intentional. At this moment, Coulson was investigating the Skydome incident, and he had no intention of meeting Smith Doyle. He just picked up the phone and made a call. "Commander Hill, come to my office." After receiving the order, Hill came to Nick Fury's office. Looking at Hill who had arrived, Nick Fury said. Originally, Coulson was in charge of Smith Doyle's affairs, but he was just assigned to investigate the Sky Curtain incident today, so you have no choice but to make the trip. Nick Fury then took out a tablet computer with many photos and videos of Smith Doyle fighting the Abomination and the Hulk. I need you to go to Smith Doyle's base and test him to see if he is an alien. He's becoming more and more like the Superman in the comics, with his flying, steel body, laser eyes, and terrifying strength. With his Universal Capsule Group, he's even becoming a combination of Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne. Hill took the tablet and looked at it, then asked, "Sir, do you suspect he's a Kryptonian?" Nick Fury said, "He has too many abilities, which makes him look a bit different from the extraordinary people we know. Although I don't think he's an alien, isn't it true that in our line of work, we need to make bold assumptions and be careful about verification? Of course, you're just going over there to test the waters. Ask him about the Avengers and any ideas or plans he has. I'm planning to apply for a dedicated base for them." After hearing what Nick Fury said, Hill was speechless. Everyone in the senior management of SHIELD knew that Nick Fury had used the Avengers to frame Smith Doyle and Tony Stark. When Smith Doyle wanted to use his supervisory power, Nick Fury delayed it on the grounds that the Avengers had not yet been formally established. However, the higher the rank, the more powerful the person. Hill had no choice but to obey the order. "I will visit their base tomorrow." Nick Fury thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, I'd like to ask how much they know about the military's experiments. Also, does the Universal Capsule Group have any new products? Also, the combat effectiveness detector needs to be updated." Hill nodded and then left Nick Fury's office. As Hill left, Nick Fury took out Bruce Banner's information. If this guy can control his sanity, he can be included in the Avengers. It's quite rare to be able to withstand Smith Doyle's attack. In fact, Nick Fury also talked with his wife about Smith Doyle's identity. According to the Skrull's information, there is no similar race in the universe, let alone Krypton and Kryptonians, but there are Kree people. However, the other party's appearance is not consistent with that of humans, the difference is very obvious, and the blood is also blue. The Earth is getting busier and busier. Danvers might not be around for long. I'm going to need your help. Nick Fury took the pager out of his pocket, looked at it, and then put it back. The next day, Smith Doyle woke up and was eating breakfast while the TV was playing news related to him. Only one reporter reported, "Two giant green monsters appeared on Broadway last night and wreaked havoc all around them. The two photos behind me show the comparison of Broadway before and after the disaster. The direct losses reached over 1 billion yuan, and the indirect losses were as high as 10 billion yuan. Fortunately, our god was shopping with Bulma, the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group, at that time. They prevented the disaster from spreading further and ensured the safety of the people." At this time, the reporter brought out another photo. It was Bulma holding 2 ice creams and handing one of them to Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle was stunned when he saw this photo. He didn't even realize when he was secretly photographed, but he didn't care and continued watching the news. Now let's connect with a viewer who was at the event yesterday. He is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. A remote connection was quickly established, and reporters were also stationed at the hospital. "Mr. Bryan, what do you think about what happened yesterday? I heard you were hurt by it." At this time, the man named Bryan, with gauze wrapped around his head, took the microphone and said, "God, you are our God on earth. I will always support you." Looking at the excited Bryan, a reporter nearby asked, "Superman isn't very popular in comics. Why do you support Smith Doyle so much, sir?" The man showed a disdainful look, and then said, "What do you know? How can Superman compare to God? He couldn't even get his house back when the bank seized it. But I parked my car on Broadway yesterday, and that green monster slapped it and smashed it to pieces. But just today, the fund created by God contacted me immediately and wanted to make a claim for me. How could I not love such an existence? He is God, our own Superman." After hearing Bryan's discovery, the reporter said with regret, "Unfortunately, my car wasn't near Broadway, so I missed the opportunity to change cars. It seems that being a superhero is not easy. You need both ability and money. But currently our two superheroes, God and Iron Man, are both perfect incarnations." Watching the words on TV, Smith Doyle also smiled. He didn't care about the losses of ordinary people, and the military paid the most compensation this time. He was only responsible for the damage caused by his battle with Hulk, and in the future he would make a fortune from this. At this time, Fox came over and looked at Smith Doyle, who was eating breakfast, and said, "The fact that you took our little scientist out for ice cream is now known worldwide." Smith Doyle quipped, "What, are you jealous?" Fox rolled his eyes, licked his lips, and said, "If I want to eat, I'll eat your ice cream." Smith Doyle laughed and said, "It seems you want to eat me for breakfast." Fox came to Smith Doyle's side and did not do anything extra. Instead, he said seriously, "Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Agent Hill from SHIELD is here to visit you. It should be related to what happened yesterday. I've arranged for someone to take her to the visiting room. P.S. I will present 5 updates today, and will continue to work hard tomorrow. There will be no double monthly tickets this month, so book lovers don't have to wait. Those who have monthly tickets can vote for Pencil. Please strive to get 1,000 monthly tickets. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 211. Do you bleed? Is your blood red? Chapter 211. Do you bleed? Is your blood red? First update, reception room. Smith Doyle pushed the door open and walked in. He was a little surprised to see the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the way over, he was wondering where Coulson had gone. After all, it was Coulson who he had been dealing with all the time, and basically no other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had changed. "Hello, Agent Hill." When Hill saw Smith Doyle, he immediately greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Smith." Smith Doyle sat on the sofa, leaning back, looking at Hill and said, "I wonder what brings you here." Hill opened the folder he brought with him and said, "About what happened on Broadway last night." Hearing that Hill wanted to know about this matter, Smith Doyle didn't feel surprised at all. It was impossible for the other party to come here to find out about Dragon Ball. The military should issue a reliable report on the Broadway incident. You should contact General Ross for details. Hill took out a photo from the folder and said, "We will verify further with General Ross regarding the 2 Hulks that appeared. Now I would like to discuss your situation with you." Smith Doyle took the photo that Hill handed over, which was a picture of him shooting lasers from his eyes and destroying a car. At this time, Hill took out another photo, which was a photo of DC Comics Superman Clark Kent using laser eyes. Looking at the photo the other party handed over again, Smith Doyle said in surprise, "You think I'm Superman?" Hill took out several photos in a row, and each photo was accompanied by a comparison picture of the comic Superman, which included flying, a steel body that is not afraid of bullets, infinite strength, and incredible speed. "How about you cooperate with me and use your freezing breath again so I can take a picture for the record?" Smith Doyle's face darkened, and then he said, "Are you suspecting I'm a Kryptonian? Or are you planning to accuse me of a character from a comic book?" Looking at Smith Doyle, whose face darkened, Hill said, "I'm just a little curious, Mr. Smith, don't you think you have a lot in common with this Superman? Even the people have started calling you the god of the earth." Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said, "People are free to speak. Can you restrict them from calling me?" Hill did not refute, but said, "America guarantees freedom of speech to every citizen. But I'm a little curious, Mr. Smith, do you bleed? Is your blood red?" When Hill finished saying this, he immediately felt the gaze of death. A huge pressure emerged out of nowhere, making it difficult for him to even breathe. "Are you provoking me?" Under immense pressure, Hill spoke with difficulty. "That's a line Batman once said to Clark Kent." Smith Doyle raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said in a sarcastic tone, "What? Do you mistake SHIELD for Bruce Wayne? You don't really think I'm a Kryptonian, do you? Or do you think I'm like the one in the comics, with a weakness like kryptonite, and that you, SHIELD, just happen to have this weakness?" As the pressure dissipated, Hill smiled awkwardly and then said, "I just felt inspired by the plot in the comics. After all, Mr. Smith Doyle has a social security record, so he's certainly not an alien." However, when Smith Doyle was born, the Assassin's League processed his identity and naturally also processed his social security, which even had his medical records before he was 18 years old. Although he was adopted by the Assassin's League, he did not leave the American social system. Before coming here, Hill had naturally looked at Smith Doyle's information, including social security, but the other party's parents are still in doubt. 19 years have passed, and SHIELD has not found Smith Doyle's parents. Smith Doyle did not force Hill to save face, but instead said, "Agent Hill, you didn't come here just to tell me about Superman in the comics, did you? Although our abilities are similar, I can't become stronger just by basking in the sun. It's really enviable to talk about such an ability." Hill said that this was just to complete the mission. She did not think that Smith Doyle was an alien. Although some of his abilities were very similar, Krypton was just a product of comics and could not enter reality. Moreover, SHIELD had all the records of Smith Doyle from childhood to adulthood. These records are not collected by S.H.I.E.L.D. since Smith Doyle was a child, but all the traces left after the Assassin's League registered Smith Doyle's identity information. The files even contain Smith Doyle's blood type information and medical records. S.H.I.E.L.D. just doesn't understand when Smith Doyle started to become so inhuman. The only clear point of change is when he took over the Assassin's League. Hill said, currently, SHIELD is preparing to apply to the Security Council for a piece of land to build an Avengers base. Mr. Smith is one of the proposed personnel. I'd like to ask if he has any good suggestions regarding the formation of the Avengers Alliance and the base. When Smith Doyle heard that SHIELD was going to apply for funding on the grounds of the Avengers, his first reaction was that this guy Black Salted Egg wanted to embezzle money. As we all know, in the movies, SHIELD never gave the Avengers a base building, and all of them were private sponsorships from Tony Stark. I just don't know whether Nick Fury applied for this funding in the original book, or whether the funding was embezzled by the other party. It hasn't been formed yet. Then when will my supervisory authority take effect? Honestly, an organization as large as SHIELD is incredibly inefficient. I'm very suspicious of corruption and malfeasance within it. When it's confirmed, please let me know. I'm going to bring the auditors to investigate thoroughly. As for the Avengers base, it naturally needs to be as large as possible, with the most comprehensive equipment possible, including satellites, warships, and fighter jets. As the saying goes, rations and fodder must be sent before the troops move. Logistics personnel, communications support personnel, and medical rescue personnel must all be deployed. Smith Doyle didn't care whether Hill was serious or not. He asked for everything he needed. He even said that if necessary, the Avengers needed to be equipped with intercontinental missiles and nuclear strike capabilities. Since the Avengers were facing possible extraterrestrial civilizations, they must be equipped with the Earth's top weapons. As for the personnel composition, the core combat effectiveness should be based on his and Tony's standards, and at least the combat effectiveness tester should be off the charts. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 2:12 Why doesn't he go to heaven? The director can indeed go to heaven. Chapter 2:12 Why doesn't he go to heaven? The director can indeed go to heaven. Part 2. Hill carefully recorded Smith Doyle's opinions. I will report all the conditions you mentioned to the director and apply for conditions with the Security Council. Once the base application is approved, we will inform you and Tony Stark as soon as possible. As for the other conditions you mentioned, we will also carefully consider them. Looking at Hill's serious expression, Smith Doyle was stunned for a moment. I was just talking casually, but you look like you want to be serious? It's such a pity that such a talented person was taken offline because of the Black Braised Egg's outrageous operation. Smith Doyle extended his hand and said, Agent Hill, I like your work ethic. Then a common gold coin of the Assassin Brotherhood appeared in Smith Doyle's palm, and with a flick of his thumb, it flew onto the table in front of the other party. This is a gold coin for wax bath qualification. It's for you. But you have to bear the cost yourself. Looking at the gold coin spinning on the table, Agent Hill took it in his hand. Thank you. But considering my salary, it's not cheap. I hope the Bureau can reimburse me. Of course, it would be best if it wasn't used that day. The wax bath gold coins are just a place, and the treatment fees still need to be paid. Agent Hill did not refuse and put them directly into his pocket. The two then exchanged a few words, and Agent Hill took his leave. Hill returned to the Trident Tower and reported his conversation to Nick Fury. After listening to Hill's report, Nick Fury was so angry that he laughed. He also wants to check S.H.I.E.L.D.'s accounts. What else does he want to do? I think he wants to go to heaven. Hill said, Commander, Smith Doyle has the ability to fly. Nick Fury's face darkened after being choked by Hill, and he immediately complained. And his application for intercontinental missiles and nuclear stockpiles. How can the Avengers be considered the next SHIELD? These requests are all dismissed. Seeing this, Hill put down the documents in his hand and nodded. Yes, Director. Watching Hill leave the office, Nick Fury took the document and looked at the application information recorded on it. After thinking for a while, Nick Fury added some conditions and reported it to the Security Council. A few days later, General Ross is dealing with Bronski's affairs. He is preparing to remove him from this matter and put all the blame on Hulk for the destruction of Broadway. At the same time, he wants to award Bronski as a war hero. After returning to the military base, Ross tested Bronski's transformation. As the other party said, Bronski was still the master of the body after the transformation. He did not lose his mind like Bruce Banner, so he was determined to protect the other party. However, he was very dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s taking advantage of his misfortune and the Security Council's desire to do something hateful. However, an international convention has been signed regarding extraordinary events, and it is indeed SHIELD that is responsible. That day in a food truck, after investigating the Skydome incident to no avail, Coulson took charge of matters concerning the Abomination, and Nick Fury's order was not to accept this guy, the Abomination. In addition, Nick Fury reported the Broadway incident, and now Ross can be said to be in a state of panic. Agent Sidwell was drinking coffee in the dining car when Coulson walked in and sat in front of him. Agent Sidwell put down his coffee and said, "Are you hungry? They make great pancakes." Sidwell looked at the troubled Coulson and asked, "Not going so well, was it?" Coulson nodded and said, "Yeah, it wasn't going very well." Sidwell asked, "Did they reject the director's application?" Coulson said, "Of course not. They agreed to the director's application, but they made the most stupid and ill-considered request I could think of. They want Brinsky on the team." Sidwell was surprised. "Hate?" Coulson laughed and said, "He doesn't like us calling him that." Sidwell asked, "That Broadway incident?" Coulson said, "They were going to pin it on Banner, and Ross did the same thing. He's not the guy we want to recruit. But the Security Council feels that Brinsky is a war hero. They want to cooperate with Ross to have Brinsky acquitted and also add him to the military-industrial roster. But the director reported this to the higher-ups, and Ross is now in a state of panic." Sidwell said, "Does the Security Council think Brinsky is in our hands?" Coulson looked at Sidwell and asked, "What's your clearance level?" Sidwell laughed. "Interesting, it's level 6. Same as you." Seeing Coulson fall silent, Sidwell said helplessly, "Please, is this level 7? But Sidwell was wrong. The intelligence message was level 6, Coulson said after 2 seconds of silence. "Brinsky is currently under General Ross's jurisdiction." Sidwell asked, "What does Director Fury think? Is he planning to recruit Bronsky?" Coulson explained, "Of course not, but he couldn't ignore the clear instructions of a World Security Council. So we have to make sure the director doesn't have to ignore it, as long as General Ross doesn't release them." Sidwell asked, "So how can we do that?" Coulson said, "I have no idea, but we need to send a contact to the general within 24 hours to tell him we need Bronsky." Sidwell said, "Then according to the instructions of the Security Council, we must send one of our men to General Ross to ask for this Brinsky we don't want." Coulson nodded and said, "Correct." Sidwell thought for a moment, then said, "I have an idea. Let's send a fool to mess this up, someone who can ruin this thing, someone so incompetent that General Ross is unwilling to hand over Brinsky. And I'm perfect for the role of this goofball." Coulson nodded and said, "You're the best. You acted so well. Actually, when it comes to fool, I have someone more suitable in mind. A man perfectly suited to irritating the general and making him defend Bronsky to the death. And our director wants General Ross to suffer misfortune. If Bronsky can be saved, it will make some of his operations more convenient. A man who is arrogant, annoying, and has a complete disdain for those in power, a man who is capable of offending the general to the extreme." Sidwell thought for a moment and asked, "Is it the gentleman who wants to be an inspector, or the gentleman who wants to be an advisor?" Coulson said, "Of course it's the one who wants to be an advisor. Our overseer just helped General Ross clean up the mess on Broadway. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 213 Adamantium. Chapter 213 Adamantium, first update, the next day. Because of the Brinsky and Broadway incidents, the troubled General Ross came to a bar and prepared to have a couple of drinks to change his mood. At this time, Tony pushed open the door of the bar and walked in, coming in front of General Ross. "I smell steel, beer, and frustration. General, you know I don't like to say, 'I told you so,' but that super soldier project wasn't shelved for a reason. Apart from Smith Doyle, I always think that hardware equipment is more reliable. I heard that you are a little worried about Brinsky's problem." Ross, with a cigar in his mouth, turned around and said, "Stark." Tony responded, "General." Ross said, "Are you planning to sell your Iron Man suit? If you release it, I will immediately send someone to purchase it." Hearing Ross's words, Tony Stark said, "No, no, no. I am Iron Man, and Iron Man is me. How could I sell myself? This is illegal in America. I came here to help you solve your problems, not to create them." Ross's expression became serious at this time, and he said, "How do you want to help me?" Tony Stark approached Ross and whispered his plan. "You want to keep Brinsky? No problem. I will get all the congressmen I support to support you, including my former connections in the Air Force, Navy, and Army. Although you will inevitably pay a price in the end, you will definitely achieve what you want. But I heard that the military has a material called adamantium, and it's not sold to the public. I need this material." When Ross heard Tony think of adamantium, he immediately knew what Tony was thinking. "I'll help you get the materials. Although the price is high, considering your wealth, it won't be a problem at all. But you need to help me persuade the others to ensure that Bronsky stays with me and is not taken away." Tony raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Deal, but we need to put on a show." Tony didn't care about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrangements. He came to see General Ross this time more for the adamantium alloy, which was used to build his new suit or the anti-Smith Doyle suit. Of course, the anti-Hulk suit also needed to be arranged. The two hit it off immediately, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. received news that Tony and Ross's meeting was not pleasant. Tony even bought the hotel and planned to blow it up on Thursday. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request for Brinsky was also rejected by Ross. Assassin's League. At this time, the Assassin's League once again began construction work in full swing. The construction of the 3,000-meter-high Kellen Tower has begun, and a large amount of stone has been pulled into the base. At the same time, Selena brought the Vampire Clan to New York. All branches of the Vampire Clan highly recognized Selena's contribution, and even pushed Selena to the position of clan leader. After all, Selena solved the most fatal weakness of the Vampire Clan. However, when it was proposed to join the Assassin's League, not all vampires agreed with this plan. Naturally, all opponents were suppressed by Selena and Marcus, because this incident wasted time. After the suppression by the two, all the vampires now have a unified opinion and all agree to join the Assassin's League and be loyal to Smith Doyle. Inside the auditorium, Selena and Marcus led all the vampire leaders and key managers. Vampires outnumbered werewolves by a significant margin, but the auditorium was large enough for all to attend. It could seat 30,000. I, Selena, the leader of the Blood Clan, lead the entire Blood Clan and, in the presence of all the members of the Assassin's League, swear my loyalty to Smith Doyle. I will be forever loyal to you. I, Marcus, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, swear my loyalty to Smith Doyle in the presence of all the members of the Assassin's League. I will be loyal to you forever. All the vampires present swore allegiance to Smith Doyle, cut their fingers, signed their names and pressed their fingerprints on a piece of parchment. Fox picked up the parchment with the signed contract and handed it to Smith Doyle. Looking at the parchment in his hand that represented the allegiance contract, Smith Doyle looked at the vampire below and said, I accept your allegiance. From now on, the vampires and werewolves will become the gatekeepers of the Assassin's League, and will be protected by me and the Assassin's League. The war between the two tribes will come to an end from now on. Seeing Smith Doyle accept their allegiance, everyone smiled. At Smith Doyle's signal, all the vampires stood up. Gunsmith, pharmacist. The training of this batch of vampires will be left to you the same as before. Everyone must understand the mission and code of conduct of the Assassin's League. Once they have passed the assessment, they will be assigned to the Assassin Brotherhood. A vampire will be assigned to each Assassin Brotherhood hotel to be responsible for security and special events there. The gunsmith and the pharmacist received the order and said, Yes, Chief. Smith Doyle also made arrangements for the Vampire Clan, which Selena and others called themselves the Blood Clan. With their joining, the Assassin Brotherhood would be more relaxed in verifying the authenticity of intelligence. With just some blood, they could read the other party's memory. Through memory, unless the information obtained by the other party is false, it will be difficult for others to deceive them through false information. For Smith Doyle, through this ability of the vampires, it is easier for him to obtain the secrets of this world. He only needs to collect some blood. As long as the other party falls into their hands, no secrets will be hidden. With the oath over, Selena and Marcus brought Smith Doyle to a huge cage covered with black cloth. The cage was made of a special alloy and was very sturdy. Selena tore off the black cloth, revealing the creature inside. There was a giant wolf inside, whose size was much larger than a normal werewolf. As the black cloth was torn off, the giant wolf inside roared at everyone. Marcus stepped forward and explained, Chief, this is my brother William, he is also the ancestor of werewolves. But for some reason, he lost his sanity after being infected, and he hasn't transformed into a human in over 1,000 years. But the werewolves he infected can transform back into ordinary people after becoming werewolves. Looking at the werewolf ancestor William in front of him, Smith Doyle nodded, Leave this matter to us. I'll have Bulma and Melina research and find a way to transform him back into his original form. Marcus thanked. I'm counting on you, Chief. I hope my brother can regain his sanity one day. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 214, Two Products of the Universal Capsule Group. Chapter 214, Two Products of the Universal Capsule Group, Part 2. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Smith Doyle had just come out of the gravity room for exercise when he ran into Bulma and Fox, who came looking for him. Looking at the two people who appeared, Smith Doyle asked, What's matter? Bulma said, Pepper Potts from Stark Industries contacted us and invited us to participate in the Stark Industries Expo and wanted to include our product launch there. When Smith Doyle heard it was the Stark Industries Expo, he thought about it and agreed. Then get together and remember to ask Pepper Potts to give us enough stage time. Bulma nodded and continued, this time we are planning to release 2 products. One is the second-generation combat effectiveness tester. This time, the upper limit of combat effectiveness testing has been increased to 500 points, and video recording and cloud upload functions have been added. Another product is a hover car. I have already built one by hand and can use it for display. The main reason is that I find it inconvenient to travel and take a bus here. When Smith Doyle heard that Bulma had hand-built a hover car, he was a little surprised at first, but considering that hover cars seemed to have already entered thousands of households in the Dragon Ball world, this thing might be simpler than a combat power tester in Bulma's eyes. These 2 products are enough for us to steal the show at the Stark Expo. Bulma also smiled and nodded, and at this time Fox on the side also began to report. During this period, with the addition of werewolves and vampires, our assassin brotherhood has gained a lot of information about evil forces. In Southeast Asia, a large number of cyber fraud syndicates, organ smuggling, and human trafficking organizations have emerged in northern Myanmar, Laos, and Thailand. Currently, a large number of assassins have been commissioned to carry out assassinations. We have also dispatched members to ensure that these local forces are eliminated. Smith Doyle heard this and said, we need to focus on cracking down on and rectifying this gray industry. We can't crack down on it once and then have it spring up again like mushrooms after rain. Except for Thailand, it seems that there are no assassin brotherhoods in those countries. In that case, we should establish assassin brotherhoods in the capitals of several major countries and carry out a continuous crackdown and elimination against these industries. We will eliminate them one by one if they show up, so that they dare not engage in this industry anymore. When necessary, we can choose to cooperate with local armed forces or the government to prevent this kind of thing from happening from the top. Fox nodded and said, we're already selecting locations. We'll establish corresponding assassin brotherhoods in those countries to take on the task of eliminating local evil forces. 34111. After hearing Fox's arrangement, Smith Doyle nodded with satisfaction. With these 4 people, the local assassin brotherhood could basically control the situation. If someone could overthrow an assassin brotherhood at this time, the Assassins' League would definitely send people to destroy the enemy with a sweeping force. I am very satisfied with your arrangement. The work of cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil cannot stop. What's the situation with General Ross now? Fox looked through the documents and reported, General Ross paid a huge price to protect Brinsky this time. Based on the intelligence you provided and our personnel's analysis, he may need to give up his position after this term. However, Brinsky, who he protected, is completely at his command. If he leaves, he will follow. According to our discussions, General Ross will enter politics after leaving office. With Brinsky as his leverage, his starting point will be high. With our support, he hopes to use the Secretary of State position as a springboard to run for president after 2 terms. Also, General Ross plans to devote his full efforts to forming a Thunderbolt squad composed of extraordinary individuals during his final 3 years in the military. He hopes to gain our support. General Ross offered suggestions to various departments regarding the deportation of illegal immigrants and increasing the severity of sentences for crimes like robbery and rape. However, because it was primarily a military initiative, the results, while there were some, were not as good as expected. Regarding this policy, General Ross believes that he will be able to better promote legislation in this area after entering politics. Also, the small town of Harrison, Arkansas, would like to invite you to give a speech. They really worship you as a god on earth. Smith Doyle thought for a moment and then said, strengthen your relationship with General Ross. Remember to send an invitation to the military for this expo. Also, since he wants our support for forming the Thunderbolt Special Forces, ask him about his specific ideas. It can't be that he took a fancy to Bulma's bodyguards last time and wanted to take them all over. We can support 1 or 2 people in the formation of the Thunderbolt Special Forces, but that's all. We can't rely on our people to form the backbone of the team. As for policy matters, this is a long-term investment that cannot be resolved in the short term, so we are not in a hurry. Also, if you have free time, you can go to Harrison Town. In fact, Smith Doyle is not a white supremacist group, he just hates black dogs. If this group of people are killed, there will definitely be some innocent people, but if every other person is killed, there will definitely be some that slip through the net. They should be whipped and forced to go to work. Also, while Kalen Tower is not yet established, Fox and you, along with John Wick, should consult the immortal Kalen more often. You will gain a lot. Remember to bring some delicious fish. Remember to ask all the uncles to visit. Once Kalen Tower is established, it won't be so easy to ask for advice. For these high-ranking members of the League of Assassins and John Wick who joined, their combat effectiveness has all exceeded the limit through the gravity chamber, and X and his son Cross, who have bloodline abilities, have improved even more rapidly. On the contrary, after the Red Guard Alexei lost weight, his combat effectiveness increased for a period of time but then completely stagnated. What they need to learn next is the use of chi, and in this regard, Sage Karen is a very good teacher. Fox nodded. I'll inform everyone to visit the immortal Karen. After all, this cat immortal's combat power has reached a terrifying 190 points. Obviously, Fox has used the second-generation combat power tester to test the combat power of the Karen immortal. After all, it cost a huge amount of financial and material resources to build the Karen Tower for a cat. Fox couldn't help but be curious about what kind of abilities this cat has. After all, the other blue cat, Pool, did not get this treatment. P.S. There will be 2 more updates before 12 o'clock. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 215 Expo. Chapter 215 Expo, Part 3, The Other Side. Tony Stark's beach house. At this time, Tony leaned on the sofa and listened to Pepper Potts' report. The Universal Capsule Group has agreed to attend our expo and has confirmed that they will announce 2 products on the spot. Tony was not surprised. He looked up at Pepper Potts and said, I know Smith won't refuse our request. Then he thought about how he hadn't found a new replacement element yet because of his failure in the Dragon Ball battle. If things continued like this, he might only have less than a year left. He stood up, opened his arms, and said, This time, I will hold an unprecedented Stark Industries Expo. I will hold this expo for a whole year and invite top companies from all over the world to participate in this grand event. Hearing that Stark was going to hold it for a whole year, Pepper Potts was stunned for a moment and quickly dissuaded him. Tony, in previous years we only held this event for a month at most. Isn't a year too long? Are there really so many products that it's worth holding a meeting for a whole year? Pepper Potts didn't know that Tony had a health problem, so she didn't understand Tony's behavior. Tony plans to make further efforts in the coming days to see if he can find a new direction, or invite companies from all over the world through this expo to give himself some inspiration. Of course, he has another choice, which is to not use his iron armor for the next year, wait for the next revival of Dragon Ball and participate in the second Dragon Ball Championship. At that time, he will bring his new armor, win the championship and ask Shenlong for help. But if you want to develop a more powerful battlesuit, how can you do it without using it? This time we want to invite all the world's top companies and give them enough space and time to showcase themselves, rather than bringing them all together at the same time, so the duration is extended. And a full year is enough time for the world's top companies to bring their products to an exhibition. And precisely because no one has done it for such a long time, it is even more unprecedented. We own the venue and provide everything. If we run out of materials, we just need to purchase more. Seeing Tony's persistence, Pepper Potts had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll do as you say. Speaking of the opening ceremony, Tony was planning to find a group of hot girls to perform a steel show on stage. Thinking of this, Tony thought of Smith Doyle again. Tony took out his cell phone and called Smith directly, and the call was connected immediately. Smith Doyle was in the gravity room at this time, and Poole was standing outside. Master Smith, your phone is calling Tony. Hearing that it was Tony Stark calling, Smith Doyle stopped exercising and walked out of the gravity area. Hi, Tony. Hey, Smith. As the call was connected, Tony said, Smith, I have some ideas for the opening ceremony of the expo. When the time comes, I want you to come on stage with me from thousands of miles high, and then fly down and land directly on the stage. I will arrange 2 groups of hot girls to dance with me. One of them will wear a steel suit and do a hot dance. What do your dancers think about their outfits? After hearing about the dancers' attire, Smith Doyle thought for a moment and said, Let them wear martial arts uniforms. I'll send you the styles later. Tony was not surprised to hear that Smith chose to let his dancers wear martial arts uniforms. After all, he couldn't wear a Superman uniform. After all, Smith was not the son of Krypton. Tony nodded and said, Then it's settled. I'll arrange the personnel. They'll definitely be beautiful women, and their dancing moves will definitely be hot. As his good friend, Tony planned for the 2 of them to show off together. At that time, they would both fly from the sky to the stage at the same time. One would represent the most advanced technology of mankind, and the other would represent the most advanced body of mankind. This would definitely make this expo unprecedented. With the matter finalized, Tony hung up the phone and soon received a photo of the martial arts uniform. Smith Doyle was thinking about Tony Stark at this moment. Because of the defeat in the battle for Dragon Ball, the time for Tony to find the new element should not be far away, but he was not going to give this favor to Black Egg. This expo is a good opportunity. As for Ivan Vanko, he did not show up in the last battle for Dragon Ball and did not contact John Wick. Smith was not sure what changes had taken place with this whiplash. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, which was scheduled for the evening. At this moment, Smith Doyle and Tony Stark were on a plane, while Bulma and Fox had already arrived at the event site. On the transport plane, Tony, wearing the latest Mark series armor, looked at the night view below and the fireworks that were about to rise, and said to Smith Doyle, "Hey guys, it's our turn." At this moment, Rhodes' voice reached the cabin. "Winds 30 miles per hour, altitude 15,000 feet. You may now enter the landing zone." As the belly hatch of the transport plane opened, Tony, wearing his iron armor, ran forward a few steps and then flew down directly from a high altitude, while Smith Doyle flew out using the flying technique. At this moment, the two of them represent the most advanced technology and the most advanced physical body on Earth, respectively, and each shows their own strength. As the two flew, brilliant fireworks were set off at the expo below. Smith Doyle nimbly dodged the various fireworks that were shot up, and even appeared more dazzling under the reflection of the fireworks. Tony was unlucky as some of the missiles hit his armor. Tony kept spinning in the air, and after a few flying moves, he knelt on one knee in the standard posture of Iron Man and landed in the center of the stage of the expo. At the same time, Smith Doyle landed on the other side of the stage. Tony Stark and Smith Doyle both opened their arms, enjoying the cheers from the crowd below, and behind them were 20 hot girls, 10 of them wearing Iron Man suits, and the other 10 wearing martial arts uniforms, showing off their graceful figures and dancing hot dances behind the two of them. The stage beneath Tony's feet quickly unfolded and transformed into 4 robotic arms that removed Tony's armor. Tony, dressed in a suit, stood at the front of the stage, waving to the audience as the music played. He pointed his finger to one side, then stretched out his arm and waved in the other direction, looking extremely cocky and showing off. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 216, The Two Peaks of Humanity. Chapter 216, The Two Peaks of Humanity. Fourth update. The crowd in the audience shouted the two people's names: Tony, Tony, Tony. Smith, Smith, Smith. Iron Man. God. The audience in the audience was extremely enthusiastic and the scene was very lively. At this moment, General Ross, who was in the audience, looked at the two people on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. They both look so glamorous at all times. Bronsky on the side said, "They both represent the two most outstanding fields on Earth, technology and the physical body." General, to be honest, I haven't fought Iron Man yet. I don't know how his technological prowess compares to Smith Doyle's. In Bronsky's opinion, since Tony failed to defeat Bruce Banner, he naturally cannot defeat his transformed self. Now the only person he admires is Smith Doyle. Ross didn't pay attention to Bronsky's remarks, but said, "You are all heroes. Perhaps we will fight side by side together in the future." Ross had secured war hero status for Bronsky and had him added to the roster of military honors, though the price was that his tenure in the position would be his last, rather than a lifetime tenure like his colleagues. As the song ended, the hot girl in the cos role also left the stage, leaving only Smith Doyle and Tony Stark on the stage. As the host, Tony started the interactive mode. "Hey, it's good to be back. It looks like everyone missed us. Let's blow something up." Looking at the excited crowd below, Tony said with a smile, "Okay, I was just joking. In this world, there is such a friend. He has saved me from danger many times and given me the opportunity to be reborn from the ashes. He is a superhero, a god, and even called the god of the world. He is also the second largest individual shareholder of Stark Industries and the chairman of the Universal Capsule Group. He's my friend, Smith Doyle." At this time, the light shone on Smith Doyle next to Tony Stark. Looking at the crowd cheering again below, Smith Doyle waved to express his gratitude to all parties. Smith Doyle opened his arms and gave Tony Stark a brief hug, while also observing Tony's body. The palladium poisoning was already quite serious, and there were already some marks on his neck. Tony put a hand on Smith Doyle's shoulder, then looked at the people in the audience and said, "I just thought about it. I didn't say that the long-term peace that the world has finally maintained over the years is because of me. I didn't say that no one in the world has ever been reborn like a phoenix rising from the ashes like me. I never said that the US government can enjoy its leisure time because no one in the world dares to challenge me in a one-on-one battle at my peak." As Tony said these 3 words, there was a loud cheer from the audience. Compared to Smith Doyle, who was a superhero out of interest, Tony spent more time on helping people. The most obvious thing was that the public security in several nearby cities centered on his home had indeed improved a lot. Tony continued, Of course, this isn't just about me, it's also about my good friend Smith Doyle. Because of the two of us, world peace has been maintained, and no one dares to start a war lightly. As Tony finished speaking, the audience shouted Smith and Tony's names again. Listening to the cheers, whistles, and declarations of love from the audience, Tony made a quiet gesture and put his hands behind his back. Of course we are not important, and neither are you. None of us are important. What is important is inheritance and what we should leave for the future. So starting tomorrow, for the first time since 1974, the best talent from different countries and companies around the world, I will provide them with management resources, share their common vision, and create a better future, so we are not important. So, all I want to say is, welcome back to Stark Industries Expo. A special guest will return from the past to explain it all to you. Please welcome my father, Howard. As Tony finished speaking, Howard's video began playing on the big screen behind him. At this time, Tony walked to the side of the stage and came to Smith Doyle's side. How's it going? Did today's opening set the whole audience on fire? Hearing Tony's words, Smith smiled and said, "It seems you were planning to bleed heavily this time." At this time, Tony took out a detector from his pocket, pressed his thumb down, and soon the instrument gave the data. The blood toxicity was 39%. Tony did not avoid Smith, and the scene in front of him also fell into Smith's eyes. Obviously, due to the frequent use of the battle suit, Tony's condition is even more serious than in the original. As the video finished playing, Tony and Smith also walked off the stage, leaving it to the host to commentate. When he came backstage, Tony did not leave immediately, but looked at Smith. But on the stage, Smith gestured to Tony, indicating that he had something to discuss later. "Tony, it seems your palladium poisoning is quite severe. Do you have any ideas for a new element to replace it with?" Tony shook his head and said, "I tried all the elements and couldn't find an alternative. Besides, the next Dragon Ball battle is in a year, and I'm not sure if I can hold on until then." Smith Doyle looked at Tony, thought for a moment, and then said, "There's a treatment cabin in my base. It can clear the toxins from your body all at once, but it's only a temporary solution. You'll need to find new replacement elements to avoid being poisoned again." Smith Doyle knew very well that even if he could remove the toxins from Tony's body and even take out the shrapnel, if Tony continued to use the arc reactor, he would be poisoned again. Tony's eyes lit up and he said, "This is awesome, man. You should have told me about this fun thing earlier. I can't wait to experience it. As long as I can clear the toxins from my body all at once, I'll have enough time to conduct research. I believe I can find the right direction." Although Tony was very confused, it was more because of the urgency of time. On the one hand, he had to be a superhero, which accelerated his poisoning. On the other hand, he also had to research new battle suits and new arc reactors. He did not have enough time. But now, Smith Doyle gave him a solution to temporarily solve the trouble in his body. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 217 New Product Release. Chapter 217 New Product Release. First update, the scene of the Stark Industries Expo. At this moment, Smith Doyle and Tony Stark both returned to the audience, and the person standing on the stage was none other than Bulma, the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group. On the screen behind Bulma, the video of the Universal Capsule Group's LG was playing. Bulma said, "I am very happy to be invited by Mr. Tony Stark to participate in this expo and to be the first to showcase our products to the public on this big stage." Over the past year, combat effectiveness testers have become a global phenomenon, gaining trust and support from a wide range of parties, from the military and government agencies to private companies and wealthy individuals. At the same time, based on the feedback from buyers, we have launched the second-generation combat effectiveness detector. Compared to the first-generation product, the combat power detection limit of the second-generation combat power detector has reached 500 combat power points. Hearing that the upper limit had reached 500 points, the ordinary people below all exclaimed in surprise. You know, it is difficult for them to even meet someone with a combat power of 20 points. But according to Bulma's words, the military or government agencies are no longer satisfied with the combat power upper limit of 150 points. What does this mean? It means that the country has a combat capability of over 150 points. Are the real strong ones really all in government agencies? General Ross, who was sitting below at this time, nodded in satisfaction when he heard that the combat power detection limit had been raised to 500 points. It was more than 3 times the previous level, which should be enough. Brinsky murmured, "I don't know how much combat power I can achieve after I transform." General Ross, holding an unlit cigar in his mouth, said, "Buy it and test it, and you'll know your situation." Actually, I'm more curious about Smith Doyle's combat effectiveness. As he spoke, Ross looked at Smith Doyle, who was sitting and talking and laughing with Tony. On the other side, Carlson from SHIELD also came to the scene. Before the expo started, he knew that the Universal Capsule Group had brought 2 products, one of which was a combat power detector. To be honest, SHIELD still does not have anyone with a combat power exceeding 150 points. However, he was also sure that it was definitely Ross who made this request. After all, the other party had seen Hulk, Abomination and Smith Doyle at full power. Hearing the exclamation from below, Bulma continued to introduce, in addition to increasing the combat power detection limit, we have also added a video recording function. As long as the wearer needs it, the combat power detector will start recording and record the beautiful things you need to record. The combat effectiveness detector is also linked to the satellite terminal and database, allowing recorded videos to be uploaded to the cloud with a single click, making it easy to access at any time in the future. Everyone is very satisfied with these 2 functions, especially for military personnel and personnel from special departments. With this function, when they find special personnel, they can turn on the recording and uploading functions, and allow logistics personnel to search for the other party's information based on the video at the first time. After the functions of the second-generation combat effectiveness detector were introduced, everyone at the scene immediately applauded. Pa. Bulma then announced the price. Compared with the first-generation combat effectiveness tester, the price of the second-generation combat effectiveness tester is $499 million, an increase of $199 million. However, it is obvious that compared with the first generation that covers all groups, the second-generation combat effectiveness tester is more targeted at special agencies such as the military, CIA, and SHIELD. Tony looked at Bulma on the stage and said with a smile, "You've finally decided to launch the second generation of your product. Remember to send me the customized module as soon as possible. Also, why are you willing to let Bulma go on stage this time? Aren't you afraid that someone will poach her?" Smith Doyle smiled and said, "You're going to my place later anyway, so you can just take her away. Besides, Bulma is almost 18, so it's time for her to step up to the front desk." Bulma continued, "At the last product launch conference, our chairman, Mr. Smith Doyle, once said that the mission of the Universal Capsule Group is to change the lifestyles of thousands of households and make life more convenient for everyone. Today, we bring a new product." At this time, the lights hit the side of the stage, and a car covered with black cloth appeared here. As the robotic arm tore off the black cloth covering the car body, a car floating in the air appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the floating car in front of him, Tony was also stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, "You actually came up with this? My dad also tried this direction before, but gave up after failing." At a previous expo, Howard also created a floating car, but just a few seconds after its debut, the car fell from the air and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Bulma continued to introduce, floating cars can effectively avoid road congestion and divert traffic. The hovering car has no wheels, and the higher it hovers, the faster it goes, which is the opposite of a traditional car. Bulma then introduced many parameters of the hover car, including power, flight altitude, and safety performance. Finally, he got on the hover car and demonstrated it to everyone on the spot. At this moment, everyone saw a car flying above their heads. It was flying at lightning speed, more efficient than a car, and more convenient, faster and safer than a small helicopter. The release of the hover car immediately ignited everyone present. After all, there were many more ordinary people at the expo than military personnel or even personnel from other institutions. This car, which appeared in film, television and animation works, came into the sight of everyone at this moment. And this is a car that has already been manufactured. Although it has not yet been mass-produced, it is a finished product, not a PPT. Finally, Bulma also announced a high price. The current price is $1,000 million US. For the time being, only orders are accepted. After mass production in the future, a regular version will be launched with a lower price. Tony immediately ordered one, and the boss of Oracle and even wealthy people like Musk who came to the scene also placed orders, and 300 cars were booked on the spot. At the same time, because of the live video broadcast, the Universal Capsule Group has once again become popular in the eyes of the public, even more popular than when the combat effectiveness detector was first launched. There is no man who is not interested in the floating car, but the high price keeps everyone out. Although ordinary people were blocked, the wealthy were even more enthusiastic. As it was another status symbol, the Universal Glue Energy Group's phone line was immediately flooded with calls for orders, especially from the wealthy in the Middle East, who were particularly enthusiastic about a car that could fly without wheels. This thing is really suitable for them, especially when it is driven out of the city. It is simply a magic weapon and can travel unimpeded in the desert area as long as the energy and mileage are sufficient. The military and other institutions have also noticed this. Not only deserts, but also mountains, swamps, and seas are no longer difficult when suspended. It is simply a multifunctional combat vehicle. Several bigwigs from different fields of the military looked at each other and decided to incorporate the Universal Capsule Group into the military-industrial system and develop corresponding combat vehicles for them. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 218 Treatment. Chapter 218 Treatment, Part 2. After the Universal Capsule Group released its two products, Smith Doyle brought Bulma and Fox and said to Tony, "The press conference is over, now let's go solve your problem. Come on, it's time for us to get out of here." Tony nodded, then opened the door to the backstage room and said to the bodyguard Happy outside, "Happy, we should get out of here." Then, with Happy leading the way, the group of four finally arrived at the parking lot outside after sending away many beautiful women who came to the door and children who wanted autographs. There were two cars parked in the parking lot at the moment. One was a Rolls-Royce Phantom with John Wick as the driver sitting next to it, and the other was a convertible sports car with a beautiful woman standing next to it. Tony Stark looked at the beautiful woman beside the car, then looked at Happy and said jokingly, "Is this girl a gift with the car? I hope so." Tony walked up and said hello. "Hi, who are you?" The woman said, "Law officer." Tony looked at Smith and said, "She's an Irish chick, I like her." Facing Tony's ridicule, the law enforcement officer did not show any angry expression, but greeted, "Nice to meet you, Tony." At this moment, John Wick had already opened the car door. Smith Doyle said to Tony before getting in the car, "We have things to deal with, man." Tony sat in the passenger seat of the car, and said with a hint of regret, "It seems we are not destined to be together. I am leaving now." The law enforcement officer said, "Tony, here's a subpoena for you. And, of course, Mr. Smith Doyle's share. You are ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp." Tony didn't take the subpoena from the other party, but frowned as he watched the other party's actions. Seeing this, Happy on the side quickly took it over and explained, "Tony never takes anything from anyone." Tony looked at the other party and said, "It's my quirk, there's nothing I can do about it." The law enforcement officer looked at the other subpoena in his hand and said to Smith, who was watching the show, "Mr. Smith, do you have this quirk too?" Seeing this, Smith waved his hand lightly, and the next moment the subpoena in the law enforcement officer's hand flew directly into Smith's hand. "Oh my God, what is this, magic?" the female law enforcement officer exclaimed and looked at Smith Doyle in disbelief. Tony sat in the car, looked at the law enforcement officer, and said, "Can I see your badge?" Hearing Tony's words, the law enforcement officer took out his police badge and showed it to Tony. Smith ignored the other party and got into the car directly. Bulma and Fox also got in. "Let's go back to base." As Smith finished speaking, John Wick immediately started the Rolls-Royce and drove off. Tony no longer paid any attention to the law enforcement officer and said to Happy, "Let's go to Smith's base." Happy started the car and followed the Rolls-Royce towards the base in the suburbs of New York, leaving the law enforcement officer standing there alone. Assassin's League base. In the recovery room, Smith Doyle looked at Tony Stark, who had taken off his shirt and exposed the arc reactor on his chest, and asked, "Tony, since you're suffering from palladium poisoning, why don't you install an arc reactor directly on your suit, and replace the life support system on your chest with an electric reactor? After all, this thing on my chest only needs to absorb the shrapnel. There's no need to use the arc reactor and accelerate my palladium poisoning." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Tony Stark rolled his eyes and complained, "Smith, you really need to read more books. It doesn't matter if you don't have a degree, but you need to master the knowledge. The arc reactor uses palladium to generate nuclear fusion, which itself contains extremely radioactive elements. If it were used for domestic electricity, people wouldn't be close to the arc reactor, so they wouldn't be within the radiation range. But for the Mark series suit, I have an external arc reactor, and it's right next to me, just like if it were placed inside my chest. And the current batteries, no matter which model, can't last long at this size. Do I have to call a pause in the middle of a fight with the enemy and run out of my suit to change the batteries? The current situation is that no matter who has not found a replacement element, they will face palladium poisoning if they drive the suit for a long time. After hearing this, Smith Doyle also understood that palladium radiation would be generated at close range, and the radiation would be even more serious when the energy of the arc reactor was released at high power. This also answered the solutions proposed by some friends in the Iron Man forum in the previous life. At this time, Bulma operated on the treatment cabin and input the injury condition of shrapnel in the body. The treatment cabin gave a treatment method and repair plan. Tony, when you go in later, you will need to remove the arc reactor from your chest and all the parts that secure it. The treatment chamber will remove the shrapnel from your body, and the hollow area in your chest will regrow flesh and blood under treatment. After hearing Bulma's words, Tony was also stunned for a moment, and then said in disbelief, "Bulma, this is not a joke. Remove the arc reactor. If the shrapnel can't be removed from my body in time, it won't be long before I meet my father." As he spoke, Tony looked at the treatment cabin in front of him. He still didn't understand how this thing would deal with the shrapnel in his body. Smith Doyle then spoke. "Tony, do you believe me?" Tony Stark looked at Smith Doyle, thinking about how he had saved his life several times. He had no reason to harm him, and then said seriously, "Okay, I believe you." Happy said nothing at the side. At this time, he knew that he could not disturb his boss's judgment. It was also at this time that he realized that his boss's life was in danger again. Seeing Tony's serious expression, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Take off your outer pants, remove the arc reactor, and walk in." Tony didn't hesitate and took off his outer pants, leaving only his boxer briefs. At the same time, he took out the arc reactor, fixator and other devices on his chest, and then walked into the treatment cabin. Under Smith Doyle's explanation, Tony attached 4 test wires and put the oxygen supply device into his mouth. Bulma, who was standing by, confirmed that everything was correct and pressed the treatment button. As the button was pressed, the treatment fluid began to flow into the treatment chamber, and Tony Stark's treatment officially began. At this time Smith Doyle said, "Bulma, what do you think we should do about the shrapnel? The healing fluid won't be able to remove it. Tony is going to die. Oh my God, the world is going to lose their beloved Iron Man." Tony in the treatment cabin immediately widened his eyes when he heard Smith Doyle's words, his eyes full of disbelief. Seeing Smith Doyle teasing Tony, Bulma said with a smile, "Just tease him. The liquid nanorobots inside will enter Tony's body, break down the shrapnel and remove it, and repair the hidden injuries in his body. It can be said that the first use will restore his body to its peak state, which is equivalent to extending his life by 10 years. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 219, $3 million US. Chapter 219, $3 million US. First update. Happy was holding Tony's clothes in his hands, with the arc reactor and other parts on top. At this moment, Happy's face changed and he said in a trembling voice, "Should I also enter the treatment cabin later?" Bulma looked at Happy doubtfully and asked, "Do you have any illness? But I see you're in good health, so there shouldn't be any problem." Happy said softly, "I'm holding the arc reactor right now. Will I also get palladium poisoning?" Hearing Happy's words, Smith Doyle and Bulma were stunned for a moment, and then Bulma explained. The palladium radiation from the arc reactor is very weak, and the radiation range is very limited. Given the size of a small arc reactor, the radiation range normally does not exceed 50 centimeters. And the amount of radiation is very weak. Bulma thought for a moment and gave an example. Just like bananas have nuclear radiation, they contain high levels of potassium-40. Potassium-40, CT scans, and nuclear radiation are all ionizing radiation, but the concentrations are very weak. To die from banana radiation, a normal person would need to eat 2,500 million bananas in a very short period of time. So it doesn't make sense to talk about harm without considering the dose. Also, palladium poisoning isn't incurable. The human body's self-repair capabilities are actually quite strong. Even with Tony Stark's level of poisoning, as long as he stops using the arc reactor and insists on drinking 80 ounces of chlorophyll, 2.36 liters, every day, the palladium in his blood will be eliminated over time. And Tony Stark was with him 24 hours a day. Even so, it took more than a year to develop to the current level. After hearing Bulma's explanation, Happy finally understood and breathed a sigh of relief. He was no longer worried about being poisoned by coming into contact with the arc reactor. 8 hours later, Bulma and the others in the recovery room came back after a nap, and Tony's treatment was completely completed. As the prompt sound of the end of treatment sounded, the liquid in the treatment chamber was drained under Bulma's operation, and Tony woke up. "Okay, all the toxins in your body have been cleared out." At this time, Tony also opened his eyes, unplugged the oxygen plug and the test line, opened the cabin door and walked out. I felt like I was returning to the womb. It was a truly amazing experience. I feel like I'm strong enough to kill a cow. He looked down at his chest and saw that the original hole had been filled with flesh and blood, with no signs of injury at all. Smith, Bulma, your treatment cabin is truly amazing. It's definitely a groundbreaking product. If you release this thing, believe me, countless medical giants will go bankrupt unless their prices are like that car. At this time, Bulma shook her head and said, the cost of using this thing once is many times higher than a hover car. After hearing what Bulma said, Tony was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the cost of such a high-tech treatment cabin could not be low. Then Tony looked at Happy and said, Happy, where are my clothes? Happy pointed to the clothes rack nearby where Tony's suit had been ironed and placed. Tony put on his clothes and then picked up the detector on the table next to him. It was the one he carried with him to measure the palladium in his blood. He picked up the tester, pricked his thumb, and put a drop of blood on it. Drop blood toxicity 0. Looking at the data above, Tony smiled and said excitedly, oh my god, it's really healed. That's awesome, ha 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 ha. Looking at the time on his watch, Tony knew that the shrapnel in his body had been eliminated. After all, 8 hours had passed. If the shrapnel was still there, he would have gone to see his father. In this way, he would not be threatened with death due to the loss of the arc reactor. Tony looked at Smith, raised his eyebrows and said, hey buddy, let's talk it over. How about I come over and treat you when the blood concentration reaches around 40% until I find a new element to replace it? Of course, I won't let you lose money. You name a price and I won't bargain. Bulma said at this time, the cost of running the treatment chamber once is $1 million. It's up to you. Hearing that it would cost $1 million US, even the wealthy Tony was shocked. However, when he thought of the benefits of this thing, it could repair hidden injuries and adjust the body to the best condition. Just like Bulma said before, the first use is really equivalent to extending life by 10 years. Okay, I'll give you $3 million, and I won't let you lose money. Smith Doyle looked at Bulma and saw that she was squinting her eyes, which was very cute. In fact, the cost of the treatment cabin is indeed not low, and as Bulma said, it is many times that of the hover car, but the price of the hover car is only 10 million. And the cost of the treatment fluid is only a few million US. However, even if a large amount is purchased, the cost cannot be reduced because the materials are too scarce. But at only 300 million US a time, Tony has indeed become a big shot in the energy field. For Tony Stark, $300 million is worth it to save his life once. Smith Doyle patted Tony and said, get ready, we're going to a hearing soon. By the way, Pepper Potts is on her way here. Tony nodded. It's a good time to see what those guys are up to. Court-martial hearing, Washington, D.C. At this time, Smith and others had all arrived at the scene. Sitting behind Tony were Happy and Pepper Potts, and behind him were Fox and John Wick. As for Bulma, she was not interested and did not come over. However, Smith Doyle was also a little curious. Why send him a subpoena? He didn't have any combat suits to sell. He couldn't introduce the Superhuman Registration Act at this time. Or did he want him to point out Tony Stark? Mr. Stark, can we continue with the previous topic? Mr. Stark, please. The congressman sitting on the stage knocked the hammer on the table and gave a reminder. At this time, Tony turned his head and whispered to Pepper Potts. He turned around after hearing the reminder from the congressman on the stage. Yes, dear? Tony's words made everyone present laugh out loud. The counselor banged the hammer again and said, will you please just pay attention to what I'm saying? Tony said perfunctorily, no problem. The MP said, do you have a special weapon? No, you have not? I don't have any. It depends on what you consider to be a weapon. The congressman sat on the stage, looked at Tony seriously and said, Iron Man is a weapon. The device I invented doesn't count as a weapon. Then how would you describe him? Senator, it is what it is. The Senate pressed on, what is it? Tony replied, it's a high-tech prosthetic. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Hearing. Chapter 220 Hearing, Part 2. Following Tony's answer, laughter broke out again at the hearing. Smith, who was sitting next to him, leaned back in his chair. He was very clear about Tony's response method, and was curious about what difficulties he would face at the hearing. Tony ignored the laughter and continued, that's the best word I could come up with. Senator Hydra retorted, it's a weapon, it's a weapon. Tony said, if you prioritize the welfare of the people, he is a prosthetic limb. No, my priority is to deliver the weapon, Iron Man, to the American people. Hearing the congressman's words, Tony directly refused, impossible, I am Iron Man, I and the iron armor are one. Handing over Iron Man is like handing over myself, which is considered either servitude or selling depending on the state's laws. I can't give it to you. Listening to Tony's words, there was laughter again. The senator said, "Listen, I'm not an expert." Tony immediately mocked, "Of course you're not a why-selling expert. Come on, you're a senator." After saying that, Tony slammed the table and made a victory scissors hand gesture to the people behind him. The laughter behind them became even louder. The senator quickly explained, "I'm not a weapons expert, but we've got one. I want to subpoena Justin Hammer, the Department of Defense's current main arms dealer." Hearing the senator's words, Tony also looked to the side and saw Justin Hammer walking in. "I saw Justin Hammer come in, but I didn't see any weapons experts." At this time, Justin Hammer walked to the side of the audience and said with a smile, "Haha, that's right. I'm not the expert, you are, Tony, you're a genius. Senator, if you will allow me the floor. Maybe I'm not an expert, but you know who is? Your father, Howard Stark. He is not only the head of our family, but also the father of the military industry. But please understand, he's not a hippie, he's a lion. We all know why we're here. Over the past 6 months, Tony Stark has forged a sharp sword, but he insists it's just a shield. He wants us to trust him, to get behind him. I really wish I felt safe, I really do. I'd love to not have to lock my door when I go out, but this isn't Canada. We live in a dangerous world. And Mr. Stark may not be able to foresee the danger. Thank you, God bless Iron Man, God bless America. My speech is over." As Justin Hammer finished his speech, the senator was the first to applaud. "Well said, Mr. Hammer. We would now like to invite Colonel James Rhodes to attend the meeting." As the senator finished speaking, Tony looked behind him in surprise and shouted, "Rod, what?" Colonel James Rhodes walked in slowly from behind under the gaze of everyone. Smith also turned around and looked back, looking at the colonel in front of him, a nigger who would be replaced in the future. Tony stood up and walked a few steps towards Rhodes, shaking his hand. "Brother, I didn't expect you to come. It's me, I'm here, accept the facts. Continue." Then Rhodes walked to the rightmost audience seat and sat down. The senator continued, "This is the complete report Colonel Rhodes has collected on Iron Man's weapons. Colonel, please read page 57, paragraph 4. Rhodes said to the microphone in front of him with some surprise, "You want me to read a specific paragraph from the report?" "Yes." Rhodes glanced at Tony next to him, then said, "I thought I was going to give a full, detailed report." The senator sitting on the stage smiled and said, "I understand, but there are a lot of variables today." Rhodes held the report in his hand and said with a somewhat unhappy look, "If you had read it, you would have known that reading out that particular paragraph would not have represented the integrity of my report." The senator didn't care about Rhodes' words and said, "I know. Please read it aloud, Colonel." "Thank you." Rhodes took a deep breath, "All right." Then he turned the report to a specific page and said, "Iron Man is not affiliated with any government unit and therefore poses a threat to national security and interests. But my conclusion is that Iron Man has far more advantages than disadvantages." Before Rhodes could finish his words, the senator on the stage interrupted him. "Enough." Rhodes did not listen to the senator's words and continued, "That's why we're interested in having Mr. Stark join the military command structure." The senator interrupted again. "Enough." Tony said at this time, "I don't like being part of any system, but I could consider being defense secretary and working fewer hours." Tony's words caused laughter again, and Rhodes picked up the water glass and took a sip to cover up his embarrassment. The senator continued, "I'd like to play the film from your report." Rhodes refused, "I don't think it's the right time to release these videos to the public." The senator did not accept Rhodes's suggestion, but said, "I understand, Colonel. But we would really appreciate it if you could explain the films." Hearing the senator say this, Rhodes said helplessly, "Please bring up the video." Soon, the electronic screen next to it began to play the picture. Intelligence data indicates that the devices in these videos are actually counterfeits of Mr. Stark's iron armor. This has been confirmed by our allies and intelligence on the ground. These steel armors are likely to be usable at this time. Watching the video playing, Tony took out his phone, operated it for a while, and interrupted, "Wait a minute, let me see." As he spoke, Tony pointed his phone at the electronic screen in front of him. Soon, program code popped up on the screen, and then something was updated rapidly. "I control your screens, and I need them. It's time to make everything transparent. Let's see what's going on." The senator on the stage saw the scene and asked, "What is he doing?" Tony said while operating his mobile phone, "Please look at the screen. I believe that is North Korea." Soon, the screen showed a steel idiot being tested, unable to even walk normally. After falling, it suddenly opened fire, injuring some testers. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 221. Tony, man, this is how I should be treated. Chapter 221 Tony, Man, This Is How I'm Treated, Part 3. The senator on the stage quickly spoke to Justin Hammer in the audience. Can you turn it off? Turn it off quickly. Justin Hammer also realized that something was wrong and quickly stood up and walked towards the electronic screen. Tony on the side would not miss the opportunity to make the other party look bad, and immediately updated another video. This is Iran. It's still an immature product and doesn't pose a threat to us. The third video played. Is that Justin Hammer? Why is he also dealing in counterfeit goods? Justin, you're on TV, pay attention. In the video, Justin was inspecting an anti-Iron Man armor, but the robot turned around and broke its waist. There was laughter at the scene, and Justin came to the electronic screen, grabbed the video cable and shouted, "Where's the plug? Where's the plug?" Justin quickly found the plug and turned off the electronic screen completely. The whole scene was in an uproar and the hearing became less serious. At this time, Tony sneered. Most countries will take 5 to 10 years, but Hammer Industries will take at least 20 years. Justin Hammer quickly ran back to his seat and said, "Let me point out that the pilot is not dead." The senator gratefully spoke up to save the situation. "I think we've seen enough, and he's proven his point." "I don't think that explains." Tony interrupted, "I guess all I have to say is, you're welcome." "What's the meaning?" "I can prevent the threat of nuclear war. Iron Man is very useful. We are safe. America is safe. You want my product? Don't even think about it. But I have helped you a lot. Smith and I can maintain world peace." As he spoke, Tony stood up and turned to the hearing personnel behind him. At this time, everyone stood up and gave Tony applause. "What else do you want from me? This is it now." Tony then turned around and pointed at the congressman on the stage. "I tried to work with the clowns." When the senator saw Tony calling him a clown, he also cursed in public. "Fuck you, Mr. Stark." Tony picked up the sunglasses on the table and said with a smile, "Well, you're such a happy person. Listen, I'm all about the people. I'm serving the country out of my own pleasure. If I've proven anything to the world, it's that you can absolutely count on me to make you happy. Now, there is nothing else to do, so let's adjourn this hearing." Smith and Rhodes both smiled as they watched Tony's performance, only Justin Hammer on the side looked unhappy. At this time, the congressman on the stage picked up a small hammer and hit the table hard several times. Boom boom boom. The huge noise made the scene quiet. "Okay, that concludes Mr. Tony Stark's question about whether Iron Man is a weapon. But there's also a second hearing today. Now please be quiet." When Tony heard there would be a second hearing, he knew he had passed the test. Smith Doyle's turn was next. He was about to get up and leave, but he stopped and went back to his seat and sat down. He wanted to see what tricks these clowns would play next. At this time, the door of the military committee hearing was opened, and a group of soldiers walked in. They stood on both sides of the venue with live ammunition. The changes before their eyes made everyone curious about what would happen next. Then Ross from the Army, a general from the Navy, and a major general from the Air Force appeared at the seats together. Seeing the three generals appear, everyone present was stunned. The following is the second hearing concerning Mr. Smith Doyle. Seeing General Ross, Smith didn't know what the other party was planning. Tony was also a little surprised. With three generals from the Navy, Army and Air Force, it seemed like a big deal. Then the counselor said, "Mr. Smith Doyle, based on the analysis reports from the Navy, Army, and Air Force, the Universal Capsule Group's second-generation combat capability detectors and the launch of its hovering cars have implications for national security in multiple ways. Now I'd like to ask the military to give a report." Smith Doyle found it outrageous to hear that an analysis report came out the next day after he had just announced a product. Then a colonel who was following the three Army generals came out and reported. According to a report on the development of military technology, the second-generation combat effectiveness testers recording and uploading functions, as well as its 500-point combat effectiveness test, are not suitable for civilian use and do not sufficiently respect privacy. We recommend replacing it with a special military version. Regarding hovering cars, there needs to be laws regarding low-altitude right-of-way and accident determination. At the same time, the modifications involved have great prospects in military applications. We have unanimously decided to include the Universal Capsule Group in the list of defense and military industry procurement enterprises. However, as he listened, Smith Doyle felt that something was wrong. This was not about sanctioning him, but about supporting him to build a military-industrial enterprise. At this moment, not only Smith Doyle reacted, Tony also asked, "This is not right. This is not the rhythm of sanctioning you. The treatment we too receive is reversed." Smith Doyle also nodded, "I don't feel right either. You're so kind." Smith Doyle looked at General Ross beside him, and the other also smiled at Smith Doyle. Obviously, Ross was the one who took the lead in all this. He wanted to return the favor and give Smith Doyle some feedback. On the other hand, he also wanted to show his connections to Smith Doyle. In the military, he could even bring in the Navy, Army, and Air Force to take charge. On the other side, Justin Hammer had a grim expression on his face. Stark Industries had just withdrawn not long ago. Was a Universal Capsule Industry about to come in? Then the senator spoke. Mr. Smith, what are your thoughts on the Universal Capsule Group's request to become a military-industrial enterprise? Smith Doyle thought about Bulma's development capabilities and the technological products of the Dragon Ball universe, and after thinking for a while, he said, regarding the military industry, I would like to thank the military for recognizing the products of the Universal Capsule Group. Next, I will set up a subsidiary to take orders from the military and other government agencies. As for the Universal Capsule Group, its mission remains to change the lifestyles of thousands of households. As for the second-generation combat effectiveness tester, it will still be sold to the public. If ordinary people don't have special needs, the first-generation combat effectiveness tester is sufficient, and the Universal Capsule Group will not suspend the production and sales of the first-generation combat effectiveness tester. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 222 Tony and 039's Invitation. Chapter 222 Tony's Invitation, 4th update. As the two hearings ended, Smith Doyle and Tony walked out of the hearing hall. As they parted, Tony said, Hey man, I'm planning on attending a car race in Monaco, do you want to come? Smith looked at Tony, who had made the invitation, patted him on the shoulder and said, Hasn't the chest issue been initially resolved? Why do you still want to participate in such an exciting activity? Tony smiled. This is something I planned in advance, and racing is fun, isn't it? Even though we are superheroes, we should not forget to enjoy the world. Hey man, let's go together. Looking at Tony's cordial invitation, Smith shrugged his shoulders and then said with a smile, Since you have invited me so warmly, I will reluctantly accept it. Tony waved his hand and said, Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes, and we'll set off together. Tony then took Pepper Potts into the car and returned to his beachfront villa. Looking at Pepper Potts, who came back with him, Tony asked in confusion, Is there something wrong? Pepper Potts, who had been holding it in all the way, could no longer hold it in. Why are you donating our entire collection of modern art to the Boy Scouts of America? Hearing what Pepper said, Tony slapped his head. This was the decision he made a few days ago. At that time, he felt that he was going to die soon, so he prepared to deal with his belongings. Although the problem was not completely solved at this time, there was no need to worry about death. However, since he had already donated, Tony was embarrassed to regret it, so he could only bite the bullet and say, The Boy Scouts of America, that's a very meaningful organization. But I haven't personally checked the wooden boxes. Have all the collections been donated? Pepper Potts said loudly, Yes, the entire collection consists of 8,010 pieces. These are the things I spent 10 years sorting out. I don't understand why you donated all of them. I put so much emotion into them. Hearing Pepper Potts' words, Tony Stark's mouth twitched involuntarily. With so many things, he felt a little distressed, but the matter was done and he could only say stubbornly, Don't worry about it. You can avoid taxes anyway. This is what needs to be done. In fact, Tony knew that if he regretted this matter, it would definitely become the next news headline, and he really couldn't afford to lose face. Tony's words gave Pepper Potts a headache. He didn't know what to say. How could one avoid taxes by donating collections? Even if he donated, it would be to his own museum. Well, since you've already donated it, I won't say anything more. But Smith mentioned the chest problem at the hearing door earlier. How's your chest? When Tony heard Pepper Potts mention this, he simply opened the shirt inside his suit, revealing his intact chest. Oh my God, what's going on? Where's the reactor in your chest? And the shrapnel near your heart? Pepper Potts couldn't believe the scene in front of her. She reached out and touched Tony's chest. After confirming that it was real, she still said in disbelief, How did you do that? Is this the chest problem Mr. Smith was talking about? Tony buttoned up his shirt again and said, Pepper, you'd never believe the treatment chamber they have there. It's so powerful, it's a breakthrough in existing medical fields. I feel at least 10 years younger. All the shrapnel has been expelled from my body and the wound on my chest has healed. But it's really not cheap. One use costs $3 million US. Remember to transfer it when you return to the company. Pepper Potts looked at Tony in front of him with a smile on his face, and then said, This money is worth it. You won't have to worry about shrapnel in your body taking your life anymore. Was this device also developed by that scientist Bulma? But they didn't exhibit this product at this expo. Tony nodded and said, Apart from that little girl, I can't think of any other great scientists around Smith Doyle. If the news about the treatment cabin gets out, you can't imagine how crazy those elderly wealthy people will be. Pepper Potts, I think you need to experience this once. The treatment chamber will restore your body to its peak condition. It can be said that this is to extend a person's lifespan. Hearing Tony's words, Pepper Potts covered her mouth in surprise. If this effect could really be achieved, all the rich people would go crazy for it, especially those who are older. Then he thought about the expo and said, "The expo is a complete waste of time. Shouldn't we shorten it? A year is really too long." Tony retorted, "Nothing is more important to me than the fair, that's what I care about most." Pepper Potts was a little puzzled. "I don't understand why you're like this. The expo is just your vanity. Besides, Stark Industries is in chaos now, and you haven't shown up for a long time." Tony walked towards the laboratory downstairs and said, "You know what? My stock price has skyrocketed." Pepper Potts followed Tony and shouted, "But from the operator's perspective, it's really a mess." Tony opened the door of the underground laboratory and then said, "Let's talk about something else." Pepper Potts said, "What I'm saying is that we got the contract for the wind farm." Tony looked at the laboratory in front of him and said absent-mindedly, "Don't mention the wind. I already feel the bombast in it." Pepper Potts continued, "And the contract for the waste gas treatment plant. That was your idea. They're all on our payroll, and you don't make the decisions." Tony turned around, looked at Pepper Potts, and then said, "These are all my ideas. I don't care about liberal issues anymore. They're too boring. I'm going to give you a boring warning." Looking at Tony in front of him, Pepper Potts asked puzzledly, "What did you say?" Tony looked at Pepper Potts in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I had an idea. It just came to me. You run the company." Pepper Potts was puzzled. "Yeah, I'm doing it." No, I'm not asking you to try to do it, not to try, just manage it. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 223 Ivan Vanko and 039's Battlesuit. Chapter 223 Ivan Vanko's Battlesuit, 5th update. Pepper Potts hadn't reacted yet and continued, "You didn't give me any details." Tony said, "I'm not asking you to try, I'm asking you to do it yourself. I need you to take over." Pepper Potts still said puzzledly, "I've been trying to do it." Looking at Pepper Potts, who was still talking to herself and hadn't reacted, Tony shouted loudly, "You're not listening to what I'm saying. I want you to be the CEO, why don't you want to?" Pepper Potts finally reacted to Tony's almost shouting words and asked in surprise, "Did you drink on the way back?" Tony took a step forward, approached Pepper Potts, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and said seriously, "No, I didn't drink a drop. I officially appoint you as CEO of Stark Industries, effective immediately. That's it, okay?" Tony then let go of Pepper Potts and walked aside and said, "Believe it or not, I thought about it for a long time. I even looked for some candidates and thought carefully about who would be the most suitable candidate. Later I realized it was you. It had always been you. Although there are still some procedures to go through, I can designate my successor, and that's you. Congratulations." The sudden surprise made Pepper Potts speechless, but a smile appeared on her face. During this period of time, she had been handling the company's affairs as Tony's secretary. She didn't expect to be promoted to become the company's CEO. "Pepper Potts, I leave everything at the company to you. I have some research to do right now. Please arrange for the payment to the Universal Capsule Group as soon as you return to the company." Normally, the money should have been transferred to him yesterday. "Okay, I understand. I'll arrange it right away." Pepper Potts, with a smile on her face, picked up her briefcase and walked out dazed. Seeing Pepper Potts leave, Tony also breathed a sigh of relief and finally left. Coming to the operating table, Tony looked at the 3 computer screens in front of him and said directly, "Jarvis. Welcome home, Mr. Stark. Congratulations on the successful opening ceremony of the expo and the Senate hearing. Let me just say, it's refreshing to see you on TV in a suit." Hearing Jarvis' compliment, Tony also showed a smile on his face. "Sir, your health has been restored. Congratulations. As long as you stop using the iron armor, palladium poisoning will no longer bother you." Tony looked at the body data and analysis displayed on the computer screen in front of him and said with a smile, "Find me the best material to prevent palladium radiation and build it into the inner layer of the armor. I want to block the radiation of palladium." "Sir, your reactor is extremely powerful. When it's in use, I can only do my best to block it, but I can't completely prevent radiation. Long-term use will still cause palladium poisoning. After all, under intense energy collisions, the thickness of the armor's internal radiation shielding material is not enough to effectively resist the penetration of palladium. You'll only need 80 ounces of chlorophyll per week to alleviate your palladium poisoning symptoms." Tony didn't care after listening to Jarvis' analysis. It was already very good to reduce it from 2.36 liters per day to per week. Now he had a way to save his life from Smith. The problem of death from poisoning was no longer a threat to him. As long as he found clues to the new element, everything would no longer be a big problem. Do as I instructed. Until a replacement palladium element is found, proceed this way. Yes, Mr. Stark. Moscow. Anton Vanko saw Tony Stark making a big splash at the hearing on TV in the hospital, and he called his son over. Ivan, I am a failed father. I didn't give you the same superior environment as him. I know you've worked really hard over the past year to get me into the hospital, and your life has gotten better. But as a member of the Vank family, I hope you can return to that land and defeat him. As he spoke, Anton Vanko pointed at Tony Stark, who had just walked out of the hearing on the screen. Defeat him with the arc reactor and tell the world, tell Howard Stark and his son, that they are shameless robbers and thieves who stole our common project for themselves. If he hadn't kicked me out of the company and used the government's power to deport me, your life wouldn't be like this. Cough, cough, cough. Anton Vanko started coughing violently in excitement. In his opinion, the arc reactor was a very promising thing. After researching it, he asked Howard to start the project, but the other party kicked him out of the company and expelled him from the country. However, his son has now become famous with the help of this technology, and it has even spread to Russia. As the co-developer of this technology, his son has lived a miserable life all these years. This contrast is simply unacceptable to him. Ivan Vanko looked at his excited father, quickly shook his father's hand, and assured him, "Father, don't get excited. I will definitely fulfill your wish and revive the Vank family. You should receive treatment here." With his son's assurance, Anton Vank nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go son, I want to see you on TV." At this moment, Ivan Vanko was also looking at the TV. He happened to see John Wick opening the car door for Smith Doyle. After confirming that he was not seeing things, he murmured, "Smith, were you the one who got the Dragon Ball to make a wish last time?" At this moment, Ivan Vanko thought that Smith Doyle's strength came from the wish made by the Dragon Ball. After all, when he sold the Dragon Ball, Smith Doyle had not yet become a god admired by everyone. Ivan Vanko returned to his warehouse, where he had seen great changes thanks to the money from selling the Dragon Balls. Ivan Vanko developed the small arc reactor shortly after Tony became Iron Man. At the same time, because he had a lot more money, he customized some alloys to create his own armor. But due to lack of money, he had no way to install various weapons and missiles on his suit like Tony did. As a second best option, Ivan Vanko chose 2 energy whips powered by the arc reactor, and the attack effect was still good. But in the case of palladium poisoning, how would you handle it, Tony? Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 224, late but arrived. Chapter 224, late but arrived. First update, a few days later. John Wick received a strange phone call. "Mr. John Wick, is that Dragon Ball any good?" Hearing this voice, John Wick thought of a Russian named Ivan Vanko. Among the several Dragon Balls he obtained, only this Russian did not contact him after the Dragon Ball battle. You know, when the transaction was completed, he left a business card for the other party. "Mr. Ivan Vanko, I wonder what this call is about. I thought you would contact me as soon as you got the information." Ivan Vanko smiled. He knew the matter of the Dragon Balls. It took a whole year to collect all 7 of them. What qualifications did he have to collect them? Although the whip rope battle suit has been created, it is still very simple and does not even have a decent weapon. "I'd like to meet your boss, Smith Doyle." John Wick asked, "I want to see our boss. What's the matter?" Ivan Vanko didn't threaten to release the Dragon Balls if he didn't meet. Instead, he said, "I want to get investment and a fair chance to challenge Iron Man." John Wick was a little surprised to hear Ivan Vanko's words. You know, when he first found him, he was almost a homeless man, and now he actually wanted to challenge Tony. "Can you tell me more specifically?" "Even if I want to report it to my boss, I have to tell him what you want to do to attract his investment." Ivan Vanko was not surprised by John Wick's words and said directly, "The technology of the small arc reactor is not just the Stark family's. My father, Anton Vanko, was a co-developer of this technology. I also managed to miniaturize the Arkansas." Hearing this, John Wick also took it seriously and said, "I'll report this to my boss right away. If you truly master this technology, there will definitely be no shortage of investment. But I'm also a little curious. Since you've already mastered the miniaturization of the Ark, it should be easy to attract investment." Ivan Vanko said, "I believe you. At least at that time you didn't try to rob people by trickery. Instead, you chose to spend money to buy the Dragon Balls. I really needed the money at that time." After saying this, Ivan Vanko hung up the phone. In Smith Doyle's office, John Wick reported all his communications with Ivan Vanko to Smith Doyle. After listening to this, Smith Doyle said, "Sure enough, he contacted you. I was wondering why this owner hadn't made any movement. Since he wants to see me, then let's meet him. Arrange for members of the Assassin Brotherhood in Moscow to bring Ivan Vanko to New York. As for whether to invest, let's see first." John Wick nodded and said, "Yes, boss, I will contact the person in charge of the Assassin Brotherhood over there." Smith Doyle nodded and asked, "What's Ivan Vanko's situation now?" John Wick thought for a moment and then said, "After the Dragon Ball informed its owner, I contacted the personnel in Moscow to investigate Ivan Vanko's situation. His father was sent to the hospital for treatment and recuperation. His condition is currently stable, but he is old and has suffered a lot since being repatriated. His situation may not be very optimistic, but he should have no problem living for a few more years. In addition, he used the money from selling Dragon Balls to improve his and his father's lives." Hearing that Ivan Vanko's father was still alive, Smith Doyle nodded. "Okay, go and handle it. Let me know when someone comes." As John Wick left the office, Smith Doyle began to think. If the Assassin's League had followed its previous rules, Ivan Vanko would have been killed directly to prevent him from causing trouble again, disrupting the expo, and sparking a fight. But now the Assassin's League no longer does the kind of thing where people kill people according to a list. At least they kill the guilty people based on solid evidence. As for the fact that Ivan Vanko wanted to invest in him, Smith Doyle was not sure what the other party was planning. After all, in the original timeline, Hammer, who invested in Ivan Vanko, was cheated. However, there are two different factors now. One is that Ivan Vanko is not seeking revenge and indifference after losing his father. The other is that he is not Hammer. He has absolute force to suppress the enemy, and he also has Bulma to ensure that the other party does not act recklessly. As for a fair fight with Tony, it couldn't be simpler. Smith Doyle decided to meet Ivan Vanko. If he could change the fate of a villain, it would be in line with the purpose of the Assassin's League. Not long after John Wick left, Fox came in with documents and began to report on the recent situation. With the rise in Stark Industries stock price, the value of your shares has also increased significantly. Pledging them now can easily yield tens of billions of dollars. Also, thanks to your advocacy, some insurance companies have launched superhero property damage insurance, and some people have started purchasing it. However, the number of purchases is currently higher in New York, with far fewer in other remote states. Also, we just received a transfer of $3 million from Stark Industries, with the note indicating medical expenses. At the same time, the market has been very hot since the release of the new product. Individual customers of the previous generation of combat effectiveness detectors have placed orders one after another, and other companies, the military and special agencies have also placed orders. So far, more than 3,000 units have been ordered. The number of hover cars has exceeded 5,000, but it has basically passed its peak and will only increase with product deliveries. As for the military, we've already sent people to contact them and established a subsidiary, Universal Capsule Industry, specifically to take custom orders from the military. The subsidiary is also included in the National Defense Weapons and Equipment Procurement List and is a military-industrial enterprise. After hearing Fox's report, Smith was also happy in his heart. The main customer groups of the superhero property insurance launched by these insurance companies are still New Yorkers. After the New York War begins, I am afraid that many insurance companies will face bankruptcy and reorganization. At the same time, I also feel that there are still many wealthy people in this world. In just a few days, 5,000 hover cars that cost tens of millions of dollars each were ordered, and sales of $500 billion came out. It's outrageous. Let Bulma prepare for the mass production of the hover car. She can't make 5,000 of them by herself. Fox said, Bulma has already set up a production workshop and added the artificial intelligence data. The efficiency is much higher and even fewer workers are needed. Smith Doyle nodded. With the addition of artificial intelligence, even workers wouldn't be needed. They could completely follow the example of Ultron producing an Ultron army. However, he still said, we can provide some positions for the families of Alliance members. I remember that some members' spouses and family members are not all capable of combat. Fox nodded and wrote it down. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 225 Your Undercover is My Undercover. Chapter 225 Your Undercover is My Undercover, Part 2. Ivan Vanko packed the armor he made and boarded the private plane arranged by the Moscow Assassin Brotherhood. Before getting on the plane, Ivan Vank turned his head and looked at the sky outside. This time he must get investment, make the Vank family famous, and bring his father over to enjoy better treatment and life. The other side. Tony is practicing fighting with Happy in the villa's gym. At this time, Pepper Potts walked in and said to Tony, "Come here quickly, the notary is here. Come over and sign some papers." Tony waved his fist at Happy and said, "I'm beating up Happy." At this moment, Tony elbowed Happy in the face. Happy said depressedly, "What's this trick?" Tony's mouth curled up slightly. "It's called mixed martial arts, and it just became popular." Happy retorted, "It's called dirty boxing, and it's been around for a long time." Tony ignored Happy's words and urged, "Bring it on, quickly." After being repaired in the treatment cabin, Tony felt that his body's reaction speed had returned to its peak. At this time, Natasha walked in wearing a professional urban beauty suit and instantly attracted Happy's attention. Tony noticed that Happy's eyes were not right, so he turned around and looked back, and saw Natasha coming in. Pepper Potts then spoke. "I promise this is the only time I'll ask you to transfer your company to me." Natasha took the document, walked up to Pepper Potts, opened it, and said, "Please initial your name." Pepper Potts took the pen and began to sign. At this moment, Tony stared at Natasha, who came in motionlessly, while Happy behind him gently hit Tony on the head and said provocatively, "Lesson 1, don't look away." Tony kicked Happy in the stomach, sending him backward and crashing into the pillar of the ring. Happy cried out in pain. He didn't expect Tony's strength to be so much greater, but this cry also attracted Natasha's attention. At this time, Tony took a small hammer, knocked the bell hanging on the ring, pointed directly at Natasha and said, "I'm done playing. What's your name, miss?" "Natalie Northman." Tony waved his hand and said, "Come here, please get on the ring." Pepper Potts on the side said, "No, you don't really want her to come up and fight you. The judge has the final say." Natasha whispered to Pepper Potts, "I'm the judge, no problem." Pepper Potts said apologetically, "Sorry, Tony is a bit weird." Natasha walked onto the ring, showing off her graceful figure. Tony couldn't take his eyes off her. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Tony asked in confusion, "How?" Natasha didn't say anything, but looked at Tony. Seeing this, Tony said to Happy beside him, "Can you teach her a lesson?" "No problem." After getting Happy's affirmative answer, Tony walked down from the ring and sat down next to Pepper Potts. "Pepper." "What? Who is she?" "She's from the legal department. If you keep staring at her, you might get sued." Tony turned to look at Pepper Potts and said, "After you get promoted, I'll need a new assistant." Pepper Potts didn't care, but looked at the phone and replied, "I have 3 very promising candidates waiting for you to interview them." Tony looked at Natalie in the boxing ring and replied, "I don't have time for interviews, I want one right now, and I think she's good." Pepper Potts refused directly, "No." In the boxing ring. At this time, Happy looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Have you ever boxed?" Natasha, who goes by the pseudonym Natalie, replied with a smile, "Have." Happy continued, "Like kickboxing, bodybuilding, yoga, or something like that." Tony, who was sitting on the sofa, asked at this time, "How do you spell your last name?" "Natalie Northman." Tony clapped his hands and woke up the screen on the table beside him. It was a small table next to Tony, which was both a table and a striking computer screen. Seeing Tony's actions, Pepper Potts said in surprise, "You want to search for her online?" Tony said as he operated, "I need to get to know my new assistant." Soon, Natalie's personal information was displayed directly. Looking at her photo and personal information, Tony exclaimed, "Wow, she's amazing." Tony looked at the information and said, "Great, great, really great." Pepper Potts said helplessly, "You are boring." Tony continued, "She was fluent in French, Italian and Latin." Tony turned to look at Pepper Potts, who can speak Latin. Pepper Potts glanced down at the information on the screen and then said, "No one speaks it, it's a dying language." No one, some could read and write Latin, but no one could speak it. At this time, Tony found a photo of Natalie, his eyes lit up, and then asked Pepper, "Have you ever been a model in Tokyo?" She did. Oh my god, she actually worked under Fox at the Universal Capsule Group, but it wasn't called the Universal Capsule Group back then. She even participated in the Fox-initiated short selling and acquisition of Stark Industries shares. She has everything I need. By the way, do you know why she left Fox? Pepper Potts said, "It seems that she resigned because of family matters and needed a long vacation. Otherwise, she should be working at the Universal Capsule Group now. We didn't find anything during the background check. Why, do you think there's something wrong with her? We could check in with Fox or even Smith to see how she's doing." Tony thought about it and decided that since he wanted to transfer the other party to be his secretary, he should know more about the situation. He picked up the phone and called Smith Doyle. The conversation between the two attracted Natasha's attention and she turned to look, but she was not worried that Smith would say something bad about her. At this time, Happy said, "The first iron rule is to keep a close eye on your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Happy attacked directly. Natasha grabbed Happy's arm, then turned over and clamped her legs around Happy's neck, knocking him to the ground in an instant. The noise of Happy being knocked down was so loud that Tony and Pepper Potts, who were sitting on the sofa, exclaimed in surprise. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 226, Whip Rope Armor. Chapter 226, Whip Rope Armor, Part 3. Oh my God. Happy. At this moment, the phone was connected, and Tony asked Smith, I want to get to know someone, Natalie Northman, the former assistant at Fox. Do you have any impression of her? Smith Doyle on the other side also reacted. It was really S.H.I.E.L.D. that asked Natasha to go undercover with Tony, so he smiled and said, a hot redhead? Tony also smiled. Yes, that's her. She works in the legal department of my company. I'm planning to transfer her over to be my assistant. I see she left your company. I think she's okay. After hearing what Tony said, Smith Doyle didn't know whether he should tell the truth to him. After all, Natasha was his undercover agent, and the other party had also sent back a lot of intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. asked her to go undercover for Tony. What's the difference between this and him asking Natasha to go undercover for Tony? If Tony knew that Natasha was his, he would definitely be furious. Smith Doyle thought for a moment and then said, Dude, let's discuss the specifics in person, but you can rest assured that she won't harm you. Although Smith Doyle didn't say it explicitly, Tony understood that the woman in front of him was not simple and even had some connection with Smith Doyle. Tony walked up and looked Natalie up and down. Since Smith said he would not harm him, that was fine. Tony turned to Pepper Potts and said, That's her, she's fine. Then he said to Happy, Dude, it looks like your fighting ability is going to be ranked third. Happy defended himself by saying, I just slipped. If everyone had a combat power detector at this time, they would find that among the 4 people present, the one with the highest combat power was the girl who was about to become Tony's assistant. At this time, Natasha walked down from the ring, put on her shoes, and said to Tony in front of her, I need your impression. Tony said, The impression you left on me was that you were very calm and mature. Natasha smiled and said, I mean I need to print your fingerprints. Tony understood, I see. At this time, Natasha took out a document from the side, opened it and placed it in front of Tony. Tony stretched out his finger and pressed the fingerprint where it should be. Pepper Potts came over. What's going on? Tony said as he took his fingerprints, Not bad, it was done quickly. Tony pointed at the document and said to Pepper Potts, You're the boss now. Natasha closed the file, looked at Tony and said, Anything else, Mr. Stark? Something's wrong. Pepper Potts said at this time, It's okay, Miss Northman, thank you. Natasha took the documents and turned to leave. Looking at Natasha's leading back, Tony said again, I want this one. No. The next day, Ivan Vanko arrived at the Assassin's League base in the suburbs of New York. When he got out of the car, he saw John Wick greeting him. It's nice to see you again, Mr. John. Thank you again for that funding, which saved me from losing my only relative. When Anton Vanko was sent to the hospital for recuperation, he learned from the doctor that if his father had not been sent there in time and had been delayed for another year, he might not have survived the next winter. John Wick and Ivan Vanko hugged each other and said, You don't owe me anything, this is just a deal. Come on, I'll take you to the reception room to see the leader. I hope you can get what you want this time. Following John Wick into the base, Ivan Vanko was surprised at Smith Doyle's financial resources. He was surprised that he owned such a large piece of land in New York, where every inch of land is valuable. He also saw the Kellen Tower under construction, the huge base, and a large number of staff and guards. From the aura and walking style of these guards, Ivan Vanko could confirm their powerful strength, especially his metal box containing his battle suit, which 2 strong men lifted up easily and followed behind him. Walking all the way to the conference room, Ivan Vanko saw the man who was called the God on Earth. Mr. Smith, I'm Ivan Vanko, it's an honor to meet you. In front of this top human being, Ivan Vanko showed the respect he thought he deserved. The Iron Man suit could be manufactured with a small arc reactor, but the physical fitness comparable to that of Superman was unique. Smith Doyle looked at the Russian in front of him and said, Ivan Vanko's father, Anton Vanko, and Howard Stark collaborated to invent the original arc reflector technology many years ago because they had different ideas about developing this new technology. Anton wanted to use it for military and industrial development to make money, while Howard wanted to use the new technology to benefit mankind. Anton Vanko was then deported for some reason and returned to the Soviet Union to live in squalid conditions. I was convicted of treason in Moscow and have been detained ever since. I am not allowed to leave and I am not allowed to engage in scientific research. This is your basic information. Is there any mistake? Ivan Vanko was not at all surprised that Smith Doyle revealed his family's past. If he couldn't even find out these things, he would feel that he had overestimated the other party. That's right, this is all our family's past. But now it seems that Tony Stark is not like his father. The technology of the arc reactor is still used in the military, even if it is just his military. Of course, this is all for the older generation. What we need is to look to the future, and Tony scaled down the first generation of large reactor technology, and I did the same. As he spoke, Ivan Vanko took out a lead box from his pocket, opened the box and took out the small arc reactor inside. This is the small arc reactor I built. This technology is not unique to Tony, as he said at the hearing. I also made a wearable battlesuit. It's in the box behind me. He was somewhat surprised to see that Ivan Vanko had even created a battlesuit. Let me see your suit. You should know that Tony and I are good friends. I know a lot about this. Ivan Vanko nodded and said, I hope to be your friend too. Then Ivan Vanko opened the metal box and began to put on his battlesuit. Ivan Vanko's battlesuit was much simpler, and it didn't even cover his entire body, which also showed his financial difficulties. After briefly demonstrating the suit's attack methods, Ivan Vanko paused and said, This is just the first generation of combat suit I developed. Due to funding reasons, it is not equipped with other weapons. Looking at the whip in front of him, Smith Doyle had to admit that Ivan Vanko was talented, just a little worse than Tony. With limited funds, we have achieved this, which is much better than those scientists at Hammer Industries. Tell me, what do you want to get from me, and what can I get? P.S. I caught a cold and felt dazed all day, so I can only post 3 updates. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 227 Bank Industry. Chapter 227 Bank Industry. First update. Facing Smith Doyle's direct question about the results, Ivan Vanko had prepared a plan on the way here and began to speak. Let's form a company together. I hope to name it Bank Industry, and focus on energy and war machines. You provide the money and I provide the technology. I need a laboratory for future research and product upgrades. As for war machines, I don't recommend this type of wearable armor. The small arc reactor uses palladium, and long-term use will cause palladium poisoning to the wearer of the armor. My vision is unmanned operation, AI or remote control. As for the shares, I hope to reach 50%. In addition, I hope to have a fair fight with Tony Stark, which can be regarded as a proof for my family. Ivan Vanko expressed his thoughts and needs. Smith Doyle thought for a moment after listening, and then said, It's too much. I can only give you 35% of the shares. As for the direction of the company's development, I have better ideas and plans. Of course, your sparring with Tony Stark won't be a problem for me. Ivan Vanko fell silent when he heard that Smith Doyle was only willing to give him 35% of the shares. However, compared with other capitalists, he might not have a better choice. Even with his own status and even if he mastered the technology, he might not be able to get the benefits promised by other capitalists. But Smith Doyle was different. Whether it was the Dragon Ball matter or the superhero property insurance, Ivan Vanko looked up to him and believed that he was a man who valued his promises. Okay, I promise you. But I'm only responsible for the technology. The management of the company will be handed over to you. And you must spread my reputation as soon as possible and arrange a battle with Tony. Smith Doyle was not surprised to hear that Ivan Vanko was only responsible for technology and not management. The other party's few abilities were all in technology, and he didn't have much management ability. Fox, John Wick, come in for a moment. As Smith Doyle spoke into the speaker on the console, the door to the conference room opened and 2 people walked in. Fox, establish a subsidiary under the Universal Capsule Group with a registered capital of $10 billion. This gentleman, Ivan Vanko, will invest in technology and hold a 35% stake. The company's main business is clean energy, intelligent robots, and home companion robots. Ivan Vanko then asked, not selling war robots? Smith Doyle shook his head and said, selling war machines isn't a good option, but by combining it with artificial intelligence like Day-Day, and turning it into a companion robot, it's much easier for it to enter thousands of homes. As for the size, we can consider making it like this, so that the core of the reactor is in the center and the radiation range does not reach other people. As he spoke, Smith Doyle drew the shape of a big white robot and set the arc reactor in the center of the belly, so that even if he was close to the big white robot, he would still be more than 50 centimeters away from the core. Then Smith Doyle pointed at Ivan Vanko and said, of course, you can use the dividends from your shares to upgrade your suit. Perhaps you can become the 3rd superhero to catch people's attention. Smith Doyle was not optimistic about Colonel Rhodes, and since Tony had already preliminarily solved the problem of palladium poisoning, he would naturally not let the other party steal another Iron Man suit, and naturally he would not face the fate of being replaced. Ivan Vanks' eyes lit up when he heard Smith Doyle wanted to make him the third superhero, to surpass the Stark family. Besides having similar Vank industries, making himself a superhero like Iron Man seemed like a very good option. John Wick, take Mr. Ivan to rest. Arrange a guest room for him in the base. Have him change clothes. Explain to him the mission and history of the Assassin's League. Finally, tell me his choice. Ivan Vanko was a little confused. What was the Assassin's League? Why did he need to know its history and mission? And what choice should he make? John Wick nodded and said, "Okay, Chief." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Get it done as soon as possible. I want to know this before I go to Monaco to participate in the car race so that I can decide whether to take him with me." John Wick looked at Ivan and said, "Ivan Vanko, take off your suit. I'll take you to your room. We need to have a good talk next." Ivan Vanko nodded. It seemed that the so-called Assassin's League was not simple. Then he took off his battle suit and followed the other party out of the meeting room. As the two left, Fox asked, "The one on the chest of his suit just now is very similar to Tony's." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "It's something of the same origin, but its energy output is much weaker than Tony's arc reactor, but it can still be said to be a product that can shake up the world. Rather than letting him out to stir up trouble in the world, it's better to keep him here and allow him to appear in the world in a more reasonable way." Fox thought for a moment and then said, "This will cause a conflict with Tony's company, and you are the largest shareholder there besides Tony." Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said, "I helped him avoid a big trouble. He will thank me in the future. I heard that the Anti-Monopoly Bureau is planning to make trouble for Tony. I think Vank Industrial can solve this problem." Fox said, "It's up to you to make the decision. I'm afraid it will affect your personal relationship." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "I'll know how to handle it." The other side. John Wick arranged for Ivan Vanko to stay in a guest room and called a tailor to make a suit for him. As the tailor walked out of the room, Ivan Vanko sat on the sofa, looked at John Wick, and said, "Now you should tell me about the League of Assassins." John Wick nodded seriously, and then began to explain to Ivan Vanko the rituals and rules of the Assassin's League, which included the changes of the Assassin's League. For example, in the past, with the guidance of the god's sacred loom, they would directly eliminate those who would cause damage to human society in the future, even if the person was just a child. And after the god Smith Doyle was born into the Assassin's League, the assassinations that were previously carried out in advance were changed to being killed only after the crime was confirmed. This also included the reason for the Dragon Ball, which was the sacred object of the Assassin's League. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 228 Tony, my men are going to fight you, are you surprised? Chapter 228 Tony, my men are going to fight you, are you surprised? Part 2. After hearing the cause and effect at the beginning, Ivan Vanko even felt a little disdainful of this organization. He felt that it was just a lie. How could you be sure that this person would commit a crime in the future if you killed him now? It was not that he did not agree with eliminating the danger in advance, but he did not agree with how the Assassin's League could be sure that this person would do evil in the future and endanger others. However, after learning that the Dragon Ball was actually the sacred object of the Assassin's League, it had always been in their hands, but now it was released to give the world some hope. After hearing this, Ivan Vanko, who knew the power of the Dragon Ball, went from being skeptical at first to believing that the Assassin's League really had such means. He even learned that a battle for the Dragon Ball was held not long ago. Ivan Vanko then asked, "So, when you came to collect the Dragon Balls, were you also organizing their recycling?" John Wick shook his head. "No, it's for myself." Ivan Vanko was shocked, and then asked, "What wish did you fulfill?" John Wick looked at Ivan Vanko and said, "With your status, you are not qualified to know this. I resurrected my wife Helen." Upon hearing this result, Ivan Vanko widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and then he said, "Is there any chance I can visit your home?" John Wick said, "If you could become one of us." John Wick then explained to Ivan Vanko the mission of the League of Assassins, the size of the organization, and the global assassin brotherhood. "The foundation of social civilization is fragile. We must become the guardians of our own civilization. We are the designers of our own actions, and we bear the consequences of our actions, whether they are glorious or tragic. When people's hearts blindly follow the so-called truth, remember that there is no absolute truth in the world. When people's behavior is constrained by morality or law, remember that any constraint can be broken. We work in the darkness to serve the light. We are assassins. Everything is false, and everything is permitted." After telling all this, John Wick looked at Ivan Vanko and said, "Tell me about your choice." Ivan Vanko looked at John Wick and said, "Knowing so much, do I have any other choice?" John Wick said, "You can still become a shareholder in a subsidiary, but that's it." Ivan Vanko was a little surprised. He didn't expect there was actually a choice, but he still stretched out his hand and said, "Your organization is very cool, I like it very much. I want to join you. Becoming a superhero will also make it easier for me to fight criminals." 3 days later, Monaco. Ivan Vanko chose to join Smith Doyle's Assassins League and became a member of it. He took him, John Wick and Bulma to participate in the racing competition here. As for Fox, he was busy with the establishment of Vanko Industries and could not leave. At this time, on the way to the hotel, Smith Doyle and Tony Stark were riding in the same car, while Pepper was driven into another car. Tony asked, "Dude, what's going on with that Natalie? You need to tell me face to face." Smith Doyle said, "Her name is actually Natasha, and she's mine." Tony was surprised. "Natasha? Is she a member of your League of Assassins? Then why are you applying for a legal position at my company? Don't sue me. Some big bad guy who's destroying the world has appeared in my company again." Knowing the mission of the League of Assassins, Tony Stark instinctively thought of this. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "Although she is one of my people, she was not sent by our organization. She actually has another identity, an agent of SHIELD, but this matter needs to be kept secret and not leaked." Tony looked at Happy, who was driving, and said, "Happy, forget about this and don't tell anyone." Happy nodded and said, "Okay, I didn't hear anything." Smith Doyle still believed in Tony's happy bodyguard, who would not leak any secrets. Tony asked in surprise, "Dude, what are you doing? You're actually undercover in the world's largest spy agency. Why are you starting to distrust them?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Yes, I don't trust them very much, and I've already found some clues. They seem to be afraid of me supervising them and kept delaying my rights." Hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up, and then he said eagerly, "Dude, we're the best of partners. If you find out anything, remember to take me with you." Looking at Tony Stark, who was eager to try, Smith Doyle was also happy and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take you with me when the time comes. Just cooperate with Natasha. She's probably here because of your palladium poisoning. We'll talk about it when we meet later. I have another matter with you." As he spoke, Smith Doyle took out a small arc reactor built by Ivan Vanko and placed it in front of Tony. Looking at the thing in front of him, Tony Stark was stunned and said in disbelief, "Don't tell me this was copied by Bulma. It seems like Bulma is the only one you have who can do this, and she actually did it. She's a real genius. Following you is such a waste." Because Tony was not wearing a battle suit at the moment, he could not see the efficiency of the arc reactor with the naked eye, but he was sure that this was a small arc reactor. Tony felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had just said at the hearing that it would take 5 to 10 years or even 20 years for others to catch up with him, and then Smith Doyle came up with one. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "It wasn't something Bulma researched." Tony was even more surprised now, his face full of disbelief. "If it's not Bulma, then who is it?" Smith Doyle asked, "Do you know Anton Vanko?" Tony Stark thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I've never heard of him. Is he also a scientist who graduated from MIT? Tony said, "Anton Vanko and your father, Howard Stark, once jointly researched the original arc reactor. However, due to differences in philosophy, your father kicked him out of the company and even expelled him from the United States, returning him to the Soviet Union, now Russia. The other party also has the blueprints of the original arc reactor, and his son, Ivan Vanko, also built a small arc reactor using the blueprints. By the way, not long ago, he found me through his relationship with John Wick, got investment from me, and founded Vank Industrial, ready to compete with you. And he also joined my League of Assassins. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 229 Tony and 039's Cooperation. Chapter 229 Tony's Cooperation. First update. After hearing the information Smith told him, Tony was speechless. What was going on? Then he said, "I don't know the grudges of the older generation. But I can look up some information. If his technology really comes from his father, and his father is the developer of this technology, I should be able to find the information." Tony took out his cell phone and immediately searched the database for Anton Vanko's information. He actually discovered that Ivan Vanko was the co-developer of the arc reactor and that he also held the patent in this regard. Now his son had also developed a miniaturized arc reactor. Well, one of the co-developers is Ivan Vanko. "Tell me, man, what does he want to do? Are you going to compete with my Stark Industries?" Smith Doyle smiled and said, "I heard that the Antitrust Investigation Bureau is planning to extort some money from you." Tony nodded and said helplessly, "I didn't expect that even you knew about it, but I don't care about them. I won't give them a penny. I'd rather use this money to fight the lawsuit for the legal department. Wait, you want to? Smith Doyle nodded. Yes, it's what you think. He also created a battle suit, but the weapons are rather simple, lacking missiles or anything like that. He wants to spar with you. Hearing that Ivan Vanko had created a battle suit to compete with him, Tony became eager to try it out and then said, doesn't his weapon have missiles or something like that? Smith Doyle shook his head and said, he was very short of money. The money for building this battle suit was made from the $10 he earned from selling the Dragon Balls to John. Tony Stark's mouth twitched. He fought for the Dragon Ball but failed to win the final victory, and John Wick bought one for only 10 yuan. It was really outrageous. Since he doesn't have any heavy weapons, I just happened to research a portable battle suit. I can fight him, and it won't be considered bullying him. By the way, tell me about your plans for this guy and your plans for Vank Industry. Smith Doyle then told Tony about Vank Industrial's business direction, clean energy, household robots, and companion robots. Tony nodded with satisfaction after hearing about the company's focus. If it wasn't for selling Iron Man suits, he didn't object to the emergence of such a company. As for Ivan Vanko's arrangement, Smith Doyle regarded him as the person to replace Iron Patriot, and the other party would also join in fighting crime and upholding justice, becoming the third superhero, and would join their Avengers in the future. After hearing Smith Doyle's arrangement, Tony nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, your arrangement is very good, I accept it. After the match, arrange for me to spar with him. Oh, and ask him to come up with a nickname. Perhaps this sparring match can be publicized, even making him famous and launching Vank Industrial. Seeing Tony's help, Smith Doyle expressed his gratitude. What a brother, helping me like this. Tony said nonchalantly, you've saved me so many times, this is nothing. Hearing Tony say this, Smith Doyle decided to give him another gift on his birthday. With the mounted police clearing the way, Tony and Smith's car stopped in front of the Paris Hotel in Monaco. As everyone got out of the car, cheers immediately rang out all around. Tony, who entered the hotel first, said to Pepper beside him, this is Europe, whatever happens, we have to let it happen. Little Pepper was surprised. Let it be? Let it be what it is, Mr. Stark. And what did you talk about with Smith? You even had to avoid me. Tony snapped his fingers and shouted to the beauty in red in front of him. Hey! Natasha had a smile on her face. Have a good trip, Mr. Stark. Very good. It's really nice to meet you. While the two were talking, Smith came in with Bulma, Ivan and John. As soon as they entered the hotel, Sophia, one of the leaders of the Monaco Assassin Brotherhood, immediately came to Smith respectfully and bowed, saying, welcome, Master Smith. Looking at the leader of the Assassin Brotherhood running over, Smith nodded, are you coming to the car race too? Sophia shook her head. I'm not interested in racing. I'm here mainly to obey your orders. If you have any needs, you can tell me. Smith nodded and said, please arrange a space where no one will disturb me for a few minutes. I need to discuss something. At this time, Pepper Potts whispered to Tony, when did you hire her? Tony replied, you forced me to do this. What did I force you to do? Just as the two were about to quarrel, Smith came over to them and patted Tony on the shoulder. Hey, man, what are you talking about? Pepper Potts turned around and said with a smile on her face, Mr. Smith. Smith Doyle said, Tony, I asked someone to clear out a place for us. You and Natalie come over here. I have something to discuss. Tony nodded when he saw this, and then said, Natalie, Smith Doyle wants to see us. Natasha, in a red dress, nodded and followed Tony Stark. When Pepper Potts saw that it was Smith Doyle who was looking for them, she didn't say anything more. At this time, Smith Doyle brought Natasha and Tony to the place arranged by Sophia and asked, Natasha, is the reason S.H.I.E.L.D. sent you undercover as Tony Stark this time because of palladium poisoning? Natasha was not surprised that Smith Doyle knew about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission, so she spoke directly. Director Nick Fury asked me to get close to Tony to see how he's dealing with palladium poisoning, and to also see if he's qualified to be a member of the Avengers. Tony was surprised. I'm already a fucking consultant, and he's now assessing my eligibility for Avengers membership. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have any other missions? Natasha glanced at Smith and said at his signal, no, just these two things. But I seem to have discovered that Mr. Tony Stark doesn't seem to be bothered by the palladium poisoning. Tony shrugged and said, then you'll have to ask your boss. Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said, it's a temporary solution, but it's much more sophisticated than S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha nodded, and at the same time she was certain of one thing, that is, Nick Fury's plan would fail this time. Tony then spoke, sure enough, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a good person. They actually sent someone undercover to spy on me. Smith Doyle checked the time and said, okay, now that we know what happened, let's go out. Tony nodded upon seeing this, and the three of them then left the area. After they left, it wasn't long before many guests were diverted here, filling up the area. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 231 Nothing Found. Chapter 230 Nothing Found, Part 2. Smith and Tony return to the dining table. Smith, are you really not going to consider competing with me in a racing car? This feels really different, why don't you give it a try? Looking at Tony's invitation, Smith shook his head and said, I'm not interested in racing. This speed is too slow. Thinking of Smith's flying ability, Tony shook his head and said, Man, you missed a fun thing. At this time, Justin Hammer in the hotel also saw Smith and Tony, so he walked over with a glass of wine. Tony, Smith. Hey, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you guys okay? Looking at Justin Hammer who was walking over, Tony frowned and said to Smith, What a disgusting fellow this is. Tony then greeted Justin Hammer. How are you? At this time, Justin Hammer seemed to be familiar with the place. He sat at a table with Smith, Tony and others, and then continued, You are not the only rich people driving luxury cars. I also enjoy this event. As he spoke, Justin Hammer pulled a beautiful woman behind him over. This is Kristen from Vanity Fair. Tony, do you know her? Tony saw this and said, I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. Hammer said proudly, She's going to interview me on Vanity Fair. Looking at the showing off Justin Hammer, Tony smiled and said, She once interviewed me and wrote a report about it, which was very impressive. Kristen looked at Smith at the side, then smiled and said, Mr. Smith, can I give you an interview? If I can't interview you, the editor-in-chief will definitely scold me to death. A smile appeared on Smith's face, just when Christine thought he was going to agree. No, I don't accept interviews. Tony smiled when he heard Smith's direct refusal, but Justin Hammer was as upset as if he had eaten a dead fly. The thing he showed off was something that others disdained. At this time, Justin Hammer no longer paid attention to Christine, but looked at Tony and said, Tony, I actually want to display my products at your expo. Tony said with an exaggerated expression, Wow, if you invent something useful, I'll definitely reserve a showroom for you. At this time, Tony pulled the collar of his shirt and said to Smith, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Tony stood up and left. Natasha came over, placed some desserts on the table, and said to Justin Hammer and the other person beside her, Sir, this is our seat, you may need to give way. Looking at Natasha in red, Justin Hammer showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He then took out a business card, placed it in front of Smith and said, Mr. Smith Doyle, Hammer Industries is now responsible for most of the Ministry of Defense's orders. If you are interested, you can learn more about it. We welcome investors like you. It would be my honor to cooperate with the Universal Capsule Group. After finishing his words, Justin Hammer left the table directly with Christine without stopping. He also wanted to have a deep experience with the reporter that Tony had deeply experienced. Smith glanced at the business card on the table and didn't care. Hammer Industries had no innovation ability and its product quality was unreliable. It was really a failure among failures. At this time, Smith Doyle looked at the next table and saw Bulma and Pepper Potts having a good conversation, while John Wick, Ivan and Happy were talking about something unknown. After seeing Justin Hammer leave, Natasha said softly to Smith when no one else was around to disturb him, I've been assigned tasks non-stop since I returned, and I haven't found any useful information. Could you give me some tips? Smith Doyle was not surprised that Natasha found nothing. If Hydra could be found so easily, it would not have hidden for so long without being discovered. If you want to understand them, collect their blood. Smith Doyle pointed out a clear way for Natasha. With the cooperation of the vampire clan, as long as the vampire gets the blood, he can obtain the other party's memory. Whether it is a real SHIELD agent or a member of Hydra, Selena's vampire clan can clearly distinguish through the memory. Although Natasha didn't understand why Smith Doyle said that, she nodded anyway. I'll find a way to collect them. Smith nodded when he saw this, then stood up and walked to Ivan and said to him, Have you ever thought of a title for yourself these days? Ivan thought for a moment and said, How about a whipcord? Smith Doyle frowned slightly and asked, Are you going to use this as your signature weapon? Ivan nodded and said, I think it's very convenient to use. Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said, As long as you like it. Happy looked at Ivan Vanko. This was the Russian who developed the small arc reactor that Smith Doyle had mentioned in the car. It was really unexpected. Toilet. Tony took a look at the reactor that he had attached to his chest with magnetic technology. Although the injury on his chest had been healed, in order to be able to put on the armor in time to fight outside, Tony still put the reactor back to its original position instead of leaving it on the armor. Of course, Tony has already instructed Jarvis to start making the model that will be fixed on the armor, but it's not finished yet, so he can't bring it along this time. After all, the suitcase-shaped Mark armor was developed before he received treatment. Its purpose was to deal with some emergencies and be able to transform into Iron Man in time. However, because it is portable, there are very few corresponding weapons. However, Tony is still developing a simpler method, and the suitcase Type 1 will only be a transitional product. His current projects include satellite air support and more convenient automatic assembly armor, but he has only established projects for these two models and has not yet started research and development. In addition, with the arrival of adamantium alloy, his anti-Smith Doyle suit can finally be produced. After the game is over, he can find time to make it and then have a fight with Smith Doyle. After all, he had been waiting for this competition for a whole year. At least the hardness of adamantium alloy gave him a lot of confidence. Thinking of this, Tony smiled and took out the blood virus detector. It showed that the current blood virus content was 0. He nodded with satisfaction and looked at himself in the mirror. Now that you're here, don't miss it. Soon, Tony changed into his racing suit, left the hotel and entered the race venue. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 231 Whip Rope appears. Chapter 231 Whip Rope appears, Part 3. Justin Hammer changed his seat in the hotel's executive lobby and was now being interviewed by Kristen. Tony and we admire each other, we're not competitors. After he withdrew from the arms sales industry, it accelerated the development of Hammer Industries. There was a healthy competition between Tony and me. At this time, Tony's voice came from the TV behind Justin Hammer, making Justin Hammer turn around curiously. At this moment, Tony was answering a reporter's question on TV. The purpose of owning a racing car is to race. Otherwise, what's the point of owning a racing car? Watching Tony's answer on TV, Justin Hammer said in disbelief, he wants to race. A top billionaire actually wants to race cars, and even participate in such a dangerous sport as racing himself. This simply refreshed Justin Hammer's values. Pepper Potts, who was looking through the menu at this time, also saw Tony on TV and immediately turned around and questioned Natasha. Natalie, did you know he was going to race? I just found out about this now. Hearing this answer, Pepper Potts was very dissatisfied, but still asked, is it too late to stop him? At this time, Bulma asked in confusion, it's just a race car, there shouldn't be any problem. As a person who has been in contact with aliens since childhood and dared to drive a flying car around the world in search of Dragon Balls at the age of 16, a race is not dangerous at all, especially with a treatment cabin. If you don't die you can be rescued, and professional racing cars and racing suits have very high safety performance. Pepper Potts explains, racing is still very risky. His body is just that of an ordinary person. Such dangerous behavior is not suitable for a wealthy man like him. I'd rather he wear a suit and be a superhero. In Pepper Potts' opinion, the Iron Man suit will ensure Tony's safety, and the risk is not as great as racing. Smith Doyle said, don't worry, if there's any danger to life, I'll take action. Pepper Potts looked at Smith Doyle and said, then I'll trouble you then. Pepper Potts still has confidence in Smith Doyle's abilities. At this time, Natalie said, Tony just finalized something with the organizer. Pepper Potts asked doubtfully, is there anything else? Natasha said, after the race, there will be an exhibition race, like Iron Man and. Having said that, Natalie looked at Smith Doyle. She was only responsible for communicating the matter with the organizer, but she didn't know who it was specifically, Tony or who else. However, thinking of the people here, she guessed it might be Smith Doyle. Pepper Potts was puzzled. Smith, do you want to play a friendly match with Tony? Happy knew who it was, but he didn't interrupt. Smith Doyle said, that's true, but the opponent isn't me, it's a new friend. You'll know when the time comes. Pepper Potts was puzzled. What new friend is worthy of Tony wearing the Iron Man suit to fight against? Could it be someone like those in the Dragon Ball battle? Then she asked worriedly, isn't it life-threatening? Smith Doyle shook his head, don't worry, there's no danger to your life. Okay, let's go to the scene and cheer for Tony. After hearing Smith Doyle's suggestion, everyone went to the race site to see Tony's car. Because Ivan Vanko was no longer disrupting the race, the racing went very smoothly. Although Tony did not get first place, he still got a good result of third place, which was beyond many people's expectations. This was also because his body returned to its peak, allowing Tony to perform exceptionally well. The host then awarded prizes to the top 3, and Tony donated the prize money to charity. After the awards ceremony, when everyone thought the competition was over, the host took the microphone and announced Iron Man Tony Stark has added a special friendly match with a special friend. Let's welcome them. As the host made the announcement, warm applause broke out at the scene. Everyone felt that the trip was worth it. Not only did they see Tony racing, but they also had the opportunity to see Tony put on the Iron Man suit and play a friendly match. It was really a great deal. At this time, Ivan Vanko changed into his whip battle suit in the backstage. The silver-white half-wrapped battle suit had a unique charm. The staff cleared the competition venue, and Happy ran to Tony with the suitcase, handed it to Tony Stark, and then withdrew from the competition. Justin Hammer looked at the arena curiously, wondering what Tony Stark was going to do. At this time, the host asked, "Mr. Stark, could you please introduce us to the other player in this friendly match?" At this time, Ivan Vanko, wearing a battlesuit, walked out of the racing channel very cooperatively, came to the middle of the race and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned when they saw the opponent's appearance. The energy source in the opponent's chest looked familiar to everyone. Hammer frowned slightly. "Is Tony Stark going to sell this armor to the military?" At this time, Tony Stark introduced. The person participating in this discussion is Ivan Vank, a shareholder of Vank Industrial, a subsidiary of the Universal Capsule Group, and also the chief scientist of Vank Industrial. At the same time, he will join Smith Doyle and my team and become a new superhero with a brand new nickname. "Hey man, tell everyone what your name is?" Seeing Tony introduce himself in this way and invite him to play, Ivan Vanko couldn't help but sigh. Is this the benefit of being organized? You have to know Tony Stark's personality in the media. He is an extremely foul-mouthed person, which is well known on the internet. "I'm Whiplash." Tony said, "Whiplash, let us welcome the new superhero Whiplash. Let this friendly match today be a testament to the strength of this Whiplash. Also, I want to emphasize that every component of Whiplash's battlesuit was made by him personally." After saying this, Tony threw away his microphone. At this moment, Justin Hammer was staring at Ivan Vanko. Tony just said that the opponent's battlesuit was all made by himself. Doesn't that mean that the energy is also made by himself? However, when he thought that it was actually a holding subsidiary of the Universal Capsule Group, he felt discouraged. It seemed that the hope of poaching it was very low, but if someone could research it, then doesn't it mean that other scientists also have hope? After all, if there is one, there will be two. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 232 Battle. Chapter 232 Battle, 4th update. Tony stepped on the box and unlocked it instantly. He put his hands on the arm interface that popped out of the box and then put on the armor. Soon the armor was put on and began to be worn. The next second, Iron Man officially appeared. Seeing the way Tony was dressed, and the armor was actually shrunk into a suitcase, Ivan Vanko knew that the other party had done in-depth research in this area, and his own suit was several generations behind the other party. But even so, Ivan Vanko is still full of confidence. This battle is a fair fight between him and Tony. He wants to fight brilliantly and show the momentum of the Vank family. The people in the audience exclaimed in amazement at Tony Stark's costume. Everyone knew that Tony was really far ahead in terms of battle suits. As the two men were ready, the battle was about to begin. On the field, Ivan Vanko rushed towards Tony Stark quickly, and at the same time, he swung his arms, and the whips connected to both sides of his arms were immediately electrified. Zilala. Looking at Ivan Vanko's weapon, Tony also became serious. Ivan swung his whip, sparks and lightning flew, and a charred mark was immediately left on the ground. Pepper Potts looked at Ivan Vanko, who was fighting Tony on the field, then looked at Bulma and asked, "Bulma, this is really not something you researched?" Bulma shook her head and said, "Not me. That guy developed this himself." Brother Smith said that Ivan's father was a co-developer of the arc reactor. Pepper Potts looked at Smith Doyle and felt incredible when she saw him nod in agreement. On the one hand, it is incredible that the arc reactor actually has other co-researchers. What is even more incredible is that the other party's son has also managed to miniaturize the arc reactor like Tony Stark. Moreover, the other party has now joined the Universal Capsule Group and established Vank Industries. It seems that some aspects of Stark Industries need to be adjusted. At this moment, Ivan Vanko was waving the whip in his hand, and plasma currents were flashing on it. Tony was dodging and attacking at the same time. Looking at Ivan Vanko's fighting style, both John Wick and Happy could see that he had not received any systematic training. His fighting style was very simple, relying solely on the two special whips in his hands. Although the fighting style was simple, the killing effect was quite good. Tony once used his body to block a whip, but a lot of fault lights were lit up in the system inside, and the defense of the suit was almost broken. Of course, Tony is not someone to be trifled with. Although he has no other weapons, he knocked Ivan Vanko to the ground with a palm cannon, causing the other party's fault light to light up as well. Ivan waved the whip in his hand and approached Tony Stark. Ivan swung the two whips with great force, and plasma currents intersected in the air. Sizzle, sizzle, snap, 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 boom. Ivan's whip hit the ground in vain, leaving a scorch mark. Fortunately, the field had been cleared long ago and there were no racing cars or anything like that, otherwise everyone would have discovered the brutality of this attack. Tony used the palm cannon to attack again. Although it was successfully launched, it was all knocked away by Ivan's whip and failed to cause any damage to the opponent. Ivan approached Tony, wrapping one whip around one of Tony's arms and the other around his neck. He then yanked Tony over, throwing him to the ground. Then, with another shove, he landed on the ground on the other side. Seeing how effective his attack was, Ivan smiled again, feeling like he was going to win the match. At this time, Tony was half kneeling on the ground, looking at the various fault codes on the virtual screen in front of him, but he thought of a countermeasure. Tony stood up, grabbed the whip wrapped around his neck, wrapped it around himself, and moved towards Ivan step by step. Seeing this, Ivan quickly waved another whip, trying to stop Tony from approaching, but he failed. Soon, Tony came in front of Ivan and started punching Ivan, who was not wearing full body armor. Although it was a friendly match, Tony Stark was not going to lose. He had already given enough face to Smith Doyle, and now it was time for him to attack. After attacking several times, Tony Stark retaliated against the opponent in the same way and threw him to the ground. At the same time, he seized the weakness of the whiplash armor that did not cover the whole body and removed the armor with his bare hands. He learned this trick from Smith Doyle. Soon Tony successfully dismantled Ivan Vanko's battle suit into pieces, and used Jarvis to scan the arc reactor on Ivan Vanko's body. He found that the small arc reactor developed by the other party was more than one version lower than his own, and the other party's battle suit did not have the ability to fly. Tony took off the whip wrapped around his body, walked to the fallen Ivan, and lifted him up. "Man, looks like I'm the winner of this spar." Ivan Vanko's eyes were dull at this moment. He didn't expect that Tony could beat him without using those missiles. It turned out that he still needed to practice. "I lost, ha 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 ha. But I won't give up. Once I upgrade my suit, we'll spar again." Tony did not discourage Ivan Vanko's enthusiastic idea, but said, "I'm waiting for you to challenge me." Then he shouted to the side, "Host, please announce the results." The host took the microphone and shouted, "The winner of this sparring match is Iron Man, Tony Stark. I would also like to thank Whipso and Ivan Vanko for their wonderful work." In the next scene, everyone in the audience stood up and gave the two of them a warm round of applause. Backstage, Tony took off his Iron Man suit, and Ivan Vanko also took off his whiplash suit. At this time, Tony thought for a while and said, "Your arc reactor is a good idea, but its rotation speed is too low, and the energy output per second is insufficient. You could double the speed and use plasma channels to focus the energy, and the effect would be much better." After hearing Tony's suggestion, Ivan Vanko thought for a moment and said, "Thank you. But I'm more curious about how you managed to cure the palladium poisoning after spending so much time on it." Tony thought for a moment, then said, "Chlorophyll is a mitigation method. Smith Doyle has a better solution for this matter. You can learn more from him. P.S. It's the last 2 days now. I'm begging for the monthly tickets from all book friends. I want to get 1,000 monthly tickets. I feel like I have a great chance of getting 1,000. I'm begging all book friends, request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 233, Always Prepared. Chapter 233, Always Prepared. First update. The two walked out of the backstage and were greeted by a large group of reporters who were surrounding them. "Mr. Tony, you once declared at the hearing that no one else would be able to develop an Iron Man suit within 20 years. What do you think of the appearance of Whiplash?" Tony said nonchalantly, "Ivan's father was once a co-developer of the arc reactor. I'm not surprised that he was able to miniaturize the arc reactor. This is the extension of the bloodline, the son inheriting the father's business. But other companies, like Hammer Industries, still have no hope after 20 years. Hearing that Tony was helping his family clear its name, Ivan Vanko felt even more strongly that he had made the right choice. At this time, a reporter took the microphone and asked, "Mr. Ivan Vanko, are you ready to become a superhero?" Ivan Vanko straightened his suit and said, "I believe everyone has a dream of becoming a superhero, and I was deeply influenced by the actions of Mr. Smith Doyle and Mr. Tony Stark. As soon as I developed the Whiplash suit, I contacted Mr. Smith. I'm very honored that Mr. Smith has invested in me and supported me in becoming a superhero. You asked me if I was ready, and I want to tell you that I am always ready. And it's not just me. Everyone who dreams of being a superhero is always ready." Hearing Ivan Vanko's generous speech, Smith Doyle led everyone over, and soon with the help of Happy and John Wick, took Tony and Ivan away from the scene. At the same time, Anton Vanko, who was far away in Moscow, was very happy to see his son wearing a suit and looking high-spirited in front of the media, but Tony next to him was a bit annoying. At this time, a member of the Assassin Brotherhood said, "Mr. Anton, the plane is ready, it's time for us to leave." Anton Vank nodded. "Sorry to trouble you all." Afterwards, members of the Assassin Brotherhood completed the discharge procedures for Anton Vanko, and through the Assassin Brotherhood's channels, he flew to New York as soon as possible. As soon as Anton Vanko boarded the plane, Krober's agents rushed to the hospital where he was, but naturally found nothing. After the Moroccan car race and the Iron Man and Whiplash events were broadcast, the entire network was once again set off, and at the same time, the reputation of Vank Industrial was also made famous. People knew that it was a company similar to Stark Industries, and would also enter the clean energy field and would not enter the military industry market. At the same time, people have different opinions on this upcoming third superhero, some support him and some reject him. Those who support him naturally hope that there will be more and more superheroes in the world to protect everyone's safety and fight against criminals. And according to the content of the news, it is obvious that Ivan Vanko will also be the new capital. Everyone found out that Vank Industrial's registered capital was only $10 billion, but with the arc reactor, its value would definitely rise rapidly, and the holding company was the Universal Capsule Group, so it could be said that its financial resources were greatly guaranteed. Looking at it this way, Ivan Vanko's Whiplash suit will soon become a smaller version of Iron Man, who can research and develop to improve his strength, has the ability to stop crime, and has the money to compensate for the losses caused, which will naturally be easier for people to accept. Those who oppose it believe that Ivan Vanko should first wear his whip armor to punish evil and promote good, and then become a superhero, which is the wrong order. Compared to the uproar on the internet and in the media, the military is even more dissatisfied with Tony Stark. Rhodes, who works in the Air Force Equipment Procurement and Research and Development Department, was harassed by his superiors, who even threatened to confiscate Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Although Rhodes argued with reason, the effect was not ideal. Trident building. Nick Fury looked at the information on Ivan Vanko and Anton Vanko in his hand, frowned slightly and said, "How did this guy Ivan Vanko get involved with Smith Doyle?" S.H.I.E.L.D. had long lost interest in Anton Vanko, especially after he returned to the then Soviet Union and was not reused but instead put into cold storage. No one cared about him anymore. Unexpectedly, his son was as smart as Tony Stark and had even developed a small arc reactor, and in such a poor environment. Coulson on the side reported, "According to the intelligence we have, it should be related to John Wick, Smith Doyle's subordinate. We have a record here of John Wick traveling to Russia over a year ago. This should be the time when the two of them got in touch. Since then, Ivan Vanko's family's living conditions have improved a lot. When Ivan Vanko arrived in New York, he immediately headed to the Assassin's League base, and the person who greeted him was John Wick." Nick Fury murmured, "Invest in advance. What a lucky guy." Coulson, "What do you think of Smith Doyle's move to introduce a third superhero?" Coulson said, "Director, I believe Smith Doyle is no longer satisfied with the slow progress of the Avengers and has begun to build his own team. With 3 more suitable candidates, they can create their own Justice League." After hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury thought for a moment. If the other party continued to launch superheroes, the value of the Avengers would be greatly reduced. He then said, "Inform them of the location of the Avengers base and see what the needs are for that area. We have also approved some of the suggestions Smith Doyle made last time. As for Ivan Vanko, keep a closer eye on him to see if he has any new innovations in his battle suit." There's also news from Natasha that Tony Stark hasn't found a replacement for palladium yet, but he seems to have a solution for palladium poisoning. Currently, the physical reaction isn't obvious. After hearing what director Nick Fury said, Coulson nodded and said, "I will communicate with Smith Doyle, but it's not a good idea for the Avengers to drag on like this." Nick Fury rubbed his head and said, "Coulson, you know that the extraordinary people we have control over have different abilities, but do you think they are suitable to join us?" As he spoke, Nick Fury threw out a document containing some of the extraordinary people that S.H.I.E.L.D. had controlled and captured. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 234, Alternative Avengers Members. Chapter 234, Alternative Avengers Members, Part 2. Looking at the documents thrown to him by his superior, Coulson picked them up and started to look through them. Among them was Chen Hairan, a superhuman who could control fire and was under surveillance in Hong Kong. This extraordinary person seems to have great potential to be tapped, so S.H.I.E.L.D. even released him outside to see if he could improve his abilities. However, after so many years, his fire control ability is only to create a small flame on his palm, and its power is only enough to perform a magic trick or light a cigarette. As for Max Daniels, who was imprisoned in the ice prison, he had the ability to absorb light energy and plunge the surroundings into darkness, but he was mentally ill and constantly harassed Coulson's cello girlfriend. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research and treatment not only failed to alleviate the other party's condition, but aggravated it. With the advent of combat power detectors, S.H.I.E.L.D. captured some superpowered people, including the Purple Man, Jekyllgrav, a superpowered person who controls women after contact with them by emitting pheromones, the same type as the pheromones in the Red Room. However, the power of the pheromones will weaken as the person leaves the other party, and the person will recall the memories of that period after breaking free from control. Considering what Purple Man had done, there was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. would release him to join the Avengers. This guy was imprisoned in the bottom floor of the ice prison, where several scientific researchers conducted research on his superpowers and pheromones. Jessica Jones is a superpowered girl who was rescued when she captured the Purple Man. She has super strength, a terrifying jumping ability that is similar to flying, and extremely strong physical defense ability. She is currently receiving treatment and training at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Later, Coulson saw the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye, Natasha, etc. on this list. After reading the document, Coulson said, "Chief, if anyone else could consider it, Jessica Jones's abilities are quite qualified." Nick Fury sighed and said, "Her post-traumatic stress disorder is quite severe and she still needs treatment and training. She cannot be released to join the Avengers right now, but she can be considered a good backup. That beast Siren has caused great damage to her spirit." After hearing this, Coulson fell silent, and then he said, "If there is no better option, then we can only let our agents take over." Nick Fury was also helpless. Although he had S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the Skrulls in his hands, he had nothing to show for his top combat power. Now even Ross was holding the deadly weapon, Abomination. "How's Captain America's search and rescue efforts going?" Coulson shook his head regretfully. "There has been no progress so far. We may need to equip ourselves with more combat capability detectors." Nick Fury waved his hand and said, "This is equivalent to the funding he had previously reported for the formation of the Avengers. Equip the search and rescue team with 2 more. Seeing this, Coulson immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Chief." The other side. After Smith Doyle and others returned to New York, Smith Doyle plunged into the gravity room for training. During this period, the sage Talon talked about some martial arts concepts and the control of chi, while Bulma continued to study William, the ancestor of the werewolves who had not yet turned back into a werewolf. Ivan Vanko, through the intelligence network of the Assassin's League, embarked on his superhero journey of punishing evil and promoting good at night, and during the day he researched his own battle suit and developed the household robot Bimax according to Smith Doyle's requirements. As for Ivan Vanko's father, he was also taken back to the Assassin's League and arranged to recuperate in the best hospital. It can be said that the person who is working the hardest at the moment is Ivan Vanko. During the day, he has to consider the various usage scenarios of the large arc reactor and design matching models. He also has to study the Bimax robot to better upgrade his own suit. At night, he has to work non-stop to become a superhero and make a name for himself. Although he works non-stop from morning to night, Ivan Vanko enjoys it and likes the feeling of being fulfilled and respected. As for how to solve the problem of palladium poisoning, Ivan Vanko also learned from Smith Doyle the method, the Assassin's League's treatment chamber, but the cost for Tony to use it once is $3 million. This terrifying price also shocked Ivan Vank. The Vank industry he founded had not made any money yet, so he could not afford it. However, Bulma told him that he was a member of the League of Assassins and gave him a cost price, a one-time usage fee of $1 million. Although Ivan Vank wanted to say that it didn't matter how cheap it was, and he would pay whatever Tony asked, but he really couldn't afford it. Even $1 million was beyond his reach. He could only hope to use it after Vank Industrial started operating and distributing dividends. At the same time, this incident also increased Ivan Vanko's confidence in remotely controlling the armor. As for the method of replacing the palladium element, Ivan Vanko did not aim too high. He first let his arc reactor catch up with the latest model in Tony's hands. Time flies and it is soon the end of May. Night, Stark's beach house. Tony Stark was alone in the house at this time. He was thinking about the news that Rhodes brought him today. The military was pressing forward step by step. Especially after the birth of the superhero Whiplash, a battle suit with a similar core appeared, which made the military more determined and forced Tony to return to the military industry and produce the iron suit. After learning the news, Tony was firm in his choice and would never reverse history. He would never let Stark Industries return to the military industry. Moreover, in the field of new energy, Stark Industries earned more than the military industry, and this was even with Vank Industrial taking away part of the orders. Tony decided to confront the military. No matter what means he used, he would not hand over his battle suit or produce battle suits for the military. He even tried to persuade Smith Doyle to close the newly established military-industrial enterprise, even though it only produced some products such as hovercraft. But speaking of it, Smith Doyle's company does not produce weapons, but more of a means of transportation. This is why Smith Doyle is willing to start the business. As for the Iron Warriors or combat mechas, Vank Industrial will not be involved. As for his old friend Rhodes, Tony could only say sorry. He told him to just let him be if it was uncomfortable to be caught in the middle. If he really couldn't do it anymore, he could just resign. He could reserve a position as a security manager or consultant at Stark Industries for him. After making up his mind, Tony closed the message in front of him. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 235, Do Whatever You Want. Chapter 235, Do Whatever You Want, Part 3. At this time, Natasha walked into the room, holding a box of watches in her hand, and asked, "Which watch would you like to wear tonight?" "I'll check it out later." Tony buttoned up his clothes, turned to look at Natasha and said, "Gold dial, brown strap. Let me see that Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. Hand it over." Tony was sitting on the sofa. Natasha came over with a box of watches, handed it to Tony, and then sat down next to him. Tony glanced at the seductive Natasha and remained silent for a moment. Natasha picked up the concealer and gently applied it on her hand, then began to cover the scars on Tony's face. Looking at Natalie, who was tidying up her face, Tony asked, "Honestly, how long can you stay here with me? I need pepper pots to find help for me in advance." Hearing Tony's question, Natasha said, "I don't know either. It's not up to my will." Hearing this answer, Tony was silent for a moment and then changed the subject. "How do you think a birthday can be meaningful?" Natasha knew the problems Tony Stark was facing recently, so she spoke directly. "Do whatever you want. You have Stark Industries and Smith Doyle and his Universal Capsule Group behind you." After Natasha finished her words and finished her work, she turned around and left. After hearing this answer, Tony picked up the wine on the table and took a sip, and became more determined in his thoughts. The other side. At this time, John Wick drove a Rolls-Royce with Smith Doyle and Bulma to Tony's seaside villa. Ivan Vanko also came with them, and his party partner was Natasha's sister Yelena. As for how the two got together, Smith Doyle had no idea. Maybe they were both Russians? It was already bustling outside the villa. Many invited guests had arrived, but some media reporters who did not receive invitations were blocked outside the door. They took photos and interviewed everyone present. As soon as Smith Doyle and Bulma got out of the car, the people guarding the door immediately spotted their target. "Oh my God, it's Smith Doyle, he's here too. He's Tony's friend, he'll definitely come. Wow, so handsome. The genius beauty Bulma is here too. Everyone says she's the next super genius after Tony. The whip rope is coming. Who is that person he's leading? She's so pretty." Listening to the cheers around him, Smith walked into the villa with Bulma with a smile on his face, and Ivan Vanko followed closely with Yelena. At this time, a reporter walked up to Smith with a microphone. "Mr. Smith, what do you think about the military's request that Tony Stark hand over the Iron Man suit? At this critical moment for Stark Industries, is Tony holding a birthday party a signal from Stark Industries? Do you think this is in the interests of Stark Industries?" Looking at the reporter in front of him, Smith took the microphone, glanced at the other party, and then said, "In America, personal property is sacred and inviolable, and it is illegal to force a person to hand over their property. Tony has been working hard to protect the people and fulfill his mission. As for Tony's birthday party, as an adult, he has the right to celebrate his own birthday, doesn't he?" After saying that, Smith returned the microphone to the reporter and walked directly to the door with Boomer. The reporter was not satisfied and then asked Ivan Vanko, "Ivan Vanko, do you have the same opinion about the whiplash armor? I heard the military is also contacting your Vanko industry." Ivan Vanko glanced at the reporter and said, "I agree with Tony Stark's philosophy. My whiplash suit is also my prosthetic limb, which is a great addition. Like Tony said, I am Iron Man is me, he will not give himself up, and the same goes for me. In addition, Vank Industrial is developing companion home robots. We adhere to the concept of a universal capsule and are committed to changing the lives of thousands of households, rather than becoming a military product." After an advertisement, Ivan Vanko and Yelena also walked towards the door. At this time, Happy, who was responsible for welcoming guests at the door, saw Smith's arrival and quickly took 2 steps forward. "Thank you very much for coming. The party hasn't started yet. Please come in." Smith nodded and took Bulma into the villa. Bulma followed Smith, looked at the many strangers inside, and asked, "Uncle Tony, why hasn't he come out yet as the protagonist on his birthday?" Hearing Bulma complain about Tony being an uncle, Smith laughed. "Maybe she's shy, maybe she's still wearing makeup. Also, don't call him uncle in front of him, he'll get angry." Hearing Smith's teasing, Bulma laughed out loud. "Tony will definitely be so excited when he sees the gifts we brought this time. But are you really willing to give it to him like this?" Smith Doyle knew what Bulma was referring to, but he still smiled and said, "This is his family heirloom and should belong to him." Bulma smiled when he heard this, and put his arm around Smith's arm and said, "Brother Smith, you are such a perfect man." At this time, Pepper Potts, who was chatting with someone, saw Smith and the other person coming in, and said to the person next to him, "Sorry, 2 important friends are coming. I'll go and receive them." Then Pepper Potts walked towards Smith. "Mr. Smith, Ms. Boomer." "Hi Pepper Potts. When is Tony going to come out? Today is his birthday and he hasn't shown up yet. This is not good." Pepper Potts smiled awkwardly. "You guys go wander around first, I'll go see what's going on with Tony." "It is good." Watching Pepper Potts leave, Smith took Bulma to the dessert area. There were various desserts on the table, and there were also drinks next to them. Smith took 2 desserts. "Try this, I think it tastes pretty good." Bulma took the dessert handed to her by Smith, took a bite and squinted her eyes. "It really tastes good and is not overly sweet at all." At this time, Ivan Vanko and Yelena also came to the villa. They walked up to Smith Doyle and Bulma and started talking. Just as the 4 were chatting, cheers were heard from the field. Smith looked towards the place where the crowd was cheering, and saw Tony Stark wearing his iron armor and walking out step by step with coquettish dance steps. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 236. Relax. What N039's wrong? Let N039's keep playing and dancing. Chapter 236. Relax. What's wrong? Let's keep playing and dancing. 4th update. Tony even walked to the DJ stage area and did exaggerated hip lifting movements, which made Bulma almost spit out the contents of her mouth when she saw this scene. Bulma looked at Smith beside him and asked, "Is he always this flirty?" Smith couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, no, he's usually quite arrogant. This is the first time I've seen him like this." Watching Tony's funny performance, Smith was a little confused for a moment. Without the life-threatening danger of palladium metal poisoning, Tony should not have acted so recklessly. Or maybe Tony was more relaxed without the worry of poisoning. Smith Doyle would not agree if Rhodes was allowed to snatch an Iron Man suit this time. The other side. Rhodes also drove to Tony's villa and was answering the phone at this time. "Yes sir, I understand." "No, that's not necessary. I'll take care of it. With Tony Stark here, we don't need to get armor. He's working hard to protect the people, and the practical effect is the same." Rhodes was helplessly caught between the 2 sides. He had just appeased some high-ranking military officials not to use violence against Ivan Vanko, and now he had to persuade Tony. After parking the car, Rhodes walked into the villa, looked around and saw Pepper Potts standing beside him. "Hi, Pepper." Pepper Potts turned around and saw that it was Rhodes, so he spoke directly. "I have to go, I need to get some fresh air." "What happened?" Pepper Potts took Rhodes directly to where Tony was performing, and then said, "I don't know what to do." Rhodes looked at Tony Stark in front of him and said in surprise, "Oh my god, this is a joke." At this time, Tony was wearing an iron armor and had drunk a lot of wine. He was staggering on the stage, while a group of young models and hot girls were partying below. Seeing this scene, Rhodes said angrily, "That's enough, I want." Little Chili dissuaded. "No, don't call anyone." Rhodes said helplessly, "That's ridiculous. I just made a promise for him." Little Pepper said, "I know, let me take care of it. I'll go find Smith. I think he can persuade Tony." Rhodes said angrily, "Hurry up and get it done, or I will come myself." "And he didn't do anything wrong, did he, Pepper Potts?" After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Pepper Potts looked at Tony who was making a fuss on the stage, and thought carefully about the past year. Tony had also faced kidnapping, betrayal by his family, company transformation, and saving people as a superhero. Even Tony didn't flirt with cover girls much. Thinking of Tony's experiences, Pepper Potts immediately figured it out. He stopped persuading Smith Doyle to help, but picked up a glass of wine from the beverage area and drank it in one gulp. Tony looked at Smith Doyle in the audience and shouted, "My brother, Smith Doyle." Following Tony's shout, everyone turned their eyes to Smith. "Come on, let's have fun together." Smith Doyle took Bulma's hand and said, "Together we will." Seeing this, Bulma nodded and walked up with Smith Doyle. Looking at Smith Doyle and Bulma walking up together, Tony's smile widened. Today was his birthday and he was going to indulge himself. As a good brother, Smith Doyle not only did not spoil his fun, but also brought Bulma along. This is our genius beautiful scientist, Bulma. The other one is our god, Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle then turned towards DJ and said, DJ, with me happy I'm sorry. When DJ Goldstein heard Smith Doyle request a song, he cooperated and started playing the music. When Tony heard the music, a smile appeared on his face, and then Smith Doyle, Bulma and Tony Stark started dancing the Charleston on the stage. Influenced by the three people, the people below also followed the rhythm and started dancing. Yelena invited Ivan Vanko to join in, and then everyone at the scene joined in. Seeing this, Pepper Potts also walked up and danced with Tony Stark. P.S. Today I will present the 4th chapter, please vote for me. Tomorrow is the last day, if you don't vote for me, it will be a waste. Please give me 1,000 monthly tickets, so that I can add 5 chapters. Please, request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 237, Clown Rod. Chapter 237, Clown Rod, first update. The whole scene was filled with joyful atmosphere, but Rhodes couldn't bear to watch it anymore. As a bridge of communication between the military and Tony Stark, Tony has been racing recently and launching the Whiplash with Smith, but he has not devoted himself to national defense work. His superiors are very dissatisfied, and Rhodes, who has a military mindset, is also dissatisfied. Thinking of the military's instructions, Rhodes ran directly to Tony's laboratory downstairs, entered the password, and walked in. After entering the underground laboratory, Rhodes looked around and found a whole row of Mark series combat suits. Rhodes walked over directly, picked out a suit and prepared to put it on. However, things went against his wishes. Without Tony Stark's authorization, Rhodes couldn't even open the suit, let alone put it on. After trying for a while without any results, Rhodes gave up and returned to the banquet upstairs. Rhodes didn't know that all his actions were reported to Tony Stark by Jarvis. Because Tony was wearing his battle suit all the time, Jarvis told Tony through the inside of the suit without disturbing anyone else. Tony was very dissatisfied with Rhodes' behavior of wearing the battle suit without telling him. Although we are friends and I understand your difficulties, is it really appropriate for you to take things without asking? Even Smith Doyle never asked for a battle suit to play with, and even though he had the arc reactor, he didn't ask Bulma or Ivan Vanko to create a Mark series. However, Tony has always kept the battle suit worn by Bulma, but he never had the chance to give it to her. Rhodes' behavior made Tony decide to change the password of the laboratory and he was extremely disappointed with him. Rhodes, who had failed to put on his battle suit in the lab, returned to the upper room and saw Tony and the others dancing the Charleston on the stage. He immediately shouted angrily, Tony, you should return to your proper position. Looking at the angry Rhodes, the DJ subconsciously paused the music, and the whole audience fell silent instantly. Smith Doyle noticed that the other party hadn't stolen Tony's Mark series, so he looked at Rhodes jokingly and asked, Tony, I didn't know you had a job in the Air Force. You even got deprived of your birthday. Hearing Smith Doyle's teasing words, some of the high-ranking people present laughed, and Ivan Vanko's actions were the most exaggerated among them. At this time, Pepper Potts had already understood Tony Stark. Not wanting him to spoil his birthday, she was about to go forward and explain things to Rhodes. At this time, Bulma stopped Pepper Potts at Smith's eye signal and whispered, Sister Boz, let's see what Rhodes is trying to do. Today is Stark's birthday, he shouldn't be unaware of it. Hearing this, Pepper Potts also stopped, because she had just taken over the company and had been very busy recently. Tony didn't throw a party or do anything excessive at the birthday party, so why did Rhodes come here to ruin the party? Tony helplessly put his hand on his face and said, It seems that I have no position in either the Ministry of National Defense or the military. At this time, Rhodes pointed at Tony and said, You don't deserve to wear steel armor, take it off. Tony saw that Rhodes really came to mess things up, but he still said with a smile, This is my good friend Rod. He must have been under a lot of pressure recently and got drunk. Tony turned and looked at the DJ behind him and said, Goldstein. DJ quickly responded, I'm here, Mr. Stark. Give my brother some exciting music. Goldstein obediently played a song as the background music for the event. Rhodes ran onto the stage and hugged Tony from behind. I told you to take off your steel armor. Looking at Rhodes who came up to make trouble, Yelena asked puzzledly, Is this guy crazy? Ivan Vanko shrugged his shoulders and said, Who knows? No normal person would do such a thing. Tony looked at Rhodes who was holding him, carefully pulled him away, and said, Dude, today is my birthday, I'll just assume you're drunk, now go back and get some rest. Rhodes cursed, Tony, the Iron Man armor is used to protect the people and maintain the security of America, not for you to use for entertainment at parties. You don't deserve to wear it like this. Seeing Rhodes like a mad dog, Smith frowned slightly, then interrupted directly. Tony Stark is Iron Man, but beyond that he's still himself, a billionaire, a scientist, a playboy, and a genius. He created the Mark series himself. As long as he doesn't use it for evil, even if he uses it to set off fireworks to please a beautiful woman, it's his freedom. When Tony heard Smith Doyle's words, his eyes lit up. How could he not have thought of such a good idea? He could try it when he had the chance in the future. As for Smith Doyle's evaluation, Tony was even more satisfied. Apart from being Iron Man, he was still himself. After being confronted by Smith Doyle, Rhodes also noticed the environment he was in and the looks of the people around him. I'm sorry, I was too angry just now. But Tony, it's been a long time since you appeared in public in your Iron Man suit to maintain peace in America since the Monaco race. After saying this, Rhodes did not stay any longer and turned around and left Tony's villa. Smith Doyle was speechless. Is this moral kidnapping? If a nigger came up to him and said that, he'd send him off to pick cotton. What the hell? On the one hand, he wants to snatch the Iron Man suit, and on the other hand, he says that the other party does not always maintain territorial security. He is really two-faced. Tony Stark was also speechless. Recently, he has been fully studying the arc reactor and looking for alternative elements. In addition, he has also upgraded the Mark series and created an extremely expensive battlesuit, which is made of adamantium alloy. In addition, he is also preparing to let the company launch a private satellite for him for remote support. For this purpose, he has also studied the modularization of battlesuit parts and the idea of remote assembly. It can be said that Tony has been spending all his time on research, so he naturally cannot patrol the United States all the time and act as a superhero to protect the people. Besides, didn't Whiplash recently take over his job and act as a superhero? Tony Stark looked at the destroyed atmosphere and waved his hand. Then play music, then dance. As the music started, everyone cheered again, but the destroyed atmosphere was hard to return to the past. Before leaving, Smith Doyle gave Tony Stark a box and said, "Tony, this is a gift from Bulma and I. I believe you will like it. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 238 New Elements. Chapter 238 New Elements, Part 2. As the birthday party came to an end, Tony was a little dazed as he looked at the pile of gifts in front of him, but in his hand he was holding the box given to him by Smith Doyle. Tony didn't care about most of the gifts in front of him. In the past, Pepper Potts would help him open them, record the value of the gifts, and give him a similar gift at the other party's birthday party. Except for the extremely valuable gifts, Tony didn't know what most of the gifts were. Of course, this time is no exception, but Tony still needs to take Smith Doyle's gift seriously. After opening the gift box, Tony Stark found a USB flash drive under the packaging. Seeing this thing, Tony went to his underground laboratory and explained, "Jarvis, change the secrets of the underground laboratory and send a copy of the new code to Pepper Potts." Jarvis immediately agreed. "Okay, sir." Tony walked to the computer and plugged the USB drive into the USB port on the table. Soon a video popped up. Smith Doyle appears in the video. Judging from the environment and attire in the video, it seems to be a scene from a training studio. Smith Doyle said in the picture, "Happy birthday, Tony. I don't have any special gifts. I'm just giving you 2 pieces of information related to yourself. I believe you will like them very much. According to my investigation, your father, Howard Stark, is one of the founders of SHIELD. Just kidding, haha, you are also one of the people who are qualified to inherit SHIELD. But SHIELD seems to have concealed this from you, and they have in their hands many of your father's relics that you should have inherited." Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's face darkened. Although this was good news for him, he was very dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s behavior. At this time, Bulma jumped into the camera and shouted, "Uncle Tony, the message just now was a gift from Brother Smith, and the next one is a gift from me to you." Bulma was holding a model of an element atom in his hand and said, "The last time I attended your expo, I felt that the construction scene of the entire expo was a little peculiar. I went back to look up the information and, based on the original expo topographic map, discovered that it was actually a new element that had not been recorded. Uncle Tony, this must be the secret gift your father left for you. It's a silent father's love, but it seems like you haven't noticed it, hee hee." At this time, Smith on the side said, "Bulma, I told you not to call Tony uncle, that guy will get mad." Looking at the 2 people playing around in the video, and the 2 gifts mentioned by the other party, all of which were related to his father. Tony Stark felt his eyes reddening. At the same time, he was very grateful to Smith Doyle. The gifts given by the other party were really thoughtful, and they were very important to him. It was also a friendship that he didn't know how to repay. Thinking of the elements Bulma had described and the element model in the other party's hand, he directly opened his mouth and gave the order. Jarvis, make a blueprint of the expo, from its original construction to the changes that have taken place over the years, and show it to me. I need a controllable projection. As the projection unfolded, Tony looked at the expo in front of him, thought for a moment, and then said, "This looks like an atom, and the nucleus should be here. Highlight the large globe." Tony looked at it and continued, "Take away the walkway and throw it all away. Get rid of the landscaping, the bushes, the trees, the parking lots, the exits, the entrances. Using the pavilion as a framework, we construct protons and neutrons." Looking at the elements that reappeared in front of him, Tony couldn't help but mutter, "Dad. You've been dead for 20 years, and you still want to teach for me?" At this time, Jarvis said, "The new element you discovered should be able to replace the palladium you are currently using." Tony looked at the projection of the elemental model displayed in his palm and said, "Thank you Smith Doyle, Boomer, and my father." Jarvis then spoke, "It's a pity that it can't be synthesized." Tony said with a smile, "Haha, that was in the past." Then Tony immediately started to operate the other side. On the way back to the Assassin's League base, Bulma sat in the car and asked, "Smith, how long do you think it will take for Tony to open the gifts we gave him?" "I think the gifts he received piled up to fill up a whole room." Looking at Bulma's longing expression, Smith touched his head and said, "Next time it's your birthday, we'll give you a big birthday party." Seeing that Smith Doyle understood what he meant, Bulma's smile widened, and then he leaned on Smith Doyle and asked, "You still have not answered my question." Smith Doyle thought for a moment and said, "He should be the first to open our presents. After all, gifts should be opened first from the most important person." Bulma said, "Shouldn't pepper pots be dismantled first?" Hearing Bulma's words, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "That makes sense. I wonder if they are confirmed to be in a relationship. But even if it's not the first, our gift will be second." Bulma nodded in approval. The next day, Tony worked hard all night, breaking down walls, using electric drills, laying wires and using equipment, and finally succeeded in synthesizing a new element before sunrise, and almost demolished his own house for it. Looking at the new elements that appeared, Tony said with a smile, "It's very simple." At this time, Jarvis opened his mouth and said, "Congratulations, you have created a new element." Tony replaced the new element in the reactor, and Jarvis said after testing it, "The reactor is accepting the updated core. I will later test the specific numerical variables and the maximum output per second of the updated reactor." Tony Stark looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, I'll leave it to you, Jarvis. I hope I can see all the data on the new arc reactor in a moment." At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded, "Sir, we have a visitor. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD." When Tony heard that it was Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, his expression immediately became serious. He hadn't gone to settle the score with the other party yet, but the other party came to him first. It was just right for him to get back his father's relics in SHIELD, and now it was time to return them to the original owner. P.S. There are only 12 monthly tickets left, so I'm asking all book friends for help. Although 1,000 monthly tickets are not much money, the author only earns 100 yuan, but I don't fight for the money, I fight for the reputation. What I want is the qualification to get 1,000 monthly tickets, so I'm asking all book friends for help. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 239 Nick Fury, Tony, how about becoming the next director? Chapter 239 Nick Fury, Tony, how about becoming the next director? First update, because the house had not been cleaned up from last night's party, Tony took Nick Fury and others to the backyard of the villa. Nick Fury watched Tony Stark look at the sea and said, "Out there, it's not like the calm sea surface. Instead, undercurrents are surging and can cause huge waves at any time." Tony turned around and glanced at Nick Fury, the black-brined egg, wondering in his heart the purpose of his visit, and then said, "I'm not interested in the planning of the Avengers base. What brings you here this time?" Nick Fury came to sit on the recliner nearby, crossed his legs and said, "I remember you did everything yourself. How did it turn out?" Tony frowned slightly and said, "How about what?" At this time, Natasha changed back into her agent outfit and walked in. "All communication signals here have been blocked. No one will disturb us for the time being." Looking at Natasha who came in, Tony pretended to know it for the first time and said disdainfully, "Nick Fury, this is how you treat your advisors, sending in agents infiltrating." No, you even sent her to Lurkin Fox. With your behavior, you still want to form a superhero team? It's simply wishful thinking. Nick Fury, you're done. Based on this, Smith Doyle and I can decide not to play with you anymore. Looking at the furious Tony Stark and the other party's words about forming a superhero team without him, Nick Fury was not angry at all. He believed that what was going to happen next would be enough to make the other party owe him a favor. Nick Fury pointed at Natasha and introduced her. Tony Stark, this is Agent Romanoff. Natasha said. I'm an undercover agent for SHIELD. When SHIELD learned you might be facing palladium poisoning, Director Fury sent me to observe you. Tony stretched out his hands and said with disdain, I'm Iron Man. How can a little palladium poisoning be a problem for me? You'd better apologize and compensate for such behavior. Nick Fury then spoke. Your behavior is very abnormal. You appointed Pepper Potts as CEO and gave away your property everywhere. If Rhodes hadn't succeeded in wearing your Iron Man suit, I would have suspected that you were about to die. Obviously, all of Tony's actions here were known to Nick Fury, even including Rhodes' attempt to steal the suit last night. Tony explained, property donations are for tax avoidance. Pepper is doing a great job. I'm giving her a promotion. As for the battlesuit, I certainly can't let anyone steal it quietly. Tony covered his forehead with his hand and thought to himself, how could he take the initiative in the conversation? This spy chief is really not simple. Is this why you came to see me, or are you here to give me a lecture? Nick Fury stepped forward and pulled Tony's shirt at his chest. He saw that the palladium poisoning that should have appeared on Tony's neck was gone. Then he looked at Natasha. Natasha saw Nick Fury's look and nodded first, then shook her head. Nick Fury, understanding what was going on, changed his tone and said, it seems your good friend Smith has a better treatment method besides wax baths, and he has actually alleviated your palladium poisoning. But as a consultant to SHIELD, we can't just ignore you. We have something you haven't tried before. Tony stood in front of Nick Fury, staring at him from top to bottom, and then said, are you saying that those inheritances that you have withheld should have been given to me when my father passed away? Hearing Tony Stark's words, Nick Fury's heart sank. How did he know this? But Nick Fury said calmly, it seems you know something. Yes, your father was one of the founders of the Scientific Strategy Group, the predecessor of SHIELD. As the place he founded and worked, we naturally hold some of his legacy. Your previous behavior and style were not qualified to take these things. Giving them to you would only harm you. But now you are different. You are Tony Stark, who has been reborn from the ashes. You are Iron Man. You are qualified to understand and master the other gift your father left you. Tony Stark did not appreciate Nick Fury's compliment. Instead, he just looked at him, trying to see what else the black-brined egg in front of him could say. Nick Fury continued, that thing on your chest is based on unfinished technology. Your father once said that the arc reactor was merely a stepping stone to greater technology. He was planning to launch an energy competition that would leave all rivals in the dust. His dreams are so big that a nuclear reactor looks like a AAA battery in comparison. Tony then said, is it just him? Anton Vank is also involved. Anton Vank was the flip side of the coin. He thought it was a way to get rich. When your father found out, he deported him. When the Soviet government realized he couldn't deliver the goods, they exiled him to Siberia. He's been living a life of drunkenness and debauchery for the past 20 years. However, his son was lucky enough to be able to miniaturize the arc reactor, and he joined Smith Doyle and received their investment. But with your father's research, a small arc reactor is nothing. As long as you master that thing, Ivan Vanko will never catch up with you. Nick Fury then clapped his hands, and two agents came in carrying a huge box and placed it in front of the two men. This is something your father left for you. He said that with your intelligence and talent, you would definitely be able to create the things he envisioned in the future. Looking at the huge box the other party brought, Tony Stark asked, is that all? Didn't my father leave me anything more? Obviously Tony Stark didn't believe that these were all his father's things in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury saw that Tony Stark was not easy to fool, so he said, actually, there are connections. Many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientific research weapons and equipment were created by your father, but those things will not be passed on to you as inheritance. But once you join SHIELD, these intangible assets will also protect you. Of course, if you are willing to enter the SHIELD Academy and study again, I believe your path to promotion will be exceptionally smooth. Perhaps you will be a strong candidate for the next director or the one after that. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 240. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped. Tony felt that he was fine again. Chapter 240. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped. Tony felt that he was fine again. Part 2. Tony didn't take Nick Fury's nonsense seriously at all. If he was crazy enough to go to the SHIELD Academy again, he would really fall into the other party's trap. Then he said, if you give me the position of director now, I might consider it. Also, I've already resolved the palladium poisoning issue, so don't think I'll owe you anything. These things should have been mine. As he spoke, Tony opened the collar of his shirt. His chest, where the arc reactor should have been, was now empty except for his body. Nick Fury was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that Tony not only solved the palladium poisoning, but also healed his wounds and even took out the shrapnel without hearing any news at all. It seems Smith Doyle's treatment skills are even better than I thought. Then Nick Fury looked at his watch. I have a meeting later, so I'll leave first. Natasha will find a suitable reason to resign from Stark, and the other agents will also leave. However, I hope your solution is your father's. After all, I believe in what he once said, and that solution will not let you down. After saying that, Nick Fury stood up from his chair, put on his coat, looked at Tony, and turned away. Seeing all the agents about to leave, Tony looked at the boxes they left behind and said, Agent Coulson and Agent Romanoff, please help carry this box into my house. I want to study what is inside. After saying that, Tony turned around and walked towards the villa, leaving Coulson speechless. Originally, his task was to stay and monitor Tony, but obviously the result was not ideal and the director's plan failed. However, looking at Tony who had already left, he could only helplessly move the things into the villa with Natasha. The other side. In the laboratory, Ivan Vanko has increased the speed of the arc reactor according to Tony's suggestions, increased the energy output, and upgraded his whiplash suit. Based on discussions with Bulma and the appearance provided by Smith Doyle, he created Vank Industrial's product, the family companion robot Bimax, with the artificial intelligence Day-Day as the core. Looking at the large white robot made by his hands in front of him, Ivan Vanko said, Chief, is this thing really more profitable than war machines? Smith Doyle looked at the robot Bimax in front of him and said with a smile, don't compare this stuff with arms. Look at how many times Tony's stock price has increased since he shifted Stark Industries from the military sector to the energy sector. Our goal for this Dabai robot is to make it a household robot and put it into thousands of households. How many war machines can be sold? How many of these things can be sold? Ivan Vanko, the pattern is open. I know you need money, and you even want to send your father to the treatment cabin. I told you that you can use it first, and then deduct the money after the dividends are distributed. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Ivan Vanko lowered his head and then said, Thank you, Chief. Then Ivan Vanko spoke again, then why not consider developing companion robots, catgirls and catboys? Smith Doyle coughed twice, then said, we shouldn't be pioneers in this kind of thing. I think the Bimax form is great, it's non-aggressive. Build a few more, prepare them, and send them to the exhibition booth to help Vank Industrial gain some publicity. Hearing that his proposal was rejected, Ivan Vanko shrugged his shoulders. This big white fat guy was indeed non-aggressive and more acceptable to people. The other side. As all the agents left, Tony Stark opened the box. On the top layer of the box was a newspaper that said that Soviet scientist Anton Vanko had defected and escaped. Seeing this news, did Tony know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was saying that they had been keeping an eye on that family? Putting the newspaper aside, Tony took out 2 videotapes, and after finding a device that could play them, he continued to check what else was there while the video was playing. Soon Tony found a blueprint of the arc reactor in the box, and saw Anton Vanko's name in the R&D personnel column. He also found the notes left by his father. Because the problem of the new element has been solved, Tony Stark's mentality when watching the video materials is different, and he pays more attention to his father's work.
Soon, through the video, Tony saw the words his father left for him, as well as the sand table model of the expo that the other party pointed to, and knew that this was the precious treasure left to him by his father Howard Stark. Looking at his father's figure, Tony Stark once again remembered the power of Dragon Ball, and then thought of what Smith Doyle had said. Perhaps his parents had been reincarnated. At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded and said, Sir, the new elemental arc reactor has been tested and its maximum output has reached 100 billion joules per second. And the maximum power operating time has increased 10 times compared to the previous model. Tony's eyes lit up when he heard Jarvis report. His previous arc reactor had an output of only 30 billion joules per second, and could only operate at full power for 15 minutes. However, the new element's output capacity had more than tripled, and the maximum power operating time had reached 150 minutes. Most importantly, this one did not have palladium poisoning. Great. I can't wait to put it on my new suit and spar with Smith Doyle. Tony's anti-Smith Doyle armor was made entirely of adamantium and equipped with a new type of arc reactor. He felt confident enough to fight Smith Doyle, but he had not yet figured out the long-range support. "Jarvis, what's going on with Smith Doyle lately?" Jarvis searched and said, "In 3 days, Mr. Smith Doyle will attend Vank Industrial's product display at the expo." Tony asked, "Vank Industrial, what products are they planning to launch?" "Home companion robot." After hearing Jarvis's answer, Tony became interested and said, "I didn't expect them to figure it out so quickly. I just don't know how intelligent they are. It would be hilarious if they were as dumb as me. Looks like I'll have to join in. P.S. I took the weekend off, so I will update briefly today and start updating tomorrow to make up for the monthly votes. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 241, Cooperation between Odin and Gu-1. Chapter 241, Cooperation between Odin and Ancient One. First update, Asgard, the Divine Realm. The god King Odin, in the transmission device of the Rainbow Bridge, judged Thor, the god of thunder, Thor Odinson. "You betrayed the king's orders. Due to your arrogance and stupidity, you destroyed the peaceful kingdom and allowed innocent people to be ravaged by the horrors of war. You are unworthy to rule these kingdoms, and you do not deserve the title." As he spoke, the god King Odin used his divine power to remove Thor's armor and cloak, sealed all of Thor's power, and roared, "You don't deserve the love of your family because you betrayed them. I now deprive you of your power, in the name of my father, in the name of my grandfather. I, the god King Odin, will banish you from the divine realm." Odin picked up Thor's hammer and hit Thor into the Rainbow Bridge with one blow. Then he picked up Thor's hammer and attached runes to it. "Whoever takes up this hammer will possess the power of Thor." Then they threw Thor's hammer into the Rainbow Bridge together, and Loki witnessed his father's trial of Thor with his own eyes. The place where the Rainbow Bridge teleported Thor was none other than Midgard, one of the 9 realms, or Earth, and the place where he landed was New Mexico. After doing all this, Odin left the Rainbow Bridge and handed it back to Heimdall for custody. Odin did not return to his own palace after leaving, but appeared in Camartage in Midgard. After throwing Thor to Earth for training, Odin knew that he needed to communicate with the Ancient One, the guardian of the Earth. Supreme Mage. Ancient One turned around, looked at the god King Odin in front of him, who was overflowing with divine power, and then said, "Odin, the Earth is not your pasture. Throwing your son and his artifact down with him is not a good idea." Odin looked at Ancient One and said seriously, "Midgard is one of the 9 realms, and the Asgardian gods rule over the 9 realms." Hearing Odin's words, Ancient One smiled slightly. "So you're going to take on all the alien invasions for me?" Listening to Ancient One's words, Odin coughed twice to ease his embarrassment. Cough, cough. Then he said, "I plan to let Thor experience some hardship here and let him feel what kindness and tolerance are. A king should not be obsessed with war. For this reason, I sealed his divine power and turned him into an ordinary person." Although Ancient One disagreed with the training methods of Odin's family, he would not interfere. Instead, he asked, "What does Earth get?" Odin looked at Ancient One and said, "Earth will gain the friendship and even help of the future god king. Help the Earth survive some crises." Ancient One looked at Odin and slowly said, "Only this one time." Odin smiled. Pleasant to work with. 3 days later, Trident Building. In Nick Fury's office, Coulson reported, "There has been no progress in the investigation of Skadragon. According to the intelligence we have learned, the world has fallen into darkness. But the satellites overhead recorded that this phenomenon occurred simultaneously around the world, with no particular order, and no abnormalities were detected under satellite monitoring. Through our visits and investigations during this period, as well as our screening of online information, we have not found any useful intelligence." Nick Fury nodded and said, "File this phenomenon and transfer the investigation of the Sky Curtain to the routine logistics investigation mission. You have a new mission. A suspected 084 item appeared in Mexico. I need you to go over and investigate. As for the products launched by Vank Industrial at the expo today, Agent Hill will be responsible for recording them." Hearing that he had received a new mission, Coulson nodded. "Yes, sir." The scene of the Stark Industries Expo. At this time, a lot of guests came to the main exhibition hall. All enterprises and governments showed great interest in Vank Industrial's debut, especially the robots it launched. Inside the venue, Smith Doyle was surrounded by Bulma, Tony, and others. Pepper Potts and Happy, who had become presidents, also came to the scene. The announcer's voice came from the hall. Ivan Vanko's exhibition will be held in the main hall soon. Tony looked at the military personnel and procurement personnel from special agencies who had arrived at the scene and said to Smith Doyle, "These people are not giving up. It seems they want to force Vank Industries to switch to the military industry." Of course, that assumes the robots you launch are suitable for combat. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, Vank Industrial will not become a military-industrial enterprise, let alone sell steel warriors. This does not conform to our philosophy. At this time, live music sounded, and Ivan Vanko, wearing a whip suit, descended from the sky and landed on the stage. He took off the suit with the help of a robotic arm, revealing a suit underneath, making him look much stronger. Looking at the changes in Ivan Vanko's suit, Tony also said, I didn't expect Ivan Vanko to upgrade his suit so quickly. Now it even has the ability to fly. But it seems you didn't give him the latest elements. Smith Doyle nodded and said, he's still at the stage before you. He needs to improve his suit step by step. I'm actually more curious about whether he can find new elements on his own. Tony smiled when he heard this, and then said, I admit that Ivan Vanko has some wisdom, but he is still inferior to me. I've been searching for over a year with no success. He doesn't know how much longer it will take. Since Bulma has discovered that element, you can use it. As long as we don't use it for arms sales, I have no objection. For Tony, the new element was first found by Bulma and then told to him. Naturally, he didn't have the nerve to say that others couldn't use it. However, he also had a request, which was that it should not be used in military industry. Smith Doyle nodded after hearing this. It's too dangerous to put something like this on the military industry. Pepper Potts looked at Ivan Vanko, who made his debut in the same way as Tony, and thought that Vanko was really determined to compete with Tony in everything, but he did not choose to put on a steel show like Tony. Whip, whip, whip. Listening to the cheers from the audience, Ivan Vanko smiled and walked to the center of the stage. At his signal, the scene became quiet. End of this chapter. Chapter 242 Dabai Press Conference. Chapter 242 Dabai Press Conference, Part 2. As the music stopped, Ivan Vank began his speech. Adhering to the mission of the Universal Capsule Group, Vank Industrial has not forgotten its original intention and has chosen to change the lifestyles of thousands of households. After finishing his speech and getting to the point, Ivan Vank began to introduce the product. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to introduce to you the companion home robot Bimax. As Ivan Vanko spoke, a promotional video of Bimax was playing on the big screen behind him, and at the same time, a row of Bimax robots appeared on the stage behind him via an elevator. Bimax, the companion home robot, is equipped with artificial intelligence and possesses a wide range of abilities. As for his family, he's a qualified chef. The chip in his body has a large number of recipes stored in it, allowing him to prepare delicious meals for his family. The recipe chip not only includes local delicacies, but also a large number of foreign cuisines, suitable for all countries in the world. At this time, the assistant even came up on the stage pushing a stove. Under the operation of Ivan Vanko, a big white robot demonstrated its cooking ability on the spot. In addition to being a chef, Dabai can also take care of the house cleaning and clothing storage. While they were talking, another big white started cleaning, storing and folding clothes, etc. Seeing Dabai's performance, everyone at the scene exclaimed in amazement, even Tony exclaimed in amazement. It's incredible that Day has become so intelligent. Bulma said proudly, that's the Day I developed. His abilities are much more than that. Ivan Vanko continued, of course, there is more than just these. There is also an extremely important role, home medical assistant. The Dabai robot can provide physical examinations, conduct physical assessments on family members, and provide simple rescue and treatment plans. It will also contact hospitals and private doctors as soon as possible. If you enter your personal information into Dabai, Dabai will remind you of medication and other precautions on time every day. Dabai is a perfect family companion robot, freeing your hands so you can spend more time with your family instead of worrying about the trivialities of life. In addition, the Bimax robot will not attack humans. Its main programming is to be gentle, considerate, caring, reliable, smart and capable, and to protect family members. After listening to Ivan Vanko's introduction, everyone present gave him a warm round of applause, but not everyone was satisfied. The weapons procurement directors of the military and special departments were rather disappointed. They would rather see war machines rather than companion robots. Then the prices were announced, and the Dabai robot was divided into two models, one priced at $1 million and the other at $10 million. The Bimax robot that costs $1 million uses batteries for energy, and has to face problems such as charging and cannot have a very long standby time. The Bimax robot that costs $10 million uses clean energy such as the arc reactor, which can basically achieve a terrifyingly long standby time. There is no need to worry about power issues and it can be used normally for 10 years without any problems. As the price was announced, the eyes of the people present lit up. This price was not expensive and could be said to be quite cheap. At most, it was the same price as a floating car. The battery version was even cheaper. Many people immediately made reservations and orders on the spot. Tony looked at the lively scene and said, "Smith, I've almost finished researching my new battlesuit. Can we have a sparring match sometime?" Ivan Banco, who had just walked down from the stage, heard Tony's words and spoke. "Tony, I was thinking the same thing. How about we have a sparring match first?" Looking at Ivan Banco, who was full of fighting spirit, Tony said, "Pick a time and we can have a sparring match. I'll defeat you first to warm up, and then compete with Smith Doyle." Smith Doyle was also curious about Tony's new suit, so he agreed. "No problem, the day after tomorrow is a good time." The other side, New Mexico. At this time, at the place where Thor's hammer landed, an old man driving a pickup truck looked at the hammer in the big hole in the ground in front of him, but he couldn't pick it up no matter what. After realizing that he couldn't take the thing away, he started making phone calls and asked more friends to come and try. Soon, a large crowd gathered and began to try to pick it up. As everyone called their friends, more and more people gathered. A lot of interesting things happened because of this. No matter how powerful the strongman in the town was, he could not successfully lift Thor's hammer. Many people even tried to tie chains to a pickup truck and pull it with the car, but they could not move the hammer at all. At this time, Coles also drove to the vicinity of the scene, looking at the deep pit in front of him, and reported, "Sir, we found it." Thor, who had just escaped, was hit by Jane Foster's car again and brought back. Looking at Thor, who fainted on the ground, Darcy Louise smiled and said, "It seems that he has found the clue you lost." Seeing this, the three men carried the unconscious Thor into the car and took him back to their temporary residence. Looking at Thor, who was talking madly, Darcy Louise said, "Compared to my crazy dream, this abnormal homeless man in front of me is even more unreasonable." Jane Foster asked curiously, "What crazy dream? Darcy, did you dream of several handsome men?" Darcy Louise said, "Jane, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I pick up a bead a couple of years ago and sell it online? The Dragon Ball that Santino Antonio bought online earlier. But a while ago, I actually dreamed that the bead was called something like Dragon Ball. After collecting 7 of them, you can summon a dragon and make any wish come true." Darcy Louise was sleeping when she received the message. After waking up, she thought the information in her mind was a dream. Thor walked up to Darcy and said, "A wish-granting dragon? I've never heard of it in the 9 realms. Is it a specialty of yours?" After hearing Thor's words, Jane Foster looked at Darcy and said, "Darcy, he's asking you, is the dragon a specialty of your hometown?" "Ha ha ha." Looking at Jane, who was laughing, Darcy Lewis also shouted, "I told you it was a dream, a dream. Also, don't you think the homeless guy in front of you has an unusually good figure?" Thor frowned slightly, then said, "My body is starting to weaken. This is not a good sign. I need to find my hammer." End of this chapter. Chapter 243, Blacklisting Hammer Industries. Chapter 243, Blacklisting Hammer Industries. First update, outside Tony Stark's beach house. At this moment, Smith Doyle, Tony Stark, and Ivan Banco gathered on the sea level. Tony Stark flew in the air and said, "I've already requested air traffic control for this area. No planes will fly over here from now on. We can have a good fight." Smith Doyle looked up at the sky, wondering how many satellites were staring at him at that moment, and then he said, let me be your referee." Ivan Banco and Tony Stark both lowered their visors at the same time and spoke, "Then let's get started." Smith Doyle waved his hand and announced, "The sparring begins." At this time, in a factory far away in the Assassin's League base, the shed on the roof opened automatically, and 50 Whip-Rope series aircraft of various models placed inside all took off and flew towards the location of Ivan Banco. As the fight began, a small cannon emerged from the back of Whiplash's suit. Smith Doyle saw the model and realized it was an M61A1 Vulcan aircraft cannon, modified. The 6 gun barrels immediately began to rotate, and the M56 high-explosive incendiary bombs inside immediately shot towards Tony. Facing the machine gun fire, Tony immediately moved at high speed to avoid it. The two chased each other, but it was obvious that Ivan Banco's Whiplash suit was much slower than Tony's. Although it had an auxiliary aiming system, the high-explosive incendiary bombs it fired were basically all shot into the air, and exploded on the sea, causing huge waves. "Ivan, if this is the only attack, this battle will be over." Tony Stark stopped dodging in mid-air, stopped suddenly, turned around, and immediately fired 2 palm cannons at Ivan Banco. However, at this moment of pause, several high-explosive incendiary bombs hit Tony directly. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the flames exploding on Tony's body, Ivan Vanko showed a hint of joy on his face. However, the next second, two lasers rushed out from the flames and directly knocked Ivan Vanko back. As the flames went out, Tony Stark's figure appeared, and his battlesuit had not changed at all, not even a trace was left. Ivan Vanko steadied his body, but two black marks appeared on his silver-white battlesuit, which were the marks left by the palm cannon. Obviously, after upgrading the battlesuit to gold titanium alloy, Tony's ordinary palm cannon could not cause actual damage to the Whiplash battlesuit. Seeing that the previous attack did not cause any harm to Tony Stark, Ivan Vanko stretched out his right hand, and a micro-missile immediately popped out from his arm. Hammer Technologies' X-Wife missile is said to be quite powerful. With Tony Stark locked on, Ivan Vanko chose to launch. But the next second, the missile fell down the moment it was launched, and then exploded violently the moment it touched the sea surface, causing a huge wave. The three people who saw the scene were silent for 2 seconds. Tony opened his mask and said, "Don't even consider Hammer's military industry. They're unreliable." Ivan Vanko also opened his mask and explained, "Neither Wantage Capsule nor Vank produces arms. I heard that they replaced you as the military supplier." Then Smith Doyle said, "Ivan, block this company from now on. Let's continue the discussion." Smith Doyle did not know which company Ivan Vanko chose to purchase weapons. If the other party had not said that it was Hammer's ex-wife's missile, he would have almost forgotten about this deceptive company. It was also because Ivan Vanko turned to him that Hammer avoided the fate of going to jail and being bankrupt. Both sides closed their masks again, and Tony raised his arm and said, "Let me show you my missiles." 3 micro-missiles flew out from Tony's wrist and hit the Whiplash suit in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Compared to his ex-wife's missile that was shut down, Tony's 3 missiles were successful on the spot, directly blowing Ivan Vanko away and falling into the sea. With your gold titanium alloy material, you should have no problem with taking on these 3 missiles. Jarvis immediately scanned the material of Whiplash's suit, and the opponent's suit body and armor thickness seemed to be much higher than Tony's. At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded, "Sir, there are a large number of UFOs approaching." Tony frowned slightly as he looked at the large number of UFOs displayed on the radar. He had already greeted all parties and no one should come over. "Ivan, there's a UFO coming, come up quickly." Looking at Ivan Vanko, who fell to the bottom of the sea and never came up, Tony shouted, but got no response. Tony looked at Smith Doyle in confusion and asked, "Is there something wrong with this guy's armor?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "You guys continue. If there's real danger to their lives, I'll take action." When Tony heard this, he knew that Ivan Vanko was fine and guessed that the other party might be planning a sneak attack. At this time, the first batch of Whip mechas arrived. Seeing that it was a Whiplash mech flying over, Tony immediately understood what was going on. It's actually remote control. At this time, the Whiplash mech arrived at the battlefield and immediately launched an attack on Tony Stark. These Whip armors come in different models. Some are equipped with 2 rows of missile launchers, some are equipped with 50mm caliber machine guns, and some even have 2 Gatling machine guns mounted on both shoulders. Tony was also surprised as he saw more and more mechas appearing. Wow. "Ivan, how many have you built?" Facing the attacks of a large number of Whiplash suits, Tony also opened fire at full power. Relying on the powerful defense of adamantium alloy, he directly withstood the bullets from the machine guns. Only when there was an early warning prompt from the machine guns and medium-sized missiles would Tony dodge. Tony approached one and destroyed it, while complaining, "You should use gold titanium alloy for all these battle suits." In order to save costs, Ivan Vanko's suits were not made entirely of gold titanium alloy like the Whiplash suit he himself was driving. Instead, they were made of cheaper ordinary alloys, which made them vulnerable to Tony. Boom, boom, boom. Smith Doyle looked at the exploded Whip robots and couldn't help showing a look of heartache on his face. All those robots that were blown up were money. Fortunately, it is not his own money. All of this will be deducted from Ivan Vank's dividends. I hope that this broken competition will not consume all of Ivan Vank's dividends this year. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 244, The Second Generation Combat Power Detector Explodes Again. Chapter 244, The Second Generation Combat Power Detector Explodes Again, Part 2. At this time, Ivan Vanko saw that his robot had restrained Tony Stark, so he immediately came behind Tony and rushed out of the sea. At the same time, a whip wrapped in plasma current was swung out and directly wrapped around Tony Stark. The plasma current on the whip immediately interfered with Tony, but the defensive properties of adamantium alloy were extremely strong, and the means that were originally able to control Tony did not work. Tony looked at the surrounding mechas still besieging him and immediately shouted, "Squat down." Tony Stark shot out a red laser from his arm, cutting all the mechas in half on the spot except for Ivan Vanko, who had descended. The mecha that was cut into 2 sections immediately lost power and fell into the sea. Seeing this, Ivan Vanko silently put away the plasma whip wrapped around Tony, and then said, "I lost." Ivan Vanko knew clearly that even though he was using gold titanium alloy, which was a different material from other mechas, if Tony had not asked him to lower his altitude in the previous attack, he would still have been cut into pieces when the laser passed through him. "What material is your suit made of? Why didn't my whip interfere with your system this time?" Tony Stark patted his battle suit and said proudly, "Adelman joined attack." After hearing Tony's words, Ivan Vanko didn't say much, but just wrote down the name of the material. Smith Doyle was stunned. He didn't expect that there was such a material in this world. It seemed that Wolverine used adamantium in his body. No wonder Tony wanted to spar with him this time. It's not just because the energy has been improved, but also the protection level of the battle suit has been greatly improved. You know, this metal will not show any signs of melting even at a high temperature of 500,000 degrees Celsius after being in the cold zone, so the plasma current whip of the whip naturally has no effect. Moreover, if it is a real adamantium attack, even with my current combat power, it would be difficult to destroy it. Doesn't that mean I am bound to lose? After all, even Hulk in the Green Sorrow state cannot break through the defense and destroy the real adamantium. Thor's Mjolnir will produce cracks when it collides with it and cannot destroy the adamantium. Unless what Tony got was not adamantium, but the secondary adamantium that the military used to reduce costs. After all, this thing is considered the top secret of the US government. At the same time, Smith Doyle can also be sure that the universe he is in is definitely not the movie universe Earth 199999, nor is it the main universe 616 and the Ultimate Universe 1610, as well as the Sony Marvel Universe 688B. He can even rule out the universe where the Golden Leopard helps Tony. However, when Tony studies Ultron in the future, he must keep a close eye on him, otherwise it will be a big trouble in the Ultron universe. Just as Smith Doyle was daydreaming, Tony Stark spoke. "Smith, it's our turn to spar now." Hearing Tony calling him, Smith glanced at Tony and said, "Do you want to go replenish your ammunition?" Seeing Smith Doyle's confidence, Tony also said, "No need, now my infrared laser is no longer a one-time attack." Hearing that Tony had upgraded the laser attack and even improved it to the point where it was no longer a one-time attack, Smith Doyle's expression became more serious. "In that case, let's start the battle between us." At this time, Ivan Vanko tacitly withdrew from the center of the battlefield and came to the edge of the cliff to watch the two people's competition. He also wanted to know the strength of his leader. After all, in this competition with Tony Stark, Ivan Vanko still found many problems with the Whiplash suit. First of all, his flying speed is not as good as Tony Stark's. Secondly, in terms of attack methods, although there are some that he has not used, such as aerial bombs and self-destruction, it is obvious that his weapons are much worse, especially in terms of laser weapons. The second thing is the material of the mecha. He has never even heard of adamantium alloy. At the same time, Ivan Vanko also considered the financial disparity between the two sides. Because the company was newly established, he had not even replaced all of his war machines with gold titanium alloys. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. In the center of the battlefield, Smith Doyle looked at Tony Stark and said, "Tony, I won't hold back this time." Tony also laughed. "That couldn't be better." Boom! Smith Doyle suddenly burst out with all his energy, and white energy surrounded his body. The sea surface under his feet even formed a vortex under Smith Doyle's violent energy. The terrifying momentum emanated from Smith Doyle as the center. The two people present all felt a terrifying pressure that made their bodies tremble. Sizzle, bang! The combat capability detection modules of Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko all started smoking and exploded at this moment, and both of them were stunned for a moment. "Your combat power has exceeded 500 points. Tony knew that Smith Doyle's combat power exceeded 150 points, but he didn't expect that 500 points of combat power was still not Smith Doyle's limit. At this moment, Tony Stark was very curious about what Smith Doyle's combat power was. At this moment, neither of them could have imagined that after this period of training, Smith Doyle's combat power had reached 1,300 points when he was at full strength. Rush! Smith Doyle rushed towards Tony Stark at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and punched Tony in the abdomen before the other party could react. Boom! A huge sonic boom occurred, and Tony Stark flew backwards like a cannonball. Hearing this huge noise, Ivan Vanko's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he did not arrogantly ask to fight with the leader, otherwise, with the huge noise just now, his whip armor might be destroyed in an instant, and he might have to go to see his mother. At the same time, Ivan Vanko was also full of curiosity about the adamantium alloy, and he actually withstood the leader's attack. You know, Tony's suit did not disintegrate under this blow. At this moment, Tony Stark was completely stunned. He had never expected that Smith Doyle's speed was so fast that he and Jarvis could not react. The 4 boosters on Tony's hands and feet exerted force at the same time, finally stopping him from flying backwards and stabilizing his body. Jarvis, what was Smith Doyle's speed just now? Sir, we just reached Mach 20 in an instant. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 245, Secondary Adamantium is just so-so. Chapter 245, Secondary Adamantium is just so-so. First update. After hearing this answer, Tony fell silent. You know, after replacing the new element, he could only burst out at a speed of Mach 7, while Smith Doyle could reach Mach 20. It can be said that this speed is comparable to intercontinental missiles, and this speed may not be the limit of Smith Doyle. And if he hadn't just upgraded to adamantium, that blow would have been enough to shatter the battlesuit made of gold titanium alloy. Compared to Tony Stark's shock, Smith Doyle had a serious expression on his face, wondering in his heart if this was really adamantium. Smith Doyle then made up his mind, no matter whether he really tried his best or not, to see if he could break the opponent's defense without transforming. Tony Stark opened fire at this moment, and all kinds of micro-missiles on his body flew towards Smith Doyle like they were free. Even 2 missiles flew out from his arms and bombarded Smith Doyle. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound, and flames and smoke even covered the entire sky. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Smith Doyle appeared in front of the 2 men intact, but the conventional weapons on Earth were still unable to hurt Smith Doyle at all. Even under the cover of the air, his clothes were not damaged at all. At this time, the energy cannon on Tony Stark's chest had been fully charged, and a laser shot directly towards Smith Doyle. Roar! Smith Doyle roared, and a terrifying energy wave shot out from his mouth, facing the laser shot by Tony. Boom! The laser and the energy wave collided and caused a violent explosion. A mushroom cloud rose directly from between the 2 people. The huge explosion lifted up countless seas of matter and flew into the sky, which instantly turned into heavy rain. Ivan Vanko, who saw the scene, was very excited and said, "Is this the leader's power?" However, before Tony Stark could marvel at the destructive power of the 2, Smith Doyle appeared in front of him the next second and knocked him away again without any preparation. However, before Tony Stark could steady himself, Smith Doyle appeared at an even faster speed and punched him again. In this way, Tony Stark was hit by Smith Doyle's consecutive punches on the abdomen, and was directly beaten from low altitude all the way to the stratosphere. During the process, Tony Stark also tried to fight back but found that his attacks were just tickling to Smith Doyle. He even had to be hit several times before he reacted and launched an attack. The continuous attacks allowed Smith Doyle to discover a clue. That is, under his full-strength attack, cracks appeared on Tony Stark's suit. The moment he saw the cracks, Smith Doyle could be sure that this thing was not real adamantium, but secondary adamantium. At this moment, Jarvis on Tony's side immediately sounded the alarm for him and indicated that there was a problem with the suit. "I surrender," Tony yelled immediately. Indeed, in the battle just now, Tony discovered the most important problem. That is, his speed could not keep up with Smith Doyle at all, especially in a short-range burst. It took an acceleration process for him to increase his speed to Mach 7, but Smith Doyle could increase it instantly, which caused him to be unable to keep up with the opponent's actions. He couldn't hit the opponent and couldn't keep up with the speed. As a result, the battlesuit he had high hopes for also showed cracks and metal fatigue under the opponent's attack. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to be a sandbag for long before Smith Doyle would strip him of his armor. Rather than having his armor removed by Smith Doyle, he might as well admit defeat. However, the hardness of adamantium alloy was indeed beyond his expectations. Tony felt that with his own battlesuit, he might only need to increase his size to defeat the Hulk and the Abomination. Smith Doyle stopped attacking when he heard Tony admit defeat. The 2 men lowered their altitude and returned to the villa. On the way, Smith asked, "Tony, how much is your adamantium per gram?" Tony said, 10 per gram. "This stuff is too expensive. I only use this material for the outer layer of armor. Even with my net worth, I can't bear to make all the parts of the battle suit out of adamantium." Smith Doyle's mouth twitched when he heard the price. The military is really shady. Secondary adamantium alloy is sold for $100 per gram. Tony used 100 kilograms, which would cost $10 billion. If all the parts weighed 1 ton, the price would be terrifying. This is supposed to be the hardest metal in the world, yet you can actually destroy it. I can't imagine who can stop you if someone makes you angry one day. Hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Why stop me? The only ones who can make me angry are those evil criminals." Tony also smiled when he heard Smith Doyle's answer. At this moment, Smith Doyle was thinking about a question, that is, the secondary adamantium alloy appeared. So Captain America's shield was made of vibranium mixed with other metals, or was it made of raw adamantium? After all, as far as he knew, the latter was much stronger than the one in the movie universe, and even Thanos' double-edged sword could not destroy it. Smith Doyle looked at the tear on Tony's abdomen and said, "There are probably not many people in this world who can penetrate the defense of your battle suit." The other side, Asgard. After arguing with Sif and others, Loki did not choose to ask Odin to retrieve Thor. Instead, he came to Odin's treasure house, looked at the icebox in front of him, took a deep breath and raised it with both hands. As the icebox was picked up, Loki's hands also changed. Just as Loki was shocked by the changes in his hands, Odin's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Lay down." Loki didn't turn around, still holding the icebox in his hands, but asked with a trembling voice, "Am I cursed?" "No." Loki slowly put the icebox down and then asked, "What am I?" "You are my son." Loki slowly turned around, and his body had changed, becoming an icy blue. All these changes showed that he was not from Asgard, the Aesir, but was a descendant of the frost giants of Jotunheim. "Anything else?" Loki walked towards Odin, and after putting down the frost box, the color of his skin returned to its previous appearance. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 246 Odin, I am serious about acting. Chapter 246 Odin, I am serious about acting, Part 2. Odin saw the changes in Loki. All of this was because he had cast runes on Loki when he was young to make him look no different from the people of the Aesir. However, after Loki came into contact with the frost box, the characteristics of his bloodline still showed up. What happened at this moment was a big blow to him. Loki asked, "You brought back more than just a treasure box from the Jotun giant country that day, didn't you?" Odin knew that hiding it was pointless, so he spoke, "No. After the battle that day, I went to the temple and found a baby. It was indeed too small for a giant's offspring. He was abandoned, left there to suffer and die. Laufey's son." Listening to his father's words, Loki now understood that he was not Odin's son, but the son of Jotunheim and Laufey. He was still a child abandoned by the other party, and asked in disbelief, "Why did you save me? You killed people in Jotunheim and shed blood. Why did you save the son of the enemy leader?" Odin looked at Loki and said in a gentle voice, "You are an innocent child." "No, that's impossible. You must have another reason. What is it?" Seeing that his adoptive father didn't answer, Loki roared angrily, "Tell me." Odin pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I thought our two kingdoms would one day be united as one. Through you, alliances will be formed, and lasting peace will be achieved." Loki asked with a pained look on his face, "What?" Odin spoke up, "But these plans are no longer useful." Loki was incredulous and said, "Then I am nothing more than a stolen object, locked away until I can be used someday." Odin frowned and said, "Why do you want to misinterpret my meaning? You could have explained my origins to me right from the start. Why did you hide it?" Odin said without hesitation, "Because you are my son, I hid the truth to protect you." Loki stuttered, "Because I'm the monster that comes out in the dark of night to scare children." No, no. At this moment, Loki could no longer listen to Odin's explanation and said, "Now everything is clear. Why have you always favored Thor all these years? Because no matter how much you claim to love me, you would never allow a frost giant to sit on the throne of the Aesir." Looking at Loki, who was angry and didn't listen to him, Odin felt helpless. He knew that there was no way for the two of them to communicate at this time. He thought of a solution, and then Odin's divine power surged and he slowly lay on the ground. Then he grabbed Loki's trouser leg and pretended to faint. Looking at Odin, who had fainted in front of him, Loki stopped roaring in anger. Did his father faint because of his anger? I made the God King so angry that he fainted. At this moment, Loki was also somewhat dazed and incredulous. He reached out and held Odin's hand, only to find that he had indeed fainted. He panicked instantly and shouted, "Guards, guards, come and help." Immediately, several guards opened the door of the treasury, ran in, and carried Odin's body. In a space that Loki could not perceive, Odin's soul hid in it. Looking at Loki's anxious expression, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, this trick worked. He had to pretend to be faint next, which was just right to see Loki's performance during this period. New Mexico. With Coulson's arrival, the area where Thor's hammer is located has been completely taken over by SHIELD. At this moment, Jane Foster, Darcy Louise, and Dr. Eric Shavig brought Thor to the Point breakfast shop. Jane Foster looked at Thor, who was eating with big mouthfuls of food, and asked, "How did you appear in that storm cloud?" Darcy asked curiously. "Also, how can you eat a whole box of pastries by yourself and still be hungry?" Eric Shavig silently looked at the man in front of him, who had an appetite comparable to that of a glutton. After eating all the pastries, Thor drank the coffee in a cup in one gulp, then held the coffee cup and said, "I like this drink." Continued cup. Then he smashed the cup in his hand to the ground, which scared Darcy and Jane Foster. Jane Foster quickly apologized to the boss, who came over to check, and then after the boss left, she questioned Thor, "What do you mean?" Thor was puzzled. "It's delicious. I want another cup." As he communicated with Jane Foster, Thor also realized that the culture here was different from that of Asgard, so he promised not to smash things anymore. At this time, the after-dinner conversations of the customers who came in caught Thor's attention. Thor soon found out where his hammer fell, and he headed straight there, saying to Jane, "If you can get me there, I'll tell you everything you need to know." Then, looking at the excited Jane, Dr. Eric Shavig stopped the excited Jane and told her that this person was dangerous. "Jane, he kept talking about Thor, the Bifrost, and Mjolnir, and these were all mythological stories I read as a child." Darcy on the side also said, "If you believe him, then you should believe that the Dragon Balls I dreamt about not long ago are real." Jane muttered, "Norse mythology is recorded. Can you find information about your Dragon Ball?" Later, Jane agreed to say goodbye to Dr. Eric Shavig and refused to accept Thor's request. The other side. Coulson learned that Jane Foster and others had some data about the storm when the mysterious hammer appeared, so he went directly to the other party's base and took away all the equipment information and data. Jane Foster, who had just sent Thor away, saw her equipment being taken away and immediately ran over to question, "What happened?" At this time, Coulson looked at the people who came back and said, "Miss Jane Foster, I'm Agent Coulson, attached to SHIELD." Jane Foster was puzzled. "What does this mean? Is it related to me? You can't do this." Jane didn't know what department this was, but Professor Eric had heard of it. He ran over and immediately grabbed Jane and said, "Jane, this matter is more serious than you expected. Just let him be." Jane refused. "Forget it, it's impossible, these are my lifeblood." Coulson explained, "We're investigating a security threat and we need to requisition your files and your atmospheric data." Jane said angrily, "Do you mean steal by expropriate?" Coulson took out a check from his pocket. "Here, these are enough to make up for your losses." Jane took the check and looked at it, then said angrily, "You can't buy replacements for these devices at Radio Materials, so I made most of them myself. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 247, The Declining Combat Power. Chapter 247, Decreasing Combat Strength, Part 1 of the third update. Coulson said calmly, "I'm sure you can make another one. Jane Foster is like a raging tiger at this moment. I'm going to sue you for violating my constitutional rights." Seeing this, Coulson explained, "I'm sorry, Miss Foster, but we're good people." "We are too. I am almost understanding these strange events. All my knowledge of this phenomenon is in the lab and in this notebook. You can't just take it away." As she spoke, Jane raised the notebook in her hand. When the agent next to her heard this, he immediately took the notebook from her hand and loaded it into the truck. Just as Jane was about to step forward to resist, she was stopped by the professor beside her. However, Coulson said thank you for your cooperation in a mean way, got in the car and took away all the other person's things. Jane complained that all her years of research results had been taken away, including the backups and the backups of the backups, and questioned who they were. At this time, the professor standing aside said, "I know a scientist who was a pioneer in the field of gamma rays. After recruiting them, he never heard from again. Even I can't contact him anymore. Dr. Banner." As the professor spoke, the three of them looked at each other. Jane said in surprise, "They wouldn't do this to me, would they?" Dr. Eric said that he had a friend who might be able to find out something. The other side. Smith Doyle and Ivan Vanko returned to the base after sparring with Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko was very interested in adamantium alloy, but he was speechless when he learned that it cost $100,000 per gram. It seemed that he could not afford such a good material. Now, let alone adamantium alloy, he was speechless about covering the entire product line with gold titanium alloy. Helplessly, he could only plunge into the laboratory and study laser attack methods. As for adamantium alloys, he would wait for the company to operate for a few more years and see if he could buy some from General Ross. Smith Doyle, on the other hand, devoted himself to training in the gravity chamber. Secondary adamantium has already appeared. Maybe one day Tony will be able to buy real adamantium. If he doesn't improve his strength, he will not be able to dismantle the anti-Smith Doyle armor. Compared to the two worried people, the defeated Tony was also in a headache. Even adamantium could not withstand Smith Doyle's attack, so what other metal could do it? Obviously, Smith Doyle did not tell Tony in the end that he was using secondary adamantium. Although Tony defeated Ivan Vanko with overwhelming strength in this competition, the opponent's idea of remote support and control of other battlesuits also gave him some inspiration, and he could also try this approach. Mexico. On the way back, Jane saw Thor running to the pet shop to buy a horse, but she wanted to create some trouble for Coulson and his gang, and also help the man she had hit twice, so she brought him to the blocked Thor's hammer camp at night. At this time, the area near Thor's hammer had been completely blocked. In less than a day, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forces blocked the area, laid an isolation net, and conducted research and deployment. Thor looked at the Thor's hammer so close to him and felt infinite hope in his heart. Thor's hammer was his weapon. As long as he could get the hammer, his strength would come back. At that time, I will be able to return to the Asgard and be with my father. Thor sneaked in, and after his identity was exposed, he rushed around recklessly, knocking down all the agents and guards who came to stop him. Coulson, who had received the news, became interested in the charging man, thinking he knew something about the hammer he couldn't lift, so he instructed all the agents, no weapons allowed. Hawkeye occupied a high position when the enemy attacked, aimed his bow and arrow at the enemy, and waited for Coulson's orders. Send the order quickly, he's about to touch the hammer. Last chance, sir. Coulson looked at Thor on the surveillance camera and said slowly, I wanted to see if he could pick it up. Also, Patton, use the combat capability detector to determine his combat capability and see if he is a special person. After receiving the order, Hawkeye Barton immediately locked onto Thor with the combat power detector he was wearing and conducted a combat power test. 10. Sir, the combat power has reached 10 points. He is an extraordinary person. Coulson nodded after hearing 10 points. No wonder he could easily knock down a group of agents with a combat power of nearly 8 points. The commander is acting strangely. His combat effectiveness seems to be decreasing. It's only 9.9 now. Thor rushed all the way to his hammer, and looking at Mjolnir on the ground, a smile appeared on Thor's face. Coming to the hammer, Thor stretched out his hand to pick it up directly, but the moment he grasped the handle of the hammer, Thor found that he could not lift the hammer. After trying for a while, Thor roared angrily to the sky and knelt directly in front of the hammer, with the light gone in his eyes. He knew he couldn't pick up the hammer until he got his father's forgiveness. Coulson looked at this scene, picked up the intercom and said calmly, the show is over, ground troops are moving in. With the entry of the ground team, Thor did not resist at all this time and was easily captured by the SHIELD people. After capturing Thor, the SHIELD people locked him in a room. Coulson looked at the blond man in front of him and said, you were able to defeat those best-trained experts, and your combat power reached 10 points, which shows that you are no ordinary person. At this time, Coulson clicked on the combat power detector, and found that the opponent's combat power had dropped again, and now it was only 9.6. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Coulson frowned slightly, then asked, where did you receive your training? Pakistan, Chechnya, Afghanistan or South Africa? After asking some questions, Coulson found that the other party had no intention of speaking. Your combat effectiveness is declining, and your physical fitness is deteriorating. I wonder if you've noticed this yourself. Hearing this, Thor looked up at Coulson. He didn't expect that the man in front of him actually knew this situation. Since he was exiled here by his father, his strength has been weakening every moment. But because he couldn't withstand Mjolnir's blow, Thor didn't want to bother with anyone. Coulson received a message on his mobile phone at this moment. After taking a look at it, he said to Thor, we will get what we want, and then left the room. After Coulson left, Loki appeared in front of Thor. Through his magical powers, no one except Thor could see his figure, and there was no trace of him on the surveillance camera. Thor looked at his brother in front of him and asked, how did you come? Through Loki's narration, Thor learned that because of him, his father died and his mother didn't want to see him, so he was permanently exiled to this world. Thor's heart was full of self-blame, and he also gave up the idea of returning. After fooling Thor, Loki went to try Thor's hammer, but found that he couldn't lift it either. He sighed, knowing that this was something his father left for Thor, and returned to Asgard. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 248 Inspector General. Chapter 248 Inspector General. First update. Coulson pulled out his phone and called Nick Fury back. Commander, what do you want? How is the investigation going? We have no clue yet. We don't know what the hammer is made of. We've tried all kinds of equipment but can't budge it at all. Even the soil underground has merged with it. We tried to dig out the soil under the hammer, but it still had no effect. The soil layer that came into contact with the hammer could not be moved or destroyed. However, it is certain that this is an alien object, but its specific function is still unknown. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone recalled the footage captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites after Tony applied for airspace not long ago. He pondered for a moment and then said, "If necessary, you can contact Smith Doyle. The Assassin's League has existed for 1,500 years and may possess intelligence that we are not aware of. Of course this is just a backup option. It would be best if we could figure out what this thing is and why it landed on Earth. But if you really have no idea, you can try consulting." Nick Fury regarded this extraterrestrial object as an alien product, and did not expect to learn anything from contacting Smith Doyle. He just wanted Coulson and Smith Doyle to interact more, deepen their relationship, and start to give Smith Doyle some authority appropriately. Coulson nodded and said, "Understood, Chief." Thor looked at his brother who appeared before him and asked, "Loki, why are you here?" Loki said in a low voice, "I have to come see you." Then Loki deceived Thor, telling him that his father was dead and that he was about to ascend the throne. His mother also did not allow Thor to return to Asgard. In order to make peace with Jotunheim, Thor was permanently exiled. Faced with this situation, Thor thanked Loki with tears in his eyes for coming to see him. After saying goodbye to Thor, Loki also tried to pick up Thor's hammer, but the result was obvious. He failed to pick up Mjolnir and could only return to Asgard in disappointment. The other side, Coulson received a message that someone came to pick up the big man who had just broken in. When he came outside, Coulson found that the person was Dr. Eric, but everything he said was a lie, including the identity he gave to the strong man Donnie, which was also forged. In order to investigate the situation thoroughly, Coulson, knowing that it was a lie, still let Dr. Eric take Thor away, and ordered someone to follow him secretly. Watching the two men leave, Coulson thought for a moment, took out his cell phone and called Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle was exercising in the gravity room at the moment and answered the phone at Poole's reminder. "Coulson, what's going on?" Coulson said, "Inspector General Smith, there is something I would like to consult you about." Hearing Coulson's address, Smith Doyle's mouth curled up slightly and he said, "Agent Coulson, when I'm needed, I'm the Inspector General, the Avenger, and when I'm not needed, I'm just a person who hasn't completed the process, right?" Cough, cough. Coulson coughed twice, then said, "Smith, you're joking. The Avengers base has already begun construction, and most of the suggestions you put forward have been approved. A large number of staff are currently being mobilized for your work. Besides, the process for your and Tony's identities has already been completed. One of you is the Inspector General of SHIELD, and the other is a consultant to SHIELD, and both of you are members of the Avengers." Smith Doyle was not surprised to hear this news, but asked, "So what would my intelligence clearance be, Agent Coulson?" Hearing Smith Doyle ask the most fatal question, Coulson fell silent. He didn't know how Smith Doyle knew that there were different intelligence levels within S.H.I.E.L.D., or whether it was based on speculation or whether S.H.I.E.L.D. had absorbed members of the League of Assassins. "I don't know your intelligence level. I need to confirm this with Director Fury. But I have a mission now and I need your support." Hearing that there was a mission that required his support, Smith Doyle asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Coulson said, "A meteorite appeared in Mexico. It's actually a hammer. We suspect it's an extraterrestrial or supernatural object. No known device can currently move it. The Assassin's League has a long history. I'd like to know if you have any relevant information on this thing." After hearing Coulson's words, Smith Doyle knew that Thor's hammer and Thor had arrived on Earth, and it was about time. Smith Doyle was a little interested in Thor's hammer and wanted to know if he could lift it, but that was all. He had no interest in using it as a weapon. Moreover, in the item lottery, he had seen a weapon deep in the planet, the sword of the Chaosian realm. Smith Doyle was a little curious about whether Thor's hammer was heavier or the Chaosian sword was heavier. You have to know that when Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he could only barely pick up and wield the sword Kaioshinkan at the beginning, but the power of Super Saiyan 2 could easily destroy the solar system, while Mjolnir seemed unable to destroy planets. Thinking of this, Smith thought that when he got the Chaosian sword one day, he could use it for a competition, and then he said, "Can't you move? I don't know if I can lift it with my strength. As for what it is, I need to see the real thing to confirm it." Coulson then told Smith Doyle the address and invited him to join the exploration of Item 084. The next day, Coulson looked at Smith in front of him and stretched out his hand. "Welcome, Inspector General Smith." Smith Doyle looked at Coulson in front of him and settled beside him and said with a smile, "Go and see the special items you found." At this time, an agent came over and reported, "Sir, we just suddenly received a strong energy, and then it suddenly disappeared, about 15 miles northwest." After hearing the report from his agents, Coulson walked over to the computer and took a look, then said to Smith Doyle, "It seems we need to go and take a look at that place first." Compared to the anxiety of Coulson and others, Smith Doyle guessed that the three warriors of Asgard and Sif must have arrived on Earth through the Rainbow Bridge, so he said indifferently, "Then let's go and see it together." Soon everyone got in the car and drove towards the location where the energy fluctuations were occurring. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 249 Thor and 039's Wish. Chapter 249 Thor's Wish, Part 2, The Other Side. In the temporary residence of Jane Foster and others, Eric looked at Thor and Jane busy in the kitchen with some helplessness. He had told Thor not to hurt Jane Foster last night, but it seemed like several months had passed after he got drunk. Had the two become boyfriend and girlfriend? Darcy Louise was holding her laptop at the moment, and said excitedly, "Everyone, maybe my dream wasn't fake. I found evidence." Hearing Darcy's excited expression, Professor Eric asked in surprise, "What? What did you find?" Darcy Louise turned the laptop screen towards Professor Eric and said, "Information about Dragon Ball. I didn't expect so many people to buy Dragon Ball online, and they exist on various platforms. Even on the dark web, the highest purchase price for Dragon Ball was hyped up to $1,000 million. Hearing Darcy's words, Jane Foster also came over, looked at the computer screen and exclaimed, "Oh my God, how is this possible?" Dr. Eric also exclaimed, "It's just incredible. Such a high purchase price, could it be that what you dreamed about is real?" Darcy Louise nodded and said, "It's very likely true, otherwise no one would offer such a high price." Jane Foster looked at Darcy Louise and asked, "Darcy, how much did you sell your Dragon Balls for?" Darcy was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said awkwardly, $500. Originally, Darcy Louise was very proud of the price of $500. She sold the items she picked up for $500, which was something worth bragging about. However, when she learned that someone was willing to buy the items she sold for $500 for $1,000 million, she became an idiot. Jane Foster shook her head and said regretfully, "Darcy, it seems you missed an opportunity to get rich." Thor, who now fully understood, looked at Darcy Louise and said, "Can that Dragon Ball really grant any wish?" Darcy shook his head and said, "I don't know, but according to the information I've received, if you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can make a wish to the dragon, and the dragon can grant any wish." Thor murmured, "Divine Dragon. Can I know what Dragon Ball looks like?" Darcy operated on the computer and a photo appeared on the screen with exactly 7 Dragon Balls on it. This is what the Dragon Balls look like. There are 7 Dragon Balls, each with 1 to 7 stars. Looking at the Dragon Balls in front of him, an idea came to Thor's mind, that is to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect his father Odin. Jane Foster then spoke, "Don't think about these unrealistic things. It's like talking about Aladdin's magic lamp. And 7 of these things cost $70 million. None of us can afford that. And if this thing is real, can $70 million buy one wish? That's way too cheap. Also, if the dragon really existed, why wouldn't it be so quiet?" Darcy Louise said quietly, "Jane, do you remember the global Dark Knight incident a while ago?" Jane Foster fell silent after hearing what Darcy Louise mentioned. They also investigated the incident, but did not find any clues. "Okay, let's not talk about this far-off thing anymore. Thor gave me a new idea, and I think I can tell you about it." Jane Foster then told everyone about the Rainbow Bridge, the 9 realms, the World Tree, and other things Thor had told them. After listening, Dr. Eric Shelvig said, "Jane, your idea is very interesting, but there is a big problem. You don't have any evidence or scientific basis to support your idea. If it's just empty talk, no one will believe it." At this time, Thor's mind was full of thoughts about the Dragon Balls. One was whether the Dragon Balls were real, and the other was how to collect the Dragon Balls, as well as whether the Dragon Balls and the so-called Shenlong had the ability to resurrect his father. After all, as the son of Odin, he had never heard of the story of Shenlong. If Midgard had such a treasure, why didn't his father capture this place and collect the Dragon Balls? Just as Thor was thinking, the sudden knock on the door and the familiar voice of his partner interrupted his thoughts. Thor turned his head and saw the 4 people outside the door, his face full of disbelief. "You know, he just learned from Loki yesterday that he was permanently exiled and was asked not to return to Asgard, and his mother didn't want to see him. But you." Jane, Darcy and Eric were startled by their attire and dropped the cups in their hands. After Thor reacted, he immediately walked towards the 4 people and shouted, My friend, that's wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Eric had just finished listening to the inference that sounded like a nurse myth, and as he looked at the 4 people that appeared, he muttered, "Oh my god, this is incredible." After Thor hugged the 3 Asgardian warriors and Sif and the other 3, he introduced them to Jane and the other 2. "They are my friends, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard. I'm so glad to see you, but you shouldn't be here." Hog said puzzledly, "We're here to take you home." Thor was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "You know, I can't go home. My father died because of me, and I must remain in exile. But there is a magical object here called the Dragon Ball, which seems to be able to resurrect my father. It's just right that you are here. You can help me find the Dragon Ball." Sif didn't understand what the Dragon Ball Thor was talking about, but she knew that the god King Odin was not dead, so she immediately said to Thor with a serious look, "Thor, your father is still alive." When Thor heard that his father was still alive, he was stunned for a moment and then immediately realized that he had been deceived by Loki again. Thor, who had been deceived since he was a child, was a little angry this time. He was not angry that Loki did not let him return to the realm of the gods, but he was angry that Loki actually deceived him with his father's death, which was unforgivable. However, thinking of the power he had lost, he felt somewhat depressed, but a hint of joy also appeared on his face. As long as he collected all the Dragon Balls, he could make a wish to the dragon to release himself from the seal and restore his own power, so that he could return to the Asgard. "That's great, I know my father is fine. Loki is so naughty. I will definitely give him a good beating when I get back. The dragon's wish can be changed to remove the seal on me." Listening to Thor's words that were slightly biased, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard looked at each other in confusion. At this time, Sif asked, "Thor, what is Shenlong? And why did you make a wish to him?" Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 250 The Destroyer Arrives. Chapter 250 The Destroyer Arrives, Update 2. As Thor explained the matter of the Dragon Balls to Sif and the others, the 4 of them were also surprised. "Oh my god, there's actually such a divine object in Midgard. I've never heard of it before." Sif also nodded and said, "I haven't seen any records of Midgard. Does it really exist?" Thor turned his head to look at Darcy Louise beside him. Seeing everyone looking at him, Darcy explained, "I don't know whether this is true or not. I just got this information suddenly and I thought it was all a dream. It's just that I recently discovered that someone is buying these Dragon Balls at an extremely high price." Thor turned his head and looked at the 4 people. "Someone here is spending a lot of money to buy Dragon Balls, which means they are valuable. As for whether it's true or not, we'll know once we gather together." At this time, Sif asked a question, "Thor, how do we find the so-called Dragon Ball in Midgard?" Hearing this question, Thor fell silent for a moment. He really didn't know how to find it. The other side. Coulson brought the SHIELD team and Smith Doyle to the location where the energy point was detected before, looking at the scorched marks on the ground and the densely packed, completely unrecognizable text on it. "Smith, do you recognize these words?" Looking at the traces left by the Rainbow Bridge, Smith Doyle didn't know whether it was Asgardian writing or runes, and then shook his head. Seeing this, Coulson said to Sybil beside him, "Go get some linguistics experts to take a look." Sybil turned and walked towards the car. He wanted to notify the base to send someone over. At this moment, a large dark cloud gate suddenly appeared in the clear sky above and began to spin at high speed. Coulson and others were a little overwhelmed by this scene and just looked up at the sky. Thor and others in the town also sensed the changes outside the town. Darcy looked at the changes in the dark clouds over there and asked, "Is there anyone else coming?" With a loud bang, the destroyer descended upon the earth. Looking at the destroyer who appeared, Smith Doyle felt helpless. He came here to get Thor's hammer, but before he saw the hammer, he saw the destroyer first. Sybil looked at the huge steel giant in front of him, looked at Coulson and Smith Doyle with some doubts, and asked, "Is this Iron Man or Whiplash?" Coulson turned to look at Smith Doyle, who said, "Ivan doesn't have this model of suit, and Tony hasn't seen it either. It shouldn't be them." Seeing this, Coulson picked up the loudspeaker and walked over, shouting, "Hello. You are using unauthorized technological weapons and equipment. Please prove your identity." Seeing the Iron Giant's face armor change, as if opening, Coulson relaxed and said, "Never mind." However, the destroyer's entire body suddenly turned fiery red. Coulson immediately noticed something was wrong and shouted, "Run!" Then he ran towards the car first. Smith Doyle shook his head upon seeing this. The destroyer controlled by Loki was too crude. He then took action to rescue all the agents. Coulson, who was rescued by Smith Doyle, looked at the Iron Giant going away and asked, "Aren't we going to stop this thing?" Smith Doyle said, "Look at what he's about to do. It's obvious you're not the target." After rescuing the agent, the destroyer walked towards the town without anyone intercepting him. As for the people behind him, they naturally did not make any unnecessary moves since the other party did not attack them. At this time, Thor and others also walked out of the house and came to the street. Looking at the changes in the distance, Thor said, "Jane, you need to leave here now." Jane looked at Thor and asked, "What would you do?" "Leave." Fandral spoke directly. "Thor will fight with us." Obviously, Sif and the three warriors of Asgard did not know that Thor's power had been sealed by the god King Odin. At this time, Thor was just a mortal who could be knocked down by a stun gun. Thor walked up to Fandral and said, "I am only a mortal now, and my power has been sealed by my father. I might even kill you now. But I can evacuate the crowd and get these people to safety." Jane on the side also spoke. "If you stay, I will stay with you. We need time. There will be." Then Dr. Eric, Jane, Saul, Darcy and others began to run towards the shops and crowds on the street, informing the residents of the town that there was danger here and asked everyone to run away and hide away. At this moment, Odin was in the realm of the gods, lying on the bed pretending to have entered the Odin sleep, and was being cared for by his wife Frigga. "Are you really going to do this? Can Loki understand your thoughts?" Odin lay on the bed without saying a word. He saw Loki's every move in his trance. To be honest, he was a little disappointed with his adopted son. Although he had never thought of passing the throne to him, letting him control Asgard for a period of time was a test for his youngest son. But look at what Loki did. He took away the icebox, froze Heimdall in ice, and even mobilized the destroyer to drop it on Earth, just to prevent Thor's return. Such behavior made Odin very disappointed. Odin was well aware of the power of the destroyer, but fortunately Loki was only controlling it remotely instead of wearing the destroyer armor to kill Thor, which gave him a lot of room to operate, and he could even do many things without showing up. At this moment, Odin was observing the destroyer's every move, ready to clean up the mess at any time. He didn't want his adopted son to control the destroyer to kill his own son. At the same time, Odin also hoped that through this incident, Thor could grow up and possess some of the qualities he wanted. Loki didn't know that his every move was under the surveillance of his father. He even naively believed that by preventing his brother from coming back, he could become the God King of Asgard and secure his position. At this moment, he was sitting on the throne with Gungnir in his hand, looking for his brother through the perspective of the destroyer. As for the cars and houses blocking his way, Loki destroyed them without any care. If someone blocked his way, he would destroy them. If no one attacked him, he would not care about the ants around him and would not specifically seek them out to kill. Request recommendation votes and monthly votes for automatic subscription. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.